but I think this quote is good, and we're going. Um, when you're born, you get a ticket to the freak show. When you're born in America, you get a front row seat. George Carlin. Um,
Rest in peace, George Carlin.
yeah, indeed, in the superhero game. Uh, and I'll stop. I'm gonna just finish cracking my knuckles and then get into it. Um, you are Logan Miller. You've just finished an evening of freestyle swim training, self-guided at the public pool. The hot tub was packed, as is typical for this time of year, but you had the lap pool to yourself. The locker room, similarly, is empty. All concrete floors and chlorine smells and the dripping of water from unidentifiable sources. What do you do?
Not predict my incoming death.
Yeah, no, certainly not. Why would you do that? Um,
Yeah. It's swimming time.
yeah, so you just finished swimming,
All
um,
right.
and you gotta probably like dress back up into civilian clothes. You swim year
Yeah,
round.
towel off.
Yeah. Um, do you think you use the stalls before you go, or do you just sort of try and dry off quickly and get out of the cold and get dressed?
I use the stalls.
All right. You go into the stalls and you take a piss without incident, and you step out and go to wash your hands, and you see somebody else has come into the locker room and sort of is walking over to a locker, it seems. And this place has kind of like high ceilings, like kind of echoey, so you hear this guy like walking behind you. Um, and then uh, before you know it, he's standing behind you. And you're sort of washing your hands and hot water steaming up the mirror. And there's just a figure behind you now. He's really hard to make out in the mirror because there's steam fogging everything up. And he just walked up so fast, it's kind of confusing.
Almost done.
Um, he doesn't say anything, and then there's like a movement in the mirror, and then there's something around your neck. It sort of stupidly to your brain, you're like, this feels like a jump rope or something, and then you are being garroted very hard. And there's
Like, flail around, try and hit the person behind me.
all right. So I'm gonna say that because of the way that you're set up, you can try to attack him without making a strength contest since your arms aren't restrained. You're just grabbed by the neck. So go ahead and um, make an attack brawl roll. So essentially, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna say, well, your strength is good here on your sheet, even though obviously this isn't Laszlo, but 3 strength plus brawl, and I'll say your brawl as this guy is unskilled. So you're gonna roll 2 dice because you get a -1 to your strength, essentially, is how it shakes out.
I'm gonna roll 2 the same color.
Perfect.
Mind blowing. No successes.
All right. Your fists sort of fly back behind your head, and try as you might, as hard as you can, you just basically know that any glancing little blow you're getting off on this figure behind you is completely ineffectual. You can feel like you're like slapping him with your fingernails, basically, and you have absolutely no sort of way to reach behind him and get him, it feels to you at this moment. And then he is going to inflict damage. Okay. Oh, wow. So he is going to go ahead and deal 2 lethal damage to you with this garrote, and you get another chance to either try and break out or try and hit him.
Okay, next strategy is like jump up and push off of the table with my legs and try and get him to fall over.
Okay, so there's like a stall wall and a sink. Which one do you want to try and brace up off of? The stall wall is like slightly to your right, but you think you could at least kick it.
I think whatever's directly in front of me is probably the sink.
Okay. So this will be like kind of a jump for you, but you're going to try because it's all you got. So I'm going to give you, with this, we'll do 3 strength plus 2 athletics. So you get 5 dice. And then he's going to contest it in essentially the same way. Except I'm going to like... Essentially, your successes are going to cancel out. So if he brings you to 0 successes with his successes, then you stay grappled. And if you manage to get 1 more success than him in total, then you can break out.
Right.
So here we go. He has 5 dice for this, same as you.
Okay, I got 2 successes.
And you know about 10 agains?
Oh, I do get a 10 again.
Okay, then go ahead and roll.
No, that got a 5, so just the 2.
Alright. He also got 2 successes. He got a 10 again into 1 and an 8. So you stay grappled. It reduces it to a failure. And he is going to attempt to do damage again. And he is going to do 2 more lethal to you. Your eyes are starting to bulge out of your head. You can feel your tongue swelling up as all the blood sort of is cut off to your head. And just in general... and I'll say, to narrate your failed strength thing, you basically, like, kick up violently and sort of only succeed in bashing your foot on the underside of the sink because you can't quite get it high enough to do the sort of essentially giant backflip you would have done. Your turn.
Okay. Both hands grab the stall, try and pull to get us on the ground.
Okay, sounds good. Let's just do the same thing. Same sort of strength contest should be fine. So you are going to do the 5 dice, and we'll cancel out successes.
Okay, I only got 1 success.
All right, he got an 8 and a 10, and 10 into 3, so 2. So you have failed. Again, you thrash out and kick with your leg, meaning to grab with your arm, and then, because the oxygen, you're losing oxygen rapidly, and then you reach in vain for the stall, and your sort of whitening fingers only kind of touch the wall of it, failing to gain any kind of purchase, and he's going to roll for damage again. And that, you were at 4?
Yes.
Alright, that is going to deal another 2 lethal to you. So, this is your final stand. What's the strategy now? As he sort of pulls you close into himself.
Head bash behind me.
Okay. Sounds good. 2 dice, and this basically deals damage directly to him, which is like how the damage works is you're making this attack, and then any successes are the damage that you're dealing to him. You know what I mean? Because,
okay, I got one success.
all right, so basically you smash your head into his face and deal 1 lethal, because your head right now is like a 0 lethal weapon, which means it adds nothing to the rolls that you're making. And then it is his turn to deal damage.
Maybe I should head bash 4 times in a row. Maybe that would have worked.
You think to yourself as he gets 3 successes and successfully cuts off oxygen to your brain, and you think no more. Whether you die right then or later will be a matter of debate for the people that come after you, but at this moment, you are no more.
What's the name of this person?
Logan Miller. And I think we did a pretty good job depicting how long it takes to strangle someone to death. Personally, that was a good scene. You are Stephen Wan. You're driving down Green Lake Way with a trunk load of diapers and baby formula on behalf of your wife Jing for your infant son Bobby. You enjoy driving, almost as much as you enjoy distance running. You enjoy the smooth feel of your 4-wheel drive, the tension in your tuned runner's quads as you brake and accelerate. A black sedan swerves in front of you. You fumble for the brake, but it's no use. The car skids to a halt, and you rear-end it hard enough to knock your glasses off your face. What do you do?
Consider whether my name has a V or a PH.
V.
Okay, got it right.
Nice. You might want to record all these guys on one line, not a separate entry, but it's up to you.
Yeah, I have a system going.
Sounds good.
And I stop the car, and then
you do.
I mean, make the car no longer be running.
Yeah, sure. You turn the key in the ignition, and you start to undo your seatbelt, and you see the guy that fucking cut you off insanely bad, like almost deliberately. Looked like he swerved in front of you and brake checked you on like a 2-lane road. Like, how did this guy, he like drove up into the other lane to do this? And as you're processing all of this, he gets out of the car, and he's standing there, and you reach for your door, and he jumps ahead in initiative order. That's literally what occurs, technically speaking, using one of his abilities. It's nighttime, by the way. You went on sort of a evening shopping run after your job. And this dude's hand is sort of resting on your car door. And he like looks into the car at you, and he sort of has big dark eyes. So now he's... Oh, let's see if that was someone saying they're coming.
No.
Oh, that's you. I see. And you, you're looking at him, and now if you were to try and open the door, it would be into his body, which you can still do if that's how you want to handle it.
What the fuck are you?
You say, what the fuck are you?
Yes.
Do you, you sort of shout that through the glass? Are you gonna, like roll the window down and talk to him, or just stay sort of stitched up in the car how you are?
I think I want to turn the engine back on.
Okay. What the fuck are you, dude? What the fuck? You reach for the keys, you turn them, the engine sort of roars to life, and the face, formerly impassive as a stone, sort of raises his eyebrows, like he doesn't quite know what to make of your decision, and pulls a snub-nosed revolver out of his pocket and aims it at the window, and the last thing you see is shattering glass inwards. But when the shot is fired, you hear no sound. It's just the shattering of glass, and then you're gone.
Suppressor moment.
Those things are still loud. Anyway. You are Janine Anthony.
Oh, returning character.
Yeah. From another campaign. On your days off from the pottery studio, you babysit for your mother's friends. This is one of those days. While Alessandra plays with her dolls on the lawn, you thumb through your manual on classic sculptural techniques, half paying attention, half listening to the radio beside you, and another half considering what colleges you might apply to in the spring. From down the street, you hear an ice cream truck's jingle, and before you can even think about how odd it is to be selling ice cream at this time of year, Alessandra is already on her feet running for the roadside.
Who is Alessandra?
The kid you're babysitting. Your mom's
I run
friend's
after
daughter.
the kid.
All right. You sort of stand up and stride across the lawn in a few steps and catch up to her at the edge of the road where she's sort of jumping up and down, just sort of squealing excitedly to herself as, sure enough, an ice cream truck comes into view. It's actually beautifully painted. You haven't seen it around here, but it's got a big red popsicle sort of guy painted on the side of it. It's white. There's some like polka dots and a little awning over it, and it pulls up. The windows are a little bit dusty though, but you can almost sort of see into the interior of the ice cream truck because it's still light out. There's probably like 40-50 minutes of daylight left, although the sun is kind of getting very low in the sky. You can't see the driver, but already Alessandra says, can I get my mommy's purse? And sort of looks up at you.
It's on me tonight.
Okay, so then you approach the truck then to get the ice cream?
Yes.
You walk up, and she's sort of standing behind you. She's a very slight little girl, like, 3 feet tall, whatever, 6 years old, very little kid. And so, you're standing over her, and you approach the counter, which is like chest height, and look into the window. And just as you're about to sort of like tap on it, like, are you gonna sell me ice cream or what? This kid wants some ice cream. She's like tugging on my pant leg. The dusty window slides open and reveals a face that I'm gonna have you roll to see how much you can internalize of this face.
All right.
So let's have wits will definitely be the 3. Hold on, I want to look at something really fast, actually. Alright, that's fine. 3 plus... 1 from crafts, because you're going to use your visual analysis skills from being a budding sculpturist. And so yeah, 4 dice to analyze the face.
Alright, 2 9s.
The most succinct way that you could describe it to someone would be to say that it was the top half of a toddler's head with the bottom half of a pit bull's head. A sort of large-headed, bug-eyed toddler is staring at you, inexplicably having the lower jaw of a dog, a sort of stubby-looking dog, attached to the neck of a dog, attached to, and suddenly a man's ropey arm, muscular and hairy, reaches out over the counter, somehow attached to this fucking freak of nature's body, grabs you by your ponytail, and slams your face onto the ice cream truck counter. And they're gonna get a little surprise attack off on you.
Jesus Christ.
Essentially, we know where we're going with this now at this point, so I'm just gonna sort of cut through and say, like, that was 3 lethal. The thing keeps a hold of your ponytail, slams your head against the counter again, breaking your nose. You can feel one of your teeth pop out. The Alessandra is screaming now, screaming as your blood is flicking off of your face and splattering onto the paint of the ice cream truck and onto the little girl's golden pigtails. Boom! Another slam of your face directly into the stainless steel countertop, and the lights go out for good. You are Eric Taylor. You work at A&P Markets night as a stock, like a shelf stalker, and you're currently waiting for a truck of produce to show up so you can take the pallet inside because the guy that's supposed to receive the produce called out tonight. You're sure he's shooting up again. A couple people at this job have heroin problems, but you're clean, sober. You know, you try and lead a decent life because, you know, there's school to think about and gotta keep your grades up and everything. So anyway, you're having a cigarette outside waiting for the truck.
A healthy cigarette.
Yeah. Lucky Strike's the healthy cigarette. And you're standing out there in sort of the cold October air. No, it'd be November, I guess. Yeah, still. And just as you're like, damn, is the produce truck not coming up? A dude comes around the corner, and a dude is a strange thing to call him because you're like, well, this dude's dressed funny. And you're like, okay, this dude kind of looks funny. He's got like a real skinny face, kind of sunken eyes. Although the eyes do have a kind of twinkle to them. And just as you are like, you know, about to write him off as a weirdo, he sort of flashes you a smile, and you're like, oh, well, maybe this guy knows something about my produce. New driver, something? I don't know.
I looked it up, and the famous Surgeon General's report on smoking was 64, so 3 years ago.
So now we know that smoking's bad?
Yeah.
Well, you're still doing it. Anyway, you're not the swimmer, after all. You're Eric Taylor. And anyway, this guy walks up and he just sort of wanders towards you, hands in the pockets of his big old black coat that he's wearing. And he says, Eric. Hello, Eric.
I don't know my name.
Well, I live in your girlfriend's building. I'm neighbors with her, and I went looking for you because all I know is they took her away in an ambulance, Eric, and it's it's very important that you accompany me to the hospital at once for your girlfriend.
Oh, what the fuck? What? Let's go.
Okay, all I know is that she, my car is this way. And he sort of puts his hand on the small of your back and guides you around the corner of your building to where there's a van, just a sort of very unmarked, squarish white van waiting. And
I'd rather take my.
Oh, yes, of course. Allow me to escort you. And he just as quickly pivots around, and you're like, wait, actually, who the fuck is this guy? He's kind of yammering in my ear right now, trying to walk me to a van. Hang on a second. Do you have any other questions for him, or are you going to just kind of try and shake him when you get to your car?
Yeah, try and shake him later.
He says, yes, no, we absolutely would not want anything to happen to, whatever her name is again. And just as you're starting to think, wait, he knows my name, where I work, and he doesn't know Julie's name, a hand holding a cloth covers your mouth. And you're gonna roll.
I try fruitlessly to get my hands up.
Yeah. He just sort of does it very smoothly. And how about you roll stamina raw. 2 dots.
1 success.
All right. Then it is not an easy sleep for Eric Taylor. It is instead a sort of prolonged battle with much elbowing and, backwards head bashing. And when you fling your head backwards and sort of smash your head into the bridge of this guy's nose as he's trying to chloroform you, the last thing you hear is, ugh, again? And you fade off into the dark. And chloroform is not known to kill, but wherever you're taken next, you definitely are killed. So, apologies for the scripted cutscenes and the killing you on a success, obviously, but it's how it is. It's how it happens. And then you are something entirely different, someplace entirely stranger than all of those things that you were and have been. I didn't write like a pre-written for this, so I'm probably going to kind of stumble through it a little bit more. But okay. I think that essentially what I'll say is currently you are aware that you are looking out of a small hole somewhere high up in a room. And you're looking out of this basically like a pinhole, and you can see the world beneath you in kind of a strange fish-eyed way. And beneath you, around you is darkness, but through this hole there's just a little light. And in that light you can see a room. And like I said, you're up at the top of this room in kind of a corner. And you can see down into a large warehouse sort of floor. There are large sort of tanks of fluid, some tanks of gas, what looks like a stripped engine, just weird bits and bobs of machinery, defibrillators, weird sort of medical equipment that you don't know the names of. There's a gurney. There's a drain in the floor that sort of has some dark stains around it. There's like a lot of windows up around on the same level that you're on, and you can see moonlight coming through them and shining on these sort of assorted chop house medical bits and bobs that are all down beneath you. And then on another surface on an operating table, there is a body. And this body is sort of stretched out. It's tall and kind of pale. It looks like a human male. Again, you're kind of far away and everything's like hard to see. So it's hard to make out exact details, but it seems to have a weird thing on its chest, like a big metal thing stuck in it. It's hard to get a read on it. And then down beneath you, you see a shape move across the floor, and it moves unlike anything you've ever seen. And again, you don't know that you've ever seen anything before. Matter of fact, you don't really remember who you are or what you're doing here, how you seem to get into this very small, very dark room with this peephole. But looking down, you are, and seeing this thing you've never seen before, you are as well. And it has a very mechanical gait, like voot, voot, voot. That's how it moves, on stiff little legs that bend like a deer's. And then it has sort of a man's chest and a funny little head, and it sort of hobbles across the floor in its funny half mechanical, half organic way, and goes around a corner, and you don't see it again for a second. And then sort of sweeping the way that thing came, following it, there is a tall man in a dark coat, and he whips his coat off and puts on a white medical coat instead over whatever else he was wearing. And this guy has dark hair and sort of shiny white skin, and he does like a weird little spin when he puts the lab coat on, and is humming loudly to himself, loud enough that it gets into your head, however, and you realize this is the first thing you've heard also. And then you can sort of hear echoing up to your position through the atmosphere of the warehouse. You hear him say, "Oh, Nod, I think this is really the night." I didn't do his accent. Hold on. "Oh, Nod, I think this is really the night." And he says, "Hurry, go up and get the mirror." And then you sort of hear it, and you don't really see anything. That guy goes out of frame for a second because you're in a very static frame of reference. And you realize now that you cannot move, speak, etc. You are just a presence. And before too long, you hear some sort of stumpy metal steps, like someone's wearing, rather than steel-toed shoes, like steel-soled shoes, coming upstairs somehow, and suddenly very close to your field of vision is a thing. If you had to describe it, it would be the top half of a particularly large-headed toddler with the bottom half of a pit bull's teeth. The naked torso of a adult human man attached to the dog at the neck, and then the torso of the man is affixed to a pair of robotic legs. This thing sort of looks at you with its baby's eyes and opens its mouth and starts panting with its dog tongue, and then picks you up over its head with its tremendously strong man body. And you still aren't sure exactly what you are, but it seems like you are an inanimate object that this thing is carrying over its head. And you can sort of see its hairy back and mechanical behind and legs as it carries you down the stairs, one sort of plodding, servo-ridden step at a time, until you are finally placed down about 6 feet away from the operating table with the body laying on it now. And now it's like a little bit easier to see, but now you're kind of on the same level as it, so you're kind of just seeing like legs and feet and like the head
Right.
behind the body, you know. And the creature, the character that you are sort of remembering bubbling to the surface in your primitive consciousness must be Lord Conrad, glides into view again and says, "Oh, this is it. This is so exciting. Oh, it's ready. It wasn't ready before, but now it's ready now. Are you ready? Are you quite ready, baby Nod?" And he sort of affectionately tousles the baby man's head and says, "This is it. This is it." And brings the mirror closer and he says, "Can you hear me in there?" And he's like looking directly through the peephole at you. And his sort of dark glittering eyes meet yours, but you know that he can't see you. Do you try and make yourself known?
Maybe I'll think really hard. Yes.
He says, "Oh, I think I saw something. He's ready. He's ready to come out." And he sort of looks down at the dog man, and Nod, the creature, sort of looks up at him and like claps his hands kind of funny, like just smacking the palms together. And he says, "Yes, I'm quite excited too." And then he takes...
get a strange abstract anxiety.
Yeah, indeed. Very directionless. And Lord Conrad sort of grabs whatever you are from behind you and wheels you into position. And now you're sort of basically a couple of feet above the torso of the humanoid on the bench. And for a second, you're afraid, hovering over it, that you're going to be looking at some kind of horrible dog-man hybrid like Nod that you're ostensibly being set up to be linked to in some fashion. But instead, through your strange bubbled vision, you look down at a seemingly very whole-looking human being. If very pale, absolutely no color to the lips at all, not even like blue like you're frostbitten, but lily white, every single tissue looking completely ivory white. There's some slight differences in the skin tone across the body. It's completely naked, laying on a white sheet. You're sort of looking it up and down and everything seems to be intact. Your genitals seem mercifully normal. Male matches the body. The only thing that is altogether worrying and strange is that there is a large machine implanted in the chest of this body.
How much does it come out, person?
How much does it come out?
Yeah, like, is it embedded in there and you would just cover it up with skin, or is it, like, out?
Basically, it doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look like it's intended to be covered with skin. There's some, like, screws that seem to have affixed the machinery to bone in the flesh, but the skin comes up on it and forms like a seal and is sutured very deftly and affixed somehow to the actual material. I would draw it. I'll draw it sometime, but basically it seems to be a chassis thing, and it's kind of missing a component now that you look at it, where it comes out probably the surface of the metal plate that forms the bulk of it, where there's a couple like tubes that you can see running from the plate into the body, kind of up under the armpits and things like that. Like it pulls back on itself and there's a couple inputs or outputs, you can't tell. But the plate only comes about a quarter inch above the skin, maybe half an inch in some places. So all in all,
Okay, that's
you're like, oh, that's pretty subtle. There's just kind of a hole in the center of it.
Yeah, I worry that that's where I'm going, in the hole.
Well, you look at the hole, and it's kind of gaping. It does seem like it needs something inside of it. But just as you think that, Lord Conrad says, "Naughty, please fetch me the final piece." And the dogman lopes into view and hands off what kind of looks like a big glass corkscrew. Like self-contained, though, kind of in like a... It's kind of like an upside-down light bulb, in a way, where the screw funnel part kind of seems to be glass, and then there's kind of like a crystal or glass container, like round bulb, that comes up to like a metal lid, like a hatch, you know what I mean? So it essentially is like a funnel where the bottom part seems to be glass and like internal little electronics and mechanics, and the top part is a metal seal with like a little door on it. And he takes that and sort of places it down into the chest cavity of this dead guy, who you're looking, and now that you're sort of really staring and it's all you have in the world to perceive, you're noticing is probably made from multiple people. There's certain points where the skin is just too different of a tone from one part to the next, but other than that, you're not even sure how they're affixed together, because if it's stitches or staples, the work is so incredibly subtle that there's like not hardly a trace where the joinery is. It's so medically perfect. It's like unbelievable how beautiful really this body is, how symmetrical and how perfect. And the glass corkscrew sort of is twisted into place because this funnel thing that I'm describing is probably like 6 or 7 inches long and is lowered into the chest, and you sort of see like, oh, it's not as subtle as I had hoped after it's screwed in, because this door thing gives you another like inch on the half inch of protrusion. So at its thickest point, you're looking at a pretty hefty lip of machinery poking out of this body. And then
I'm also like, the arm lengths and leg lengths are symmetrical, you're implying?
With the arms, you stare at it for a second, and you're like, okay, so each arm is the same length. Oh, yeah.
The elbows are different?
Well, the arms are a little bit long for the body, maybe. It's something where if your friend was like, hey, I made this sculpture, it's kind of like a stylized humanoid, like, check it out, like, it's like the perfect man, it's my Vitruvian man, you wouldn't be like, oh man, the arms are all fucked up, he looks like an orangutan, if you didn't want to hurt your friend's feelings. But it's kind of a different story when you have a sneaking suspicion that might be your body. You're like, if you commissioned this body, you would probably be like, can you do the arms again, man? They're a little long. But currently you are affixed to an object and you cannot speak. So you can't complain about your funky arms and quite long legs as well. But this guy, this person, Conrad, let's see, is that...
No, it's me again.
Okay, I'll just keep this open. This guy finishes screwing in the bulb, and it sort of has a satisfying click, and you can hear like a little bit of machinery whirring suddenly, and he sort of like fiddles with a little knob at the bottom of it and opens up the lid, and he says, I really need to figure out his voice, so I'm gonna pause myself for a second and try and figure out how I want to make this guy sound, because the accent is not steady for me.
Sziasztok! On April 23rd, 2013, which was over 4.
Főzeléket, húsokat, salátákat.
I mean, it's not going to be like really any better, so I shouldn't have put emphasis on it by being like, I'm going to stop and work on it, because I'm just like trying to sort of establish how he sounds, because everyone's going to be subject to change. But he says, get me those jumper cables. And then Nod sort of hustles off and returns with some jumper cables and puts them on two little bars that are sticking out just a tiny bit from... They're really little nubs sticking out from the surface of this plate in this guy's chest. And he hooks one up to a sort of power source underneath the table, you assume, from the way that the cables start sparking. And he like shocks the fucking thing, and the body jumps a little bit on the table, boom, and slams back down and sort of shakes the thing. And he says, "Oh," and he just sort of shakes the cables and pulls them off and says, "Oh," and like watches them spark for a second. And now the machine is really whirring. And he says, "There's nothing to do but to do it." And then he wheels the whatever you are, because it does seem like you're on wheels, because he pushes you this time, directly over the face of the man. And he has sort of like loosely cut brown hair. His eyes are shut. He has like... He's fairly handsome, actually. You're pleased to see. Nicely proportioned nose, sort of generous lips, perfect facial symmetry. And then he pulls back the corpse's eyelids, and he has startlingly blue eyes that don't really seem to fit the body very much at all. And in fact, you can kind of see a little bit of lividity around the edges of the eyes, like they're bloodshot. And now I'm going to decide if I want to do a song for this. But honestly, I probably won't. Because...
Conrad's in a rush.
Yeah, he's doing the thing. So, you know, there's no music playing. So, but, you know, imagine something suitably dramatic if it were a film. But anyway... the eyes look into yours, and you feel a kind of sizzle in your being, although the face isn't doing anything or making any motion. And he says, "I cannot hear you, my son, but I know that you are in there." And he says, "Come out, it's almost time. Quickly, into the body." And he, takes a little mallet off the table of surgical tools and smashes it directly into whatever you are, directly into your peephole, which sort of fractures.
Smashes what? Smashes your microphone.
Oh, can you hear me? He smashes directly into whatever you are, into your peephole.
No, he grabbed the mallet. He's smashing something.
He smashed the mallet into whatever you are, into your peephole. Am I still broken? No, okay.
No.
And anyway, the effect is like the train coming at the audience in the motion picture or whatever, when people didn't know what the movies were. Where it feels like this thing is going to suddenly burst into your dark room. But instead, as soon as it makes contact with whatever you are now inside of a body, looking through dead eyes at a broken mirror. And it's sort of a large, ornate, like, antique-looking mirror with sort of like mahogany legs and frame. It's ovular and looks like it could be like tilted. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it was tilted over you and hit with a mallet and is sort of spiderwebbing cracked all the way down. So what you're seeing now is a reflection of yourself laying on the operating table, all spiderwebbed up and reflected a dozen different times like a fly's eye. And you can see at the top what appears to be like a large bubble in the glass that was broken with the mallet, and you can see the backing beneath it, and it's just sort of mirror backing. There's nothing special about the negative space that it seemed your soul, your essence, your energy was occupying in this bubble on the mirror. But now you're in the body, and if you were to sort of try and cry out or move, you would find that you could not. You are utterly and completely dead still, locked to a frigid corpse, immobile. But it seems that Conrad is not done with you, and so
do I have any? I can see, I can hear. Do I have like proprioception, sense of touch?
I would say you can see. You can hear faintly, as though things are sort of happening at a remove, and it does not really, you cannot feel at the moment. You are very much locked into the sort of eyes and like basic perceptive senses that you were sort of granted to yourself through. You've fallen from... No, you've fallen from one set of eyes to another. And so you're kind of panicking at this point, like, oh my god, am I fucked up? What's going on? What am I? What the fuck is this? But yeah, Conrad's not done with you yet, and so he again smoothly replaces the mallet on the table and picks up a large scalpel off of it. And just as you're like, oh, don't cut me open, man, he reaches up to your chest and says, sit tight, we're almost there, and opens it up and puts his hand, sort of hovers his hand about half a foot above your chest thing and slashes his palm open with the scalpel, and you can feel a definitive sort of rumbling now. Your sense of feeling does seem to be kicking up a little bit as the thing embedded in your chest seems to spin in anticipation of the fat drops of dark blood that are dripping out of his hand. And they're falling into the sort of gears and matrices of your device in your chest, because he's only a foot away from your eyes doing this, right? And you're sort of like propped up a little tiny bit. And you can see what starts out as a couple dribbles of almost black, deep red blood accelerates quickly to a disturbingly liquid flow of syrupy fluid just pouring out of this dude's hand like he's pouring it out of a cup into your fucking chest cavity. Just and he sort of wobbles on his feet for a moment and like hisses through his teeth, which you can see have a set of very sharp canines. And then finally the trickle, or the flood, slows to a trickle, and he seals up his hand. You can just see it close in front of your eyes. And now the thing in your chest is like actively churning. And he says, once more, the jumper cables! And he closes up the thing on your chest and whoosh, clicks a little latch shut and holds them up and clicks them against each other, gets a spark to pop and sort of sizzle. And Nod is actively going, and he just goes, ah! And jams them down onto the edges of the device in your chest and slams the clamps down, and electricity energy flows directly from whatever generator into the machine. and it's sort of whirling and sparking, and you can feel it juddering and pushing blood through your body, his blood being refined into something else, something palatable to your tissues, pushing through every vein, artery, capillary. You realize you have no heart. This device is your heart, and it's filling your tissue with that guy's blood, diluted into, something you can handle. And just as soon as the blood sort of gets to your muscles, so does the electricity, and you start spasming and jerking on the table and flipping around like a fucking fish on dry land, slamming your head into the table, your legs, your head, your legs, until finally shaking his arms, clearly also shocking himself slightly, melting the rubber grips of the jumper cables. Conrad finally rips them off of the little nubs, and you watch as lightning sparks arc off of them, still connecting the flow to you for a second until the flow of electricity stops, and you're no longer shaking, but your engine still is, and it's smoking and vibrating very aggressively. And you're like, I don't know that this thing should be smoking. And Conrad sort of looks at you apprehensively as the blood is circling and flowing through your body. And he says, "Come on, please. We have been working so hard. Please, please." And then the thing on your chest pops open and a gout of blood sprays out, like when you fucking take the top off a blender with shit in it. Like, it just reverse sprays out a thick syrupy coating of dark blood that kind of gets all over everything, including Conrad, and Nod, and all of the tools, just splashing them. And he says, "No!" And he runs over and slams the lid of your thing down and holds it shut, and puts one of the jumper cables on and says, "Nod! Noddy!" And then Nod puts the other one on. They're shocking you again. Boom, boom. Another 2 pulses. He rips his jumper cable off and sort of holds it. And he screams, "My son, you must live!" And then you can feel the thing unsticks, reverses. Your gears are spinning the right way again, sucking blood in. But something has irreversibly changed. Whatever he wanted you to be, something broke, and now you're something different. But at the end of it all, the shuddering stops, the machine begins flowing smoothly again, distributing the right things to the right places, sucking up the excess, interchanging it, and he's able to sort of just let his hands unclench from you and closes your lid, affixes it tightly, and looks at you as you take your first breath and manage to...
Do I cough?
Do you cough?
Yeah.
Do you want to cough? You can go if you want.
Yep, I cough deeply.
And out of your mouth, you sort of spit a golden thread. On closer inspection, it's not actually a golden thread. It is a sort of syrupy, spitty string of yellow-pink fluid that sort of stripes across your pale white chest. And you are, in fact, alive. Yeah. And this sticky substance, sort of dribbles down your chin as you hold yourself together. And he sort of looks at you and looks into your eyes and says, "My son, Laszlo, can you hear me?"
Yes.
You say, and then you croak that out, and he just sort of goes, "Woo!" Like, literally, like, howls like he just fucking won the lottery, and commences sort of spinning around the chamber wildly, screaming, knocking shit over. But something's still wrong. You can't move. The cough and the saying yes took something out of you, and it feels like your gravity has doubled on your body, increased twofold. And you catch sight of yourself in the mirror, and he's still whooping and fucking eureka-ing and yeah, baby, that's what I've been waiting for-ing and knocking shit over in the background. But he hasn't touched your mirror, and you can see yourself now because you can move your eyes and you can focus on one of the many U's in this shattered fractaline surface. And the reflection looking back at you seems to be changing, and something not so perfect is happening to your body. Where there were once perfect sutures invisible to the naked eye, covering barely different exchanges of flesh in your sort of perfect patchwork tapestry of a body, you see a bit of a strain, and the threads begin to show. They're sort of wiry black plastic sutures, seeming to have been hidden by expertly, grafted flesh, like sort of covering the stitches with more skin. But something's happening. Your limbs seem to be stretching a little bit. Your skin is tightening. The machine in your chest, something's wrong with it. It's whirring too quickly. It's distributing blood too fast. Your chemical interchanges are happening at a rate your body's not prepared for. And another string of pink honey shoots out of your mouth, lands on your face, and you watch aghast, unable to do anything, as your limbs strain and your skin begins to retreat from your skin, like unrolling a glove from your arm. And you watch as your arms and legs, every joint, every point of articulation on your body, the skin stretches away from skin, showing raw muscle underneath. All of your stitches now screaming, straining, trying to hold together the shrinking pieces of skin across widening gaps of raw flesh underneath. You see your eyes. They're bloodshot, ringed as deep as any ever. They look exactly like they were carved out of a woman's head and stuck into a man's skull. Your tongue is somehow the wrong color now. It's almost black. Your teeth feel loose in your head. Another strand of honey. Conrad senses something wrong with his precious boy. He spins, runs the gamut of the room in literally half an eye blink. He's standing over you. No! My son, no! What is this? And, I'm running out of ways to say that your body is rapidly becoming fucked up. I think the other major change is that you have massive lividity where your neck attaches to your head, or, your neck to your sort of collarbone area. It looks like you were strangulated aggressively there. And you can see... Hey, what's up?
Someone's coming to life.
Yeah, you caught me right in the middle of a dramatic monologue, so I'll continue.
Perfect.
Basically, you look like you've been strangled. Your eyes are extremely bloodshot. There's like evidence of a struggle on different parts of your body. There's like strange, deep, persistent, off-color bruising erupting over your rib cage, your fingers, your knuckles. It looks like somebody beat you to death 4 times. And all of this to say that what was once a very compelling looking body to be placed into now sort of hangs off the table, arms askew, as a juddering, misshapen humanoid with stretched skin, visible sutures tearing, bloodshot eyes, and a giant thrumming blender in the center of your fucking chest, pumping diseased blood to all the corners of your body. But then things kind of stabilize, and you realize that maybe the sutures aren't going to break, and your arm isn't going to fall off, and you're not going to deconstitute into a protean mass. Maybe it did work after a fashion, and Conrad seems to realize that too, since he props you up and cradles you in his arms, and sort of presses you to his silk shirt and says, "Whatever happened, whatever this is, I will fix it. I will make you better. You're alive. Yes, I saw you breathing. This, whatever this is, we could make it better. My son, you are alive. That is what matters." And he sort of looks down at you to see if there's any spark of life, of recognition in your eyes. And you don't really think you could speak. Probably one word at a time is what you're looking at now, because every muscle in your body feels fucked up and like striated wrong direction, pushing against the wrong software, the wrong hardware. But you can certainly try, and you are, for better or for worse, indelibly, unmistakably, unchangeably alive.
Ugh.
You got honey dripping from your chin. And he sort of wipes it off of your lip and cleans your face up a little bit and closes your mouth and like helps you sort of palpate your mouth and everything and make sure that you're breathing correctly, and says, "What is this? This is honey. This is part of the reagent to turn your blood, my blood, into your blood. Is this your blood? Why is this happening?" Oh, something.
Someone outside the game decided it would be honey.
Yeah. And he says, "Whatever, we'll fix this later. Nod, help me set him up. We must put the sheet on him, clothe him." And Nod, this...
Do I feel cold?
You don't feel warm. I would say, yeah, you are starting to get a sense of proprioception and feeling, and there's a tingle sort of spreading throughout your body that you realize is baby's first physical sensory input. And after the undifferentiated tingling, you would say you do indeed feel cold. So you get sort of swaddled up in a sheet that's only slightly stained with viscera, and sat up on your operating table. And I think Conrad would like see that you need something to lean against and kind of put the heavy mirror behind you, glass facing away from you. And it's a relief to not be able to see yourself anymore. Makes you feel a little bit more normal. And he props you up against the heavy, sturdy wooden back and locks the wheels, forming a sort of makeshift giant chair for you to slump down in, as he and Nod sort of stare at you. And he says, "Baby Nod, do you think that he is fucked up, or did it work? I really can't tell. I know I did the whole he is alive, but is he so?" And Nod sort of looks at him and goes, and he says, "Yes, I suppose. Are you still with us, Laszlo, my son?" "Can you hold up 2 fingers? I tried. You should be able to know numbers and things like that, and what the toilet is. I tried to imagine all of that before, in your mind. 2 fingers, Laszlo."
The toilet flashes in my mind's eye.
Yeah. Fuck. I wish the fucking Sopranos thing where it's the clip where he's like, it's all dreamlike, and he's like, "I ought to put you through that goddamn window," and then it's like a slow motion like JPEG of a window shows up, and it's like, window. That's how it feels when he says toilet. It's like he says toilet and you can see it in your head, with a gauzy light around it, and he asks you to hold up 2 fingers.
I'll imagine my arm and like it going up.
You jerk your hand up off the table a lot faster than you would have expected. It's almost like you expected it to be sluggish, but it sort of yanks up and then falls back down into a hold position, and you flick up 2 fingers, sort of almost of their own accord. And you feel like you probably wouldn't have been able to do that without your body helping you out.
Yeah, because thing to know, the body has tons of nerves too.
Yeah, so
Like, the spine does some of the thinking for you.
You have a strong suspicion that your soul or intellect or whatever you are, which now is indelibly bound to your body forever, is definitely only doing like 30% of the work when it comes to like breathing, especially, and things like that. There's a lot of chemicals being moved that are entirely at the discretion of your body, and moving it is definitely on the body's side of thinking right now. So yeah, you're right. A lot of this is somatic memory getting you through this. So Laszlo gives a weak peace sign, and Lord Conrad
Feels
says,
weird about it that my body is doing the work.
yeah, right. And Lord Conrad sort of jumps up in the air again and says, yes, he's in there. We did it. We did it, Naughty. And goes for a low 5. And the baby man puts his sort of hairy hand into Conrad's large, white, spidery hand and shakes it firmly. And he says, no, Naughty, when I hold it like this, we have said you smack it. You smack my hand. And then he sort of like smacks the shit out of Conrad's hand as if to injure him, like he's trying to hurt him. He says, no, Naughty, gentle smack, like whoosh, and we'll work on it later. And he says, God, you look awful. I really don't know what has happened. I was trying very hard not to. And then a door sort of opens in the corner of the warehouse, and you can see as your eyes sort of dart around the space that you're in. So, I'm sorry, I'm realizing this is I'm just fucking monologuing. Like, I don't know what else to do. Like, the scene is just playing out, so this is just how it is. But you look up, and there's like a layer of the warehouse that is accessible by stairs, where it's sort of an overlook. Like, theoretically, if this is a factory, you could like supervise the floor from up there, and it seems like that's where your mirror had been stored before, and there's other kind of dusty piles of machinery and crates and random bullshit up there. So on his little storage rung. How about you ask me some questions? You say some stuff. What's going on in your head as this door creaks open and both turn to look?
I'm thinking about drawing the scene I first saw.
As Laszlo?
Yes.
I see. So there's a moment...
Maybe that comes into my head later, but...
Right.
That's the thought he will have.
Then I feel like the sort of core of that thought is like, I need a way to record what I saw.
Yeah.
You know, if only there was some way to capture an image or create an image of what I saw from behind that screen in that little black box.
Like I'm never going to be up in that black box again in my life.
Yeah.
I need to have that somewhere.
Mm-hmm. So you gain the aspiration, document your birth chamber, and we'll return to that eventually. And so you're thinking, damn, I wish I could have, I don't know, if I had known it was going to be like that, I would have been more prepared. So taking a fucking something, I don't know. And the door swings open, and there's a young woman standing there. And you know what a woman is, and you know what young is, and you know what a young woman is. But none of these concepts that you have in your head that intrinsically make sense to you, I'll say, like, have any emotional attachments on them. You know what I mean? Like, when you look at her, it's like you read the words 22-year-old girl off a flashcard. You know what I mean? Where you're getting given this information, but it's not intimate. There's no, like, personal bent to any of it. It just is, and you are just aware of things automatically. Let me
I sort of contrast that in my mind with the thought I was born on an operating table in a warehouse.
Yeah.
That I have feeling for.
Exactly. Now that means something to you, and you'll probably never be able to feel the same way about warehouses or operating tables ever again. But this girl... Or what? Mirrors. No, definitely not mirrors. But this woman you sort of are neutral on. Let me make sure I got her apparent age right. Just curious.
Yeah, this ain't a human. I'm not seeing humans for quite a while.
Well, you'd be surprised. But that doesn't... just because if she was a human, that doesn't mean that she has to look how old she is. You know what I mean? Okay. So anyway, she is wearing, like, black pants, and a sort of, like, bluish sweater zip-up thing. It looks like a, like, big blue coat, and has, like, a sort of cap on, a beanie, that looks to be tucking in, like, curly hair that's sort of springing out in different places. And she looks at the scene of Baby Nod and Lord Conrad sort of doing 20 questions with a dead guy holding up a peace sign, just looking insanely fucked up in your funeral shroud. And says... Dad, don't tell me you fucked this one up, too. And,
The thought sister comes into my head.
Hey, if Lord Conrad, which you know intrinsically is the vampire, which you know intrinsically is name in front of you, then that is most certainly... Oh, if Lord Conrad could be called your father... all these fucking garden path sentences that I can't even follow and when I'm speaking them, then this girl, this woman could almost certainly be called your sister, you reason. And she sort of closes the door behind her and crosses the warehouse floor, kicking aside some, like, tubing and hoses that are laying on the ground, and walks towards you. And, Lord Conrad says, no, it worked. He is in perfect condition. And your fucking eyeballs are falling out of your goddamn head, and all your limbs are fucked up.
I'll do, like, a shiver.
You shiver flawlessly. It is not a problem. And Lord Conrad says, look, see? He feels great! And you wiggle, and, she says, so he's okay. What's his name? And he says, Laszlo! And you're just, shivering there. And the thing is that I don't want to do too much back and forth with them, like too much talking to myself.
Right.
Because that's annoying for people. So I'm going to try and, like, describe their interaction and boil it down to, like, one or two sort of exchanges. But what I will say now is your mouth is kind of moving, and you're feeling like you might be able to interject a thought or two. If you want to try and speak again, you could probably try. But for the moment, she says, well, have you thought about what he's going to wear, where he's going to sleep, what he's going to eat? Do we know anything about what he is? He's not a human person, Dad. You're aware of that, like, just by looking at him, right? And Lord Conrad says, Beatrice, you act as though I have never been a father to a human before. I've done it twice. And then they sort of squabble a little bit about how good or bad of a parent he was, and you're just sort of left sitting there, and Baby Nod sort of mechanically waddles over to you and is looking up at you with his funny baby eyes. And you're sort of face to face with the Dogman robot.
I don't know how
Baby
much I
bot.
can trust this Dogman robot.
Well, he looks at you with the innocent eyes of a human baby on top of his slack pit bull's jaw with his tongue lolling out, and he looks like he likes you. He sort of puts his hairy-knuckled man hand on your leg with the sheet covering it and pats you gently a couple of times while B and Lord Conrad sort of squabble a little.
Oh, so he's only rough with Conrad.
Oh, well, I mean, it was because Conrad told him to slap his hand, and slap means slap, you know. But he seems to be wanting to pat you.
Not a question.
Oh, I see. And yeah, that could be why. But yeah, he seems to have taken a shine to you, even if you're not sure about him yet. Maybe because you smell like blood and meat, but the world may never know. Yeah, is there anything you want to do while they're squabbling, or say, or anything?
This is the first time I've heard a conversation.
Yeah,
So
are you
I'm
just sort of
thinking,
enjoying the intricacies, I guess?
yeah, I'm summoning up conversational etiquette in my mind, seeing what it knows.
You understand that it's typically best for one person to finish their thought before the other person keeps talking or begins talking. To do otherwise is called an interruption, which Beatrice and Lord Conrad seem quite adept at doing. They are interrupting each other at a almost exponential rate, first cutting into half of each other's sentences, then every 2 words until they're basically just talking over each other. And then another sort of thing that you think is like, well, if, you know, maybe conversations aren't about winning, or etiquette is there to keep you from trying to win the conversation, but if it is a contest, then they're both losing. As they're sort of just yelling at each other until finally Beatrice says, anyway, I just wanted to see if I could have a little money, but I can tell you're busy, so how about I leave you to this? You try not to kill him, and maybe I'll be back in a few days or something, see how it's going. Or, I don't know, give me a call or some shit. I don't know. You're gonna have to handle this mostly on your own, though, Dad. I don't want to deal with this. And he lets her get that out and says, fine, go away. I will call you when I have need for you. And when you feel guilty about not talking or knowing or being in your baby brother's life, then you can come see him yourself. And maybe he will want to talk to you then. Look at him. He has not said a word to you. He is clearly not as fond of you as I am, Beatrice. You should consider other people's feelings, you know. Not everyone is as tolerant as I of your moods. And she says, yep, whatever, Dad. He totally hates me. I can see it in his eyes. Oh, yeah. Oh, brother. And she just starts walking out of the warehouse, basically.
I think of the concept of rudeness.
In regards to whom?
Perhaps both of them, but more so Conrad. But part of me feels like I want to be better before I talk to someone.
I see.
Yeah, I think Gabe has a point there.
Well, Gru's voice is just a fucking Eastern European accent, which is what Conrad is, so it means I'm doing something right somewhere along the line. But that being said, he sort of turns to you and says, also, I suppose she is right about clothes. We might want to get you dressed up. And then, yeah, what follows is essentially them probably bringing a little outfit to you of just, it looks like some sweatpants and a swim team t-shirt of some description. And they like lay them out and prepare to let you dress yourself whenever you feel like it. But now and when I say they, it's like Conrad is observing you and Nod is observing Conrad observing you and sort of taking cues. It doesn't seem like he's super like smart, but he's also not like an animal, obviously. Mm-hmm. And they're like just watching.
I'm wondering how I can dress myself without like falling on my face or some bullshit.
Well, we could always give it a roll to see if you're physically adept enough, or if you just laid there for any amount of time and sort of got your strength up. It's possible that it would get easier over time. You still feel kind of like each movement is being channeled into you by electricity, like you're zapping yourself in order to get your muscles to move. I'm
gonna do something safe.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and scrunch up my legs.
All right. Their current,
I'm like in a sitting position.
Yeah.
That's something I could do without risking falling, I think.
Yeah, they're like hanging off the thing. One thing that I will say is that you notice your legs are quite muscular. You can sort of see through uncomfortably thin, pale skin. Every little striation moving every time you think about moving them, but they kind of flick up and are pulled pretty close to your chest, fairly easily, actually, in sort of one smoother motion than you had previously been achieving, and your legs are now tucked up. And Conrad kind of goes, oh! And after like 30 seconds, you just like pull your legs up to your chest.
I think I'll untuck them.
They go right back. And sort of flop over the thing. And you don't really know how this comparison makes sense as Laszlo, but it kind of feels like your whole body is asleep, as it were, and each limb is kind of having to take some time waking up and gaining back full articulation.
I guess somewhere in my mind, the idea of touch my toes stretching appears, so I'll try that.
All right, you flick your legs up again, and you're sort of, they're hanging off the operating table because you're like laying on it short way, or sitting up on it short ways now, you know what I mean, like you rotated. So they're hanging off, and essentially they are now like hovering over the air at the knee and further. And I would like you to roll with your Laszlo sheet, dexterity plus athletics.
Oh, that's 4 dice.
Yeah.
All right, I got 110, so let's see 10 again. Okay, just the 110.
All right, with one success, you succeed, and manage to deftly sort of stretch out your long arms and with disturbing ease reach out and grip not only your toes but past the sort of what's the top part of your foot called if the back is the ball?
The ball of your foot?
I'm pretty sure the ball's I guess the heel would be the heel. So yeah. You reach past the ball of your foot and sort of like put your fingers past it on your feet, and Conrad again appreciatively goes, "Oh!" when you sort of manage to stretch and touch your toes.
So that's like a foot longer than my arms are in relation to my own feet.
Although you're probably like stretching further than you can also. You know what I mean?
Okay. Ah, right.
So it's not just you're like monkey gripping your legs, you're like also in a crazy stretch, so couple inches.
I'm double freak is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's all freak all the time in here. And
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I sort of let my legs drop down, put my hands on the operating table to like brace myself. And I sort of lean over and look at the floor.
It seems an awfully long way down, but you know that's definitely just your brain playing tricks on you, and you're fairly confident if you support yourself on the table that you'll be able to get down on the ground and stand up, or at least that's the theory. But using it as a brace, it shouldn't be too hard.
Okay, I think about how strongly muscled and adeptly moving my legs were and try and get myself standing up.
All right, so you're thinking, I got this, easy, I am strong, I'm tough, and since your Dex Athletics was a success earlier, you were able to pop down off the table and stand on your own power. And do you sort of just keep your arms affixed to the table?
Maybe for a moment longer than a normal person would.
Yeah. So you sort of hold yourself steady for a second until you think that you can sort of gently lean back and release, and you feel your back muscles engage with the adeptness of a person who's been walking upright for 30 years or whatever versus literally 0 seconds. And they tense up and sort of pull your head up into a good postured standing position. Your arms sort of like sway off the table to behind you and are kind of positioned funny. You probably look a little bit gawky. And you sort of turn and look at the two watching you. But as you stand there, you feel all of your guts, now that you're standing up, kind of shift unpleasantly as the full weight of the device embedded in your chest that you have instead of a heart kind of settles against gravity now that you're standing on your own power and not propped up by anything. And you're like, whoa, if I wasn't strong, this thing would be heavy. This stainless steel sort of chamber contraption of tubes and wires and blood is definitely unwieldy, to say the least, although it doesn't seem like something that would actually handicap you, especially since you have to get used to it. But you're like, whoa, big machine. Okay.
Is it on my left side?
Yes. It's over where your heart would be, right? So is that...
Yeah. So I know that the lungs are above the heart, and I'm wondering what fucked up positioning is in Laszlo's body. But I don't know how well Laszlo knows anatomy.
It seems like your shit is shifted around a little bit. Partially because this thing is bigger than your heart, and I also almost said, like, it's not on one side of your body because it's also wide enough that it's almost, it's just off center. So it's pretty big. It's like a big square that goes like from that side to a little bit over your sternum. So it's like encroaching on your other pectoral, the plate, you know what I mean? But it kind of settles and you hear it like gurgle, and you feel more of your strange bile building at the back of your throat, but you're able to suppress it for now. And yeah, you're standing.
Does he have nipples left?
He's got one.
Okay.
Other one's
That's
gonzo. The other one's all covered up. He cut a big hole in his damn chest. And Conrad sort of steps over to the table and says, "Take it easy. I will help you dress if you would like. I mean, Nod goes around naked, but
yeah, he utters out a please.
Please." You sort of choke it out, and it's meant to be like, "Oh, please dress me." And it comes up more as, "Please!" Like, oh god. But
I'm fucking cold.
Yeah, he takes your meaning and sort of, you shrug off the big shroud, and he helps you pull on the shirt, which would fit absolutely perfectly if it were not for the big
this giant fucking
thing in your chest. So it kind of stretches over it. It's a nice stretchy shirt, and hangs a little bit over your midriff, or I mean it's like at your navel, I would say. So you have a little bit of belly button, but also you're Winnie the Poohing it right now, so it doesn't really matter where the shirt stops. And so he helps you pull your pants on.
Other manlet thing in his chest.
True. His is a lot more sleek.
Yes.
And centered. But essentially, the shirt's pretty easy, especially with Conrad's help, because really all you have to do is stick your arms in the air. But the pants are a lot harder, because you have to like balance, and he's trying to help you balance.
What about underwear?
You're just wearing sweats right now.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah. And so he's having to like pull them up for you while making sure that you're able to like support yourself and stick your leg through. And altogether, I would describe the process as somewhere between arduous and harrowing, but at the end of it all, you are standing up unsteadily, fully clothed, except for a sort of 2-inch gap from the top of your pants to the end of your shirt because of the fucked up thing in your chest. And he sort of sees that you're still unsteady and goes, and himself, rather than sending Nod, goes and gets you a wooden chair from a sort of corner of the room and sets it down and helps you into it. And
I exhale.
Yeah, it probably took a lot out of you to stand up that long, but you're able to sort of release now and release all the tension that's been building in you, and you feel all at once very strange and very normal, very unsettled and very, relaxed at the same time, because some of the sources of your discomfort have been taken away, others have only amplified. You don't really like the way that clothes feel on your skin, but it's better than being naked because you were cold. And altogether, this experience has just been sensations on sensations on sensations, and compared to the cold, dark nothing of the mirror, this is like fucking brutal. You're like, I need to go to sleep. This is insane. But you're still there. You're still alive. And I feel like there's probably like a consistent feeling like, alright, I feel like this has gotta be over soon. I'm definitely gonna die. Like, sort of just keel over and turn off soon. I'm sure of it, but it never comes. And yeah, you're still fucking kicking, man. You're alive.
Yeah, I feel like when I was in the mirror, I was wondering at what moment it would stop feeling like anxious anticipation, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of still feeling that and wondering when things will truly feel normal.
Right. You're like, once I get out of the mirror, which I'll say you sort of now are losing, you're having more like a fleeting memory of the mirror. You're like, what, did I wake up in there once, twice? How often did I talk to Conrad? I know his name, but I can't really remember what we spoke about. It's like someone deleted the channel where we had our chat logs together without telling me, so that I couldn't reread them before the session and remember what we talked about. And so it's all like a fading dream in the back of your head, as you realize that you're very much here to stay, and so is the anxiety. And essentially, if you had one need that you had to ask Conrad to meet for you right now, what do you think it would be? What is your sort of plea to him?
Bedroom?
Yeah.
I sort of fixated on that when Beatrice was talking about it.
Right.
Before the campaign, I sort of imagined it was like a nicely furnished tower top that I would be waking up in, not a fucking warehouse.
Hey, this ain't...
And I'd like, yeah. This is the 1960s.
Yeah. And Conrad's lab is definitely in a warehouse, and a quite drafty one. So you say, bedroom, sort of plaintively with your sort of dead fish tongue that you're only able to barely get the words around, although it's getting easier the more you sort of try. And he says, oh, of course. We will show you to your room. I have specifically taken all of Naughty's things and chew toys out of it and put them away, so the room is nice and clean for you, and I've washed the sheets, and you can sleep there, and it will be perfect. And he sort
I'm getting a fucking hand-me-down room.
Hey, man, space is tight, rent's high. And he says, what would the best way to do this be? Naughty, get the dolly. And he has Nod sort of lope over to a metal dolly in the corner and stick it under the legs of your chair and sort of tilt you back and just wheel you across the room while you sort of clutch the edges of the rickety chair that you're sitting in. And I'll say Nod is like 4.5 feet tall, maybe, if he stood completely straight up on his kind of weird legs. So he's like quite short, especially compared to you. But sitting down...
Do I feel his breathing on my hair?
No, I think his head is sort of low, and like he's almost like his arms are kind of above his head right now, holding onto this thing. So there's enough like material in the way that you can't feel his doggy baby breath.
Okay.
Were you going to not like that?
I'm just on the lookout for any sensations.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll say that you definitely feel the sort of chipped lacquer of the wood beneath your fingers as you're clinging on to this chair, and you feel the sort of slightly scratchy fabric of the t-shirt, and the much more cushy fabric of your sweats on your skin, and you smell a little bit of blood emanating from stain on the sweats. That seems to be kind of a splat spread out across one of the legs. and that is your first smell sensation is blood.
Classic.
Yeah. And they wheel you, Conrad occasionally sort of helping Nod get the dolly over like wires and shit on the ground. Across the room, sort of directly across from where Beatrice came in, and open a set of double doors, and rather than going outside, you're actually in like another room in the warehouse, although this one is not like warehouse-y. It's has like a normal size ceiling, and is like a little connecting hallway, and there's a couple of doors, so it's just like a little hub room with like two ways out. And they sort of they hang a close left and take you up just a very slight ramp incline, because this is sort of a industrial building for like carts and shit to be moving in, and turn and take you up into a little pseudo second story space, and open a door to your bedroom, which is carpeted in sort of slightly short and spare like industrial carpet, you know what I mean? Not plush. This place is a warehouse, and this was some kind of like storage room, although it's been cleaned out, and there's a little window that the moonlight is coming in through. And there is a bed, kind of like a twin bed. It's not especially big. It looks like it's more for a kid. With some...
I sleep in a twin bed.
Well, I know, but it's like a shorter twin bed even. Like it's more of a child-sized bed than... It looks like a big kid's bed is how I'll describe it.
Okay. Because I know mine, I'm like, if it was like a few inches shorter, my feet would not fit.
Yeah, so you're looking at probably like half a foot to a foot shorter than that. So Laszlo is not going to fit, period. Your legs will be hanging off. But aside from the very utilitarian carpet, it is kind of nicely furnished. There's like a sort of drapery hung up over the wall to mimic the idea that there would be a window behind them, like curtains, even though it's obvious that there's not a window there, because there's just kind of a slat window above the bed. A closet has been installed, like sort of a hang door closet over the a sort of indent in the corner of the room. And there's a small TV, round screen, cathode ray tube television on a little TV stand, little round table. Other than that, there's a nightstand with a lamp plugged in, sort of putting off a soft orangey glow. And there's pretty much nothing else in the room. It's just the bed, lamp, TV, and that's it, and a closet.
I think Laszlo might be one of the only people who, at first, thinks of daytime as inactive time.
Yeah, I mean, in your head, you sort of know both things to be true of, like, right now it's nighttime and the sun is going to be coming up and I need to go to sleep because I'm tired. People are supposed to sleep during the day, but lots of people sleep, or people are supposed to sleep at night, but lots of people sleep during the day or something. You like kind of can't really separate how Laszlo thinks about the day and how Conrad thinks about it in your head right now.
Right.
And you're kind of like, anyway, I don't know really when I'm supposed to sleep, but I'm guessing now.
I think
there's a bed.
My higher level thought is, if it's day and there's a problem, can I be helped by my vampire? But I don't know if Laszlo can form those thoughts just yet.
Yeah, so you have a vague anxiety about what if you wake up in the daytime, because you're pretty sure Conrad only operates at night, but you don't really know what to do about that yet, maybe. And he says, Do you want anything? Like a glass of water or something?
Water.
Yes, perfect. Okay, well, I will go get you one from the kitchen. And he whooshes down the hallway very quickly. This guy seems quite fleet of foot. And leaves Nod with you, who sort of looks you up and down and then helps you out of the chair and sort of pulls you over, not roughly, but just sort of like kind of insistently drags you over to sit on the bed.
I'll try to sit on the bed.
It's pretty easy to sort of transfer your momentum and stumble and land on the bed at least, and flip yourself around in a rough half-sitting, half-laying position on the little bed. And Nod sort of looks at you and pulls the chair off of the dolly, which falls down with a clang, and then sort of pushes the chair up in the corner and looks at it appreciatively, like, look, I decorated the room. And then he goes and moves the dolly and also puts it up against a wall and sizes it up like, look, I decorated the room. So in case you need to be wheeled around, you have everything here still. And he sort of looks at you and flicks his tongue out of his mouth, as he tends to do, and gives a big yawn where you can see just how strange and mismatched the sort of bottom part of his jaw is compared to the top half of his head.
Right.
And then finishes the
Where's
yawn.
the split then? At his nose?
No, he has the top lip and, like, milk teeth of a toddler. And so the split...
That's even worse.
Yeah, it's like his jawbone is, like, where the fusion occurs. No, I'm proud of Nod. I fucking love him.
Yeah, I'm happy I'm not that as inhuman as I am.
No. And he's not even a fucking Promethean. He's got his own weird shit going on. And so he just sort of looks up at you and then waddles over to the closet and opens it up, and you can see that he's made a little makeshift doggy bed in the closet for himself.
Is it a walk-in closet?
It's like kind of. It's smallish though, so he's just made a little pile on the ground. It's not like another room. You get it.
The closet in my room is like, it used to have a pair of sliding doors. It doesn't anymore. It basically never did, but it's like a foot or two inset.
Yeah, it's like that. It's, like 2 feet. And he has a little pile of soft-looking stuff and, like, dog toys in there. And he sort of gestures to it like, this is where I sleep. And then looks at your little bed.
Nod.
Yeah. And you do so. You nod, and he nods his head too, vigorously. Like, yeah, that's my name. That's where I got it from. That's why they call me that. And he sort of does it happily, like bobbing his little dog neck up and down on his man's chest.
He's a pro at nodding.
Yeah, no, he's very good. And baby Nod for yes looks at you and comes over and sits on the ground near you just as Lord Conrad comes in with a nice, crispy, cold glass of water and holds it up to you and says, drinking may be a bit of a challenge for you, but I'm confident that you can figure it out.
This fucker hasn't drunk in, like, ages, has he?
Well, and yet he does it every night, right?
Yeah.
So, yes and no.
I'll
But
reach my hand out and sort of clumsily grasp this glass.
it's a little bit difficult, but Conrad guiding you and the fact that the glass is kind of cold and like shocks your muscles into squeezing it properly helps you sort of get it, and with his help you raise it trembling to your lips. And
I'll only take a little.
okay, and since you're just taking a little sip, I won't have you roll. There's
I'll maybe like swish it around in my mouth before any sort of swallowing.
You make the decision to sort of coat your gums in it, and you notice as you swish it around that the water goes from basically very clean and pure tasting to almost a little bit sugary as it sort of finds the micro cuts and nooks and crannies in your teeth and pulls away little strands of your blood from your flesh, and sort of
It's
cleans.
weird having viscous blood.
Yeah, sugary, sweet, perfumed funerary honey in your mouth. And so, yeah, it exchanges a little bit with the water and cleans your cuts. And then you swallow without too much incident, because you just take it a little bit at a time, and he sort of helps you, and a little bit spills over your chin, and he cleans it up. And he says, "Oh, there you go. It's so good. Oh, water. Yes, I remember water. Nom, 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 like the sea." And it doesn't taste anything like the ocean, you're sure. There's no way. And you get it down into your stomach. When you can feel something kind of strange happen, and you have just a brief flash of, like, internal self-knowledge where you're like, this thing kind of went into my stomach and then, like, got destroyed somehow. It's supposed to sit there, and it definitely just got, like, sucked away and, like, fucking evaporated, eviscerated. It's gone. Like, you consume it, and it's instantly processed. And it
I
strikes you
get a
as a
weird
little
look
weird.
in my eyes.
Oh, is it not to your liking?
Uh,
All right. Well,
digestion weird.
I was gonna be satisfied with, but you sort of are like, digest my stomach. It's weird. And he says, "Well, I'm sure you will feel better in the morning. Maybe I'll leave this here on the nightstand, and you can go to sleep for a little bit. I need to think about some stuff. Can I help you drink more, or is it too weird?"
Abstractly weird is what goes through my head, but I'm like,
All right.
one more glass is what I say.
Do you want to finish this one, or?
Oh, yeah, I'll finish this one.
Oh, okay. So he helps you sort of choke down the rest of the glass, and it similarly is evaporated and whisked into its component parts when you finish consuming it. But overall, it goes down pretty smooth, and the front of your shirt is a little bit wet, but this shirt's kind of fucked up anyway. It's all stretched out now. And afterwards, he kind of sets the glass with just a little water left in it on the nightstand and helps you lay in the bed. And you can tell, like, if you want all of your body in this bed, you will have to be in the fetal position. And essentially, very quickly, your whole body is heavy, heavy, heavy with tiredness and complete exhaustion. And
Any sort of thoughts of maybe I want a book are overwritten by I'm fucking tired.
yeah. And the last choice that he has you make is, do you want the light on or off?
Dim?
No, it's a lamp. It's like on or off. I'll maybe Noddy, do you have a nightlight or something? We'll find a little one. And as Lord Conrad sort of shuffles off to find a nightlight for you, Nod sort of pulls your blanket off of your bed beneath you and sort of wiggles it around, flaps it so that you're able to wriggle under your blanket and sort of curl up in a big spindly ball. And yeah, there you can feel little threads of cotton and stuff sticking to your exposed muscles. But it doesn't like hurt. It just feels kind of funny. And otherwise you're sort of getting fairly swaddled up and cozy, and he comes back in quietly and plugs in a little bare bulb nightlight into the wall outlet and turns off the light, and it just has a soft sort of yellow glow in the corner of the room now. And he says, "Well, I'm going to leave you now, my son. I need to clean up your afterbirth all over the lab. So if you need anything, just scream very loud and I will hear it. But besides that, you will have Noddy to keep you company. He is going to sleep in the closet. Okay. Good night, my son."
I'll try and choke out a good night.
Good night. And the man thing that you are sort of shuts its eyes, and you can hear Nod sort of voot, 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 stump over to the closet, and then you hear some weird, like, ratcheting noises, like something mechanical being fucked with. Do you, like, look at him or just let him do his thing?
I'll look.
You open your eyes in the darkness, and you can see him using a little wrench to take his legs off, like, at the knee. So he sort of has his little mechanical waist and, like, a little bit of a thigh sort of set up, and then his, like, long, like, lower leg components, like, pop off so that he can lay more comfortably in the little dog bed. And then he, like, looks at you and sort of pulls the closet door shut a little bit with his man hand. And after that, you are quickly whisked off to sleep.
Right. Intermission time. I have some things I need to do.
Sure.
Alright, maybe like, hopefully 5.
Okay, cool.
Sounds good.
I'm not going to pause the recording. I'll just leave a big blank spot to edit out because I don't want to have to stitch them together. That was a fucking marathon. Next day, he's going to be able to talk, so I won't have to fucking talk.
Hey, it was good, though.
Yeah.
Set the scene very well.
Thanks. I didn't really know exactly how the whole, like, interaction would play out, but I had the beginning pretty set up, so.
Nice. Yeah, no, it definitely felt a little more personal that way.
Yeah.
He was able to kind of direct where it's going.
Yeah. I think it was suitably sort of strange and horrific. I really...
The fucking dog baby is insane, man.
I love Nod. He's sick. He's my favorite. Yeah. It's funny because, Gabe, you probably didn't hear the beginning of Nod getting introduced, so it was probably very jarring to be like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Yeah.
But there he is.
You're all his man hand. Well, what?
Yeah. No, I've...
As opposed to a...
Yeah. I've had Conrad and Nod in my head for a long time now.
It was funny because you were like, yeah, his baby eyes with his baby head. And then you were like, his man hand. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I was thinking like, oh, so he's like a a baby and a man, and then you were like, and his dog neck. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess he's just...
He's all fucked up. And his robot legs. Maybe you can't forget them.
Yeah.
No, yeah. He killed the dog shit out of Janine Anthony, too.
Nice.
Because the part that you missed was basically Laszlo is made out of 4 people, and he played through each of those people getting murdered.
Oh, wow.
And one part was Janine Anthony, who is significant, Nick, because she's a NPC from the superhero game. And I like to just reuse names and stuff. But anyway, she was babysitting a little girl and got murdered trying to get her ice cream. By Nod.
So Nod killed a bunch of people for the purpose of making Laszlo?
Nod and Conrad killed 4 people to make Laszlo, yeah.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I think I really like my bright-eyed optimism towards how Laszlo's creation in life would be toward countering against the crushing reality.
Yeah, it happens. But I think that there are worse people to have as your parent, at least. I like Conrad. I hope that comes through. That he's not such a bad guy. At least not to you. But anyway. Yeah, so I think I will say that you do dream. And
Okay, give me a bit longer.
oh, sure.
All right,
Okay.
go.
So you do dream, but your dreams are very ropey and slippery and hard to really get a hold on. A lot of sensory impressions, your body and brain sort of processing the events of the hour that you were awake, basically. Trying to nail down what's going on. A lot of very deep physical body dreams. But at a certain point, a kind of light cuts through it, and you are that light, and you're sort of cutting through the dense web of somatic impressions formed by your weird, shitty body. And this light is not a soul, but if it was, it would be your soul. And it is your being, your energy, your selfness. And it's pushing up and through the sort of broken rack of impressions provided by your body into your brain. And it's probing into the deep dark of the external mind universe around you as you sleep, and you're pushing out of yourself, and you're looking for something, and you don't know what, and you're trying to find a way to contact to whatever this is that's pushing out like a bolt of lightning and flowing and looking for a place to land, to ground, and it can't find anything. It's just stretching off into the darkness forever. And eventually it circles back around, and you find yourself floating in the void, and the lightning goes back inside, and you are yourself again. And you realize that your primary goal, everything has to start with you knowing yourself before you can know anything else. And you feel something shift, and something, changes indelibly in your body, shifts very perceptively. There's a click, a change, a bubble, and your body sets itself in a new configuration, and you burp very loudly and dribble a glob of honey blood onto your pillow and wake yourself up.
I refine lead.
Yeah, you have found the refinement of lead. And yeah, so that is something to be on the lookout for. Okay, I'm looking at your transmutations. Untrained penalties for all social skills reduced to 0. Shielding pod, humor electrolysis, pyros branding. Hell yeah, you got all kinds of shit going on. So keep in mind your transmutations. And did we ever set a roll for you?
Let me check. No.
Okay. Also remember that anything having to do with using your blood engine gets 9 again.
What?
Anything,
9 again. Okay.
Yeah. On your thingy. Alright, cool. Then, yeah, you wake up, you feel more secure in your body than you did the entirety of last night. You sort of instinctively reach up to wipe your face and realize that you did something instinctively without having to go, okay, body, wipe my mouth. It just happens, and it feels like it's your arm, which is quite startling, but altogether, whatever shifted in your body in the furnace that you now know is in your guts, in addition to this engine in your chest, whatever changed has made it a lot easier to sort of control your limbs and to physically move. The process of knowing yourself better has already begun.
I raise my arm to my face and wiggle the fingers.
It's pretty much effortless. There's maybe a slight drag from wanting to do it to doing it, a little bit of a delay, but the more you think about it, the worse it kind of gets, so you let it be automatic, and it's automatic, you know what I mean? And what I will also say is I want you to add that capturing the image of where you were born to your aspirations.
Oh, I already did that.
Okay, cool. Can we think of a third aspiration?
It may be a little too early for that.
Okay, sounds good. Then you sort of, maybe stir, sit up, or just lay there. What do you think? You hanging out, or are you checking out your body more?
I'll sit up. I'm curious what time of day it is.
It appears to be early evening, but you're basing that mostly on how much sunlight is in the room, which is to say there's a little bit of sunlight.
Okay. I think that I have a bit of time before Conrad is awake.
Yeah, I guess you intrinsically also know that it's the end of fall, which means that it's probably more like late afternoon with this amount of sunlight, but same deal, sun is kind of going down.
Okay.
But yes, you should have the run of the place for at least an hour and a half or so. You're impressed by how quickly those thoughts are coming together, is what I'll say.
I sort of laugh a little bit. I'm freer than this dude that made me, in a sense.
Yeah, you are not bound to the arbitrary day-night cycle for your activity. It does seem like you slept a lot, though, although it's not surprising given the ordeal that you underwent and how damaged your body was by your creation process.
Yeah, I was born in like the middle of the night instead
Yeah.
of like towards the end of the night.
Yeah, and you got all fucked up being born, so your body had to sort of get all fixed back up.
How much else of my body do I feel is intrinsically mine now?
I would say the only thing that feels a little bit like alien still is the engine protruding out of your chest. Overall, it's pretty seamless to like look around and stuff. Maybe if someone were to observe you, they would say that you were like unusually still, where a human might sort of idly like wiggle their foot laying in bed, or you know, something like that. Like every motion that you're making is still kind of deliberate. It is also smooth though.
I think that feels very comforting, that the only thing that feels abnormal is this giant hunk of metal.
Yeah, and so you're kind of trying to decide what's supposed to be normal about you anyway, you know? And you're like, maybe that's never going to be normal. Maybe it is. I can't really tell. And that reminds you that you looked very fucked up last night.
I sort of maybe apprehensively try and find one of my seam lines and pull back the sleeve of my shirt to see.
You look at where your elbow, you know, where your bicep meets your forearm, that elbow crease, and you get a weird double vision for a second. And what I'll say is, because you're in the refinement of lead, there's an awareness in your mind that comes from somewhere deeper than your sort of latent dreamlike memories of objects and places and what they sort of dictionary mean to you. There's a more bone deep emotional understanding that there's a top image that you're seeing of a basically smooth arm with some kind of spiny black suture sticking out on the line, but no like exposed flesh at all, like a closed arm. And you can see that that's how you would appear to anyone else besides yourself. And then you can see through that illusory projection to like a slightly less damaged version of what you were looking at last night. It looks like your skin has sort of expanded back to giving you maybe like a quarter to a half of an inch gap at all of your seams, where you can still see some like weird exposed muscle, but overall you don't look as horrible to you as you did last night, and you look a lot better to anyone else.
I sort of put my arm back down and sit in the bed, thinking that, I thought I would be normal, but I have some sort of magic? That's weird.
Yeah, there does seem to be some kind of localized psychic field around you that you're not really able to perceive, but you're just categorically aware of, you know what I mean? And essentially you're sort of sitting there and thinking about, how could this be? Does it come from the thing in my chest? What
about the thing in my gut?
Yeah, is this
like
a Laszlo thing, or is this a Conrad thing? Is this something he wanted for me, but I can't ask him?
Is there a difference? Can I ever know?
Yeah, but he's asleep, I'm awake, and in this moment, you are apart from your creator, and you can feel a great gulf in both intention, functionality, and lifestyle between yourself and Lord Conrad. And for the first time, you conceptualize yourself as separate from him. He has held you, fed you water, you know, dreamed you up in his mind and embodied you in flesh. And now he's asleep somewhere and you're not. you exist without his consent, if that makes sense, for the first time, without his
I
supervision.
sort of think, isn't that what he would want, though?
Yeah, and I think you're probably able to compartmentalize the thought in a way where it's like, it's not a bad thing, it's just, I am my own person, you know, indelibly.
He wanted to make a person.
He did do that shit. You are him. And having
Alright.
said that, one of his other people strides in the door. Voot, 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 voot. And Baby Nod looks up at you and sees that you are awake and goes, "Ha!"
I'll say hello and sort of think on, is this going to be a strain in words or not?
You sort of go and like cough before you're able to speak, and then you say, hello? Probably more quizzically than you would have intended, but you seem to have quite a bit more command of speech than you did last night. Your throat's like sore and it feels weird, but you're not like choking on your tongue anymore. And he looks up at you like, I didn't know you'd be able to talk. Good for you.
Now, I wanted to look around the room, so I guess I'll just do that.
Okay. It's pretty much exactly the same as it was last night, except Nod's bed is kind of like spilled out a little bit onto the industrial carpet of the room, and sunlight is shining through the slat window above you rather than moonlight. Other than that, the room is sort of stuffy now, a little bit warmer certainly than it was last night, and you notice that there's a little radiator going in the corner that you like didn't notice last night. It was kind of just tucked away near the TV.
What objects are in here apart from that? Any like stands or something?
TV stand,
Just
nightstand, lamp, curtains,
the chair and the dolly.
and the bed and the nightlight.
Okay.
Is
Is the nightlight still on?
Yeah.
I'll go and turn it off.
All right. Do you want to get out of bed?
Yes.
You sort of fluidly sling yourself over the bed and come out, and it looks like you kept your kind of cramped fetal position all night, but it was surprisingly comfortable compared to the stuffy standing closet of non-existence and the cold fucking steel of the operating table. So you're able to sort of stand up, get out of your comfy little bed, and pull the nightlight out of its socket. And as you do, I'll say there's a spark, a little white-blue spark, when you pull it out of the outlet, and for a second your body sort of gets excited and craves that spark somehow for a moment.
Yeah. I was thinking about that too.
Yeah.
I'm sort of made of that somehow, in a way that a normal human would not be.
Yeah. You think, well, I know humans are powered by electricity after a fashion. That knowledge is in my brain. But you can feel that on a much deeper, more visceral, active, moment-to-moment level, you've got a lot of electricity moving through your body. Powering your machine, you know, other things that you might not quite understand yet, but you can feel a big sort of coiled snake of living electricity zapping through your every move. Again, thanks
Stick
to
my
your...
tongue on a 9-volt battery.
Yeah, I don't know if you have one of those, but that'll be a fun experiment.
I guess I'll look at Nod and say, book? And that doesn't get through like pantomime with my hands, sort of a open and close motion.
So you want him to bring you a book?
Yes.
Okay. He goes to his little nook, his little bed area, and he sort of tosses out a little rope chew toy, a little baby blanket, and a sort of squeaky toy that disturbingly is a squeaky toy that looks a lot like a severed human arm. Like forearm and hand, and like little plastic painted viscera. And he sort of flops that on the ground, and digs in until he finds a C-Spot Run book, and a little dog-eared copy of Let's See If Charlotte's Web was published.
It's like, what the hell exists in 1967?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 1952.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Yeah, so he's got Charlotte's Web and, you know, C-Spot Run, Dick and Jane, Baby Reader. And he hands them to you, sort of proudly, like, yep, I've got books.
I'll sort of flip through the C-Spot Run and decide whether I'm above it or not.
What it teaches you is that you are definitely able to read those 10 words in the book. No problem.
Alright, I'll put it down and get to the much higher level book that is Charlotte's Web.
You begin reading it. Let's see what the first words of Charlotte's Web are. Let's see if they're somehow pertinent. I bet they'll be about pigs. And not pertinent at all. Charlotte's Web.
Boring ass words. I imagine what the takeaway will be is that instead of deep revelations, it's just the children's story.
This is the first page. You're able to read it pretty easily. You have to sort of like, you don't have to sound anything out. It actually has more to do with getting your eyes to focus and track along and read it properly, instead of just like your brain going, I know that word, and skipping it, and you have to sort of like register it. Charlotte's Web, Chapter 1, Before Breakfast. Where's Papa going with that axe? Said Fern to her mother as they were setting the table for breakfast. Out to the hog house, replied Mrs. Arabelle. Some pigs were born last night. I don't see why he needs an axe, continued Fern, who was only 8. Well, said her mother, one of the pigs is a runt. It's very small and weak, and it will never amount to anything. So your father has decided to do away with it. Do away with it, shrieked Fern. You mean kill it, just because it's smaller than the others? Mrs. Arabelle put a pitcher of cream on the table. Don't yell, Fern, she said. Your father is right. The pig would probably die anyway. And, that's what you read of it before deciding, well, this book is nasty. And actually, you know what? Dad killing stuff, this is relevant.
You're so right.
Yeah. And so you read, a little bit about Charlotte Arabelle trying to keep her dad from killing the runt of the litter. Messily with an axe before breakfast. What a psycho. And put the book down and go, well, I can read that. It wasn't pleasant, but I can.
I'll think Nod and hand him back the books.
He nods and sort of points at Charlotte's Web and points at you and like nods and is like, wow, you can read that.
I'll smugly smile. Yeah, I can read that.
He
More so to myself than to...
Yeah. He picks up See Spot Run and opens it's like a cardboard book, and it's all finger stained by his greasy man fingers, and he puts one of his yellowed cigarette smoker fingernails on it, and he goes, See Spot Run. See Spot Run. And he like looks at you proudly like, I can read this one.
I'm like, fuck, that's more words than I've strung together.
He's better at talking than you. Nah. Not today. Yesterday, yeah, Nod had you beat.
Yeah, I'll see Spot Run.
He nods and he's like, good, you can read this one too. Very adept. And he sort of starts picking up his baby blanket and his books and takes them over to his corner, sort of stepping over the gruesome chew toy of a man's arm, and starts kind of cleaning up his little area. Where are you headed next? What's on the docket? Also, how much longer do we want to go?
I'm fine for however long.
All right, we'll get through some more scenes. Yeah. What's your plan? What you doing?
Huh. I sort of look around the room again. No clothes in the closet.
No. It looks like this is pretty much. I mean, it was just Nod's room. And so it looks like it's mostly his crap in there.
I'm sort of scared to go outside this room because I don't fully trust Nod to be able to take on whatever horrors lurk outside what I know.
I see. What I will say is, you think around this time of being awake that a person would probably want to eat breakfast, but you don't like feel hungry, and you hardly feel thirsty either at all. So if need be, you feel like you could sit in this room until someone comes to retrieve you, but you also have the run of the place. Do you want to like help Nod clean up or anything, or like mess with the TV?
I'll sort of think to the weird flame in my stomach and wonder if I can parse out any feelings of hunger from it instead of from my human parts.
Let's see. You feel all kinds of different little gully works inside of you. You feel a sort of hard, protected little gland somewhere in your abdomen. You feel, this forge source that seems to be responsible for destroying the things that you drink at this point. And it seems like its hunger is your hunger, is what I'll say. It's not so much a separate entity as the way that you're sort of conceptualizing it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
what
You got to
learn.
check on those things.
Totally. Is this magical thing in me or is me? What's going on?
I guess no time like the present. Let's see this TV.
All right.
I think I'll if there are buttons and labels on the buttons, I'll take in all of them.
You read a label over a sort of switch that says power, and then there's a knob. There's two knobs. One says channel, and the other says volume. And there's no remote. And it has two big bunny ear antennas on it.
All right. I'll turn on the TV.
Click. You feel a sort of reversal of magnets and a big wave of static that sort of makes the downy hairs on your arm stand up as you touch it, and the tingle as your sort of internal electricity responds to the electricity of this device. And a white dot appears in the center of the TV that quickly spreads out to... I'm going to go ahead and say this TV is black and white, no matter if color television has been invented or not. All right, in 1968, primetime networks are using 90% color. But in 1960, 2% of U.S. households owned color TVs, and in 1970, half of them owned color TVs.
Okay, so
which is to
is
say,
he keeping out on me is the question.
Yes, that Conrad has not gotten Naughty the latest and greatest color television for his bedroom. This is a shitty black and white CRT TV from at least 15 years ago. And on its sort of bubbled surface, you can see a man, and he is sort of walking on a floor. It's clearly like a set. There's a kitchen countertop, it looks like. Again, you're getting a lot of those like flashcard impressions of what you're seeing, otherwise it would be totally unintelligible to you. For a second you're like, oh, little man in the TV, and then you're like, no, that's not how it works. I know how it works. And you see him sort of move around, and the depth surprises you. Like, in your head you're like, it would be like a flat thing, but he can move any direction he wants inside of there. And he's saying some stuff, but you can't hear him, but you can see his mouth moving, and they cut to a close-up. And he's gesturing to a device that your brain supplies is a blender.
I look down at the bulge in my shirt.
Yeah. And thinking about your own blood blender, you watch this guy sort of silently mouth things like incredible value and it does it all. And it occurs to you that this man appears to be selling a blender.
I'll look back at the dials and see if my brain knows what they do.
Yeah, you know, volume does volume and channel does channel.
Okay, I will change the volume just a little.
His voice begins to kind of come through the tinny speakers, and he is, in fact, trying to sell you a blender. Call now, place your order, it'll be shipped to your door in no more than 3 weeks, guaranteed, anywhere in the United States. And you sort of know what all of these things mean, but again, have very little attachment to them conceptually. And you
I'm not patriotic.
Yeah, nah. And you, I mean, your dad's Hungarian, so, you know. And you sit there sort of just watching the infomercial sort of mouth agape until it ends and the Dick Van Dyke Show comes on, because why not? Which would be heavily rerunning by that point. And yeah, what else do you have going on?
Let's see what this Dick Van Dyke Show is. Do I see a title card, or is it just in the middle of an episode?
It's just in the... I think it probably is like... It came back from commercial break, and it's like, in the middle of something. And he's getting up to something wacky.
I'll sort of take it all in.
Yeah. You're like, wow, this guy has a nice house. It's a lot nicer than my room.
I was hoping I would get a nicer room.
Yeah. You can work on that. You know, maybe your erstwhile sister was right that your dad might not be the most fantastic dad, ever to walk the earth. But hey, you got a TV, and Nod sort of pulls up a piece of carpet next to you and sits and watches the Dick Van Dyke Show with you. Do you guys just...
I guess I'm just gonna watch TV.
Alright, you just watch TV until something happens. That is
American time.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess when the episode ends, I'm like, oh, I can look out the window, can't I?
Yeah, if you stand on the bed, it will be pretty easy to use your long arms to be able to peek up over the sill of the window and see out there.
I'll do it.
All right. Now I'm just looking at fucking images of old ass, scary ass man Dick Van Dyke, bro. Look at this fucking guy, dude.
Yeah, I did Dick Van Dyke and his old guy, Dick Van Dyke, and I did the Dick Van Dyke Show.
God.
And that got me what I wanted.
The motherfucking... He literally looks like a dead person. It's awesome. Fucking A. Dick Van Dyke, not afraid of death, : I could go any day. Yeah, man. I don't think I would be fucking afraid either. I'd be like, let's go. Anyway. You stand up and you stick your head out the window just in time to sort of catch what is actually a gorgeous and probably very moving sunset, as you watch our own burning sphere of fire sort of retreat down over the horizon, coloring the sky, all shades of pink and orange, and a beautiful striation all the way down, and you've never seen anything like it before. And go ahead and take 2 beats, one for seeing the sunset for the first time and one for this session. So get some practice filling in beats.
Do you want to... You said something about doing a Google Doc for those?
You can do them on your sheet for now. I want to do a Google Doc like when we all start and are doing the sessions collectively, I think.
That sounds good.
Yeah, and that'll be more for you, Pyros and Willpower, or for Vitae and Willpower, but overall, we'll have a place for stuff like that.
Alright. Is the sunset over quickly, or am I basking it a little longer?
You get a chance to sort of enjoy it for a little while, 5 minutes, and you're also looking out at the buildings that surround it, because you're kind of roughly on the second story now in this room, because it had a little incline that you went up, and you see out of the sort of warehouse window, and it looks like you were on a big asphalt strip, and there is other large sort of hangar-esque warehouses all around you, in sort of a grid pattern, and there's cranes and stuff in the distance, a lot of cranes in the far distance, and what almost looks like a rail yard. So it appears that you are in a warehouse in the sort of heart of a warehouse district, or some kind of industrial area. And you can only...
I'll sort of think
Go ahead.
myself that Lord Conrad has not seen this in quite some time and cannot see this.
Yeah, so you probably know more innately about vampires than the average person because you were dreamed up by a vampire, so you innately know, oh yeah, dude is not looking at the sunset like me, and that sort of fills you with a weird sense of hope. Already you're, as we discussed, privy to things that your creator can only imagine. And all at once, there's an intense feeling in your stomach, in the pit of your self, your center, as something reacts to this thought, this aspirational idea of like, I'm already more than I was intended to be, maybe, or something. I don't know. What am I? What was I intended to be? And you don't quite alight on what that concept is pushing you towards, but you are indelibly changed by this experience nonetheless, I'll say. And then you sort of watch over the edges of your knuckles hanging on to the windowsill as the light fades and darkness covers the warehouse district. And yeah, what's up? It's dark now.
I think to myself it'll be a while before the stars come out,
True.
and maybe I'll look back at it again when that happens.
And you sort of get yourself down and sit back on the bed, and Nod looks at you like he doesn't quite understand what exactly you wanted there. What you were looking at. He's not tall enough to get up there, so he hasn't seen that view specifically, but, he's been around the block.
I'll talk to him about this experience. You know the sun?
He nods.
I got to see the sun set, and Lord Conrad, he can't see that because he's a vampire. So I got to see something that our big guy cannot.
He pants happily at this information and picks up his severed arm squeaky toy and throws it up in the air and catches it, and then sort of flicks it at you like he means for you to play with him.
Alright. I'll sort of awkwardly grab this severed hand.
Okay, you pick it up off the bed where he tossed it, and as you grab it, the strangest thing happens. Its plasticky surface begins to sort of heat up and melt in your hand. And at first you're like, what the fuck? Is this like made of wax or something? Like, what is this? And then it wriggles in your grasp and solidifies and is just a real ass severed hand.
Oh, fuck.
Do you hang on to it or drop it?
I'll probably let go of it.
Okay.
And then maybe gingerly pick it back up from the middle.
When you drop it onto the bed, it lands and then it picks itself up, standing on its fingers, and skitters out of the room, sort of hopping every couple of seconds. And it's gone.
I'm beside myself.
Just fucking losing it. Nod also is freaking the fuck out. He sort of slaps his belly and starts going, yeah, it's like that, but with a whole ass forearm attached to it.
Yeah. That's even more terrifying because it's got to have more muscles to carry around that whole thing.
Yeah. And Nod is slapping his belly and going, and like screaming his fucking head off with you. And then after like 10 seconds of you two just sort of like going like, oh my god, Conrad sort of whooshes into the room and says, what is it, my sons, what?
I saw the sunset and your hand ran away.
So why are you screaming? Which one? Oh, you can talk now.
Yes, I'm screaming at the hand thing. That was scary. Or weird. I
Oh,
don't know how I feel about that.
okay. Well, I'm sure there's a perfectly logical explanation. So, I don't know. Do you want some eggs or something?
Gramble?
Sure, whatever you want.
Okay. I'll turn off Dick Van Dyke.
Okay. He says, "Oh, Dick Van Dyke. He's a funny guy."
Yeah.
Anyway, Naughty, clean up all this crap. We're going downstairs. Can you walk now, or... Oh, yes. No, you turned off Dick Van Dyke, you said. Okay. Anyway. And he sort of makes sure that you're not going to fall over on your face, but seems impressed by how steadily you're sort of walking, although sometimes you have a little muscle spasm and you kind of walk funny-ish. But overall, yeah, you seem to be in decent control of your body. And
I'll sort of chat him up about my experience. Yesterday, when I was born, it felt like my brain was me and my body was like something else attached to me. But now it feels like this is my arm. I wave my arm around.
well, that's very good. I'm glad
Yeah.
that it all took, because no, for a minute there it looked like your body was something attached to your brain. You were all fucked up, but now you're like, your whole body is way more smooth and close to the ways that I made you than it was all scary.
Oh, there's something about that. When I look at the seam, it feels like I can see two images. Something in my body can like make people think I look nicer than I actually do.
That's very strange. We are going to have to do some tests, because you are supposed to be like my perfect little human boy. And so you being some kind of something else with a psychic field is slightly worrying, because I specifically requested that you be a human boy. So, little weird. But we
And
will work around it.
when I drank water, I gave you a weird look. You remember that?
No, but go on.
Instead of digesting it, it felt like something in me incinerated it and broke it up into its component parts instantly.
You're very erudite. You speak so well. It's amazing.
Well,
Last
I have
night
the
you were
good
like,
brain.
I see. So you are like, you got a lot up there already.
Yeah, it's like you gave me a vocabulary.
Right, I did work very hard on all of your basal concepts. I said, we had Noddy, and he was always pissing, and so we had to cut his legs off. So I said, we need to get right around that and get you potty trained from the start. So it seems to be working, because you haven't had to piss or shit at all.
Oh, well, I may not digest things in the same way as a human, as I just said.
Oh,
I don't know how that will work.
so you are not a human. What are you?
Not a human.
Okay. Well, like I said, that maybe is suggesting to me that the experiment was not perfect, but that's okay. Let's get you some eggs. We will talk about this later.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, let's get to breakfast.
and
No more
he
thoughts.
takes you down to the kitchen, which is down that initial hallway, and through another set of doors. There's a kind of like combined kitchen dining space, And so you're seeing that this like secondary part of the warehouse seems to have been converted into basically just a house. So he's got his big lab area hooked up to the house, and then who knows what coming off of the lab area. And there's a little kitchenette with a backstop, and everything is very, very, very clean. It looks like this place is rarely used. And there's like a plate with some like food scraps and mess on it already that you take to be sort of what Nod must have eaten for breakfast. And Conrad sort of starts busying himself preparing you toast. Takes some white Wonder Bread out of a package and puts it in the toaster, and gets a little pat of butter ready, and puts some more butter in a pan and starts cooking eggs. And he says, I hate cooking. Food smells very disgusting to me. So if it's not very good, I'm sorry. You will have to learn how to do it yourself sometime soon.
Right. You only eat blood. That's...
Yes, I drink it every day if I can get it, and it is all I need and all I want. But
So you can't drink water?
Nope, I cannot. Only blood. But you seem quite adept at drinking water, so we will hope that these eggs will treat you better than they will treat me. And before too long, he has fried you up some passable, if a bit like overdone, not runny, looking sunny side up eggs, and he sets the little pot lid. That
I said scrambled.
Oh, yes, let me, And he sort of chops them up in the pan, and, like, they're even more overdone. And so you sort of have, like, egg chunks coming to you on a plate. And he says, do you want some ketchup or something? Noddy goes crazy for it.
I'll try with that first.
Okay. And he sets it down, and he says, oh, yes, a fork. The baby does not use a fork, typically. He uses his big hands. And he goes and gets you a fork and another glass of water and sets the eggs down in front of you, and then your toast pops up, and he grabs it, butters it, and sets it down, and then just sort of sits across from you expectantly, and you can see behind him a larger sort of window looking out, similar view into the now dusk darkness of the industrial district.
I'll take a bite of toast.
It is absolutely 100% toast. The first thing that you have eaten is buttered Wonder Bread. Congratulations. And it's pretty satisfying, you know, it chews up into almost nothing. You could probably shove an entire piece of toast in your mouth and shove it all in one cheek.
I'll eat the first one normally, and then, I'll eat a few bites of the first one, set it down, and then shove the second one in fully. Just because I can.
You enjoy the different ways in which you can consume food, and it seems to be very palatable to you. You eat it normally and swallow it, and you feel that same kind of deconstitution burning up inside your stomach, although it doesn't disturb you as much this time. It feels like, okay, well, that's just what it does, and that's fine, you know?
I'll finish my food before conversing.
All right, you sort of greedily eat your plate of eggs. It was 3 eggs. You can tell that they're not very good, but your comparison food is buttered white bread, so you're like, it's all fine. And you scarf it all down, and then you're just staring at Lord Conrad, who is a sort of, I'll describe him properly now. Let's see. He's like in his late 30s, but still has like a apparently, in his late 30s. But has a sort of fairly youthful looking face still. Slicked back, kind of longish black hair. Not like crazy long and pretty like tight to his head, but if it was looser, it would be a little longer looking. Kind of a hawkish nose. And you see now in the light a sort of light, but extant mustache over his whole upper lip. Fairly severe eyebrows, but a kind of open face as he watches you sort of with genuine joy eat your food, and glittering black eyes. And he is very pale, and you've gained some color, a sort of slightly odd pinkish tone to your skin now that you have blood in you, but he is very, very pale. But other than that, he has a very smooth, if old-fashioned kind of looking face. But he sort of blends in to the background in a certain way. Kind of unremarkable despite everything I've described.
I guess back to the hand. It was like I roll up my sleeve, hold up my hand. This much of a hand, and I thought it was a chew toy for Nod, but he threw it on my bed, and then it got up and it crawled away. I sort of mime it out.
Yes, you said that, and at first I was going to overlook it because I hoped it was some kind of problem with your brain, but now you're quite insistent on it, and so it's making me think that maybe there's some kind of horrible hand creature around, and that's making me uncomfortable. So why?
Yeah, because I saw it before and after I went to sleep.
Well, he kind of gets like visibly frustrated for a second, and he says, "Listen to me. If I find the hand, I will destroy it, I promise. But for now, out of sight, out of mind. Trust me, some things in this world, in this laboratory, would be better off not investigated. Don't worry about the hand. I'm sorry that you saw it. I don't know what it is, but there's been stuff. Making you was a complicated process. It's not all, glorious moments of revelation and triumph over my biological limitations. This stuff takes work, and sometimes weird stuff happens. So don't think too hard about the hand."
I'm not so much scared of it as I am confused. And I'm curious.
Well, I know you're curious because you keep saying things to me, but I would suggest you drop it. And don't think about the hand. Thank you. Is there anything else I can tell you about?
Let's talk about the sunset.
Sure. Another thing I know nothing about.
It was beautiful.
I'm sure. I am quite partial to moonrise when I can catch one. The docks, no.
So colorful.
The colors. I like black and blue. The night sky, the stars, very beautiful. It's my domain, night. The colors, yes, pink and orange and stuff, quite. I remember yellow, the sun yellow. I try not to look at it now as a rule, ever, but back in the day, I suppose it was quite something.
Right, it's yellow when it's not setting.
Oh, is that how it works?
Atmosphere? Something about atmosphere.
I see. No, it makes sense that you wouldn't know that because I don't know it. But I've been reading some almanacs, so you should have more modern things in your mind, like,
Cars?
Yes, automatic transmission and, fast food hamburgers. Things like that.
Aren't those greasy and not good for you?
I don't know. Humans eat them by the truckload, so it must be fine.
Surgeon's General Report, 1964.
Would you like a cigarette? No, he says, anyway, sunset notwithstanding, I soon was going to introduce you to a colleague of mine. What do you think of that?
I feel better than yesterday, but I don't know.
Well, probably not today, per se, but
Okay.
in a day or two, maybe, we were going to have dinner, and I was hoping that you could join us. Just because, like, you are sort of a very big achievement for me in a way. Sort of impressive, and I want my friends and associates to understand, like, sort of how good I am at having a son. And so I was hoping you could help me out with that, and I could put you in a little suit, and we could go to a dinner. And afterward, I will get you ice cream.
Okay.
And maybe soon we can get you a bigger TV to watch Dick Van Dyke. And a bigger room, maybe, because Noddy is going to want his room back at some point.
Right. Okay, speaking of... I had him show me his books. I can read much better than him.
Yes, that's good that you can read. He likes to practice speaking with C-Spot Run, and sometimes I read him the book with the pig, or Beatrice will read
Charlotte's
him
Web.
Charlotte's Web, right. And he likes that one quite a bit, I think. Don't you, Noddy? And he nods. But after we finish that one, we were probably going to read it again. So maybe you can read it to him. Or something.
Maybe. It was a bit unsettling.
Right, it's always with the killing the pig and the wanting the bacon. And the spider. I like the spider.
Laszlo thinks of how humans imagine spiders and how humans imagine vampires.
Unbeknownst to your sort of equating of things, or without knowing what you're thinking about, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Conrad sort of presses on and says, I'm sorry if I'm a bit awkward, it's just that in the past when I've had babies, they have been babies for so long, and, like, just years and years of shitting and baby stuff, and you are so much an adult man. It's a bit unsettling.
I'll smugly laugh to myself just a little bit.
But other than that, you seem to be adjusting quite well. Is there any way I can make you more comfortable? I apologize. It's probably a bit boring here for someone who is not a nod type of guy.
More books?
I think I should be able to rustle that up. I don't tend to read things that are not medical textbooks or Hungarian history, things like that, but soon I will get you more books. Tonight I will go and get you more.
Okay. Do you have one of the history books on you now?
Sure, I could go get one of my almanacs if you would like to read about, like, cool stuff, like, the evils of, the German people, the Holy Roman Empire, and things like that.
Alright. If I don't like it, you'll have other books soon.
Right. And sort of seemingly a little bit relieved to be done with the conversation. He gets up and leaves you with Nod again, and eventually comes back after you sort of pushed your plate away with a large sort of yellowed history book that appears to be from the year 1926, and so interwar period, and written in Hungarian.
Can I read Hungarian? I sort of say out loud to myself.
How about you roll intelligence?
Academics?
Yeah, let's do that. So 4.
No successes. I got 3 7s and a 3.
Oh, yes, that's right. I kind of programmed you in English, as it were, because I thought it would be easier. I speak mostly English these days, as you can tell by my flawless pronunciation, and nearly indiscernible accent. It's very helpful with the kind. Now, I will get you another one. I think actually there's one over here. And he reaches down and the whole table goes clunk and sort of is sitting wobbly on 3 legs now as he pulls out a book from underneath one of the table legs that is a basically a history of Hungarian Catholicism. It's kind of an overview from the 40s.
I think to myself about how the table is also mismatched, not unlike me.
And also, like you, this table used to have a very close proximity to this book, which is now in your hands. And it is in English. And he says, okay, very cool. Is there anything else I can do? The sink, you know what that does. You can fill up your water cup. And I think I'm going to probably bother Beatrice on the phone for a bit later, get some blood, and
Is Beatrice a vampire?
No, she is a ghoul and a dampir, as it were. So she's as close to being a vampire as you can possibly get without being one. But no, she was born a human baby and is technically sort of a human person. But she drinks vampire blood pretty frequently, so, you know. Also, we like to say kindred.
Kindred.
Instead of vampire.
I sort of think that to myself a few times.
But, you know, still know what you are saying. It occurs to me...
What other...
Go ahead.
You go first.
No, you go.
What other activities do humans do, like, maybe with themselves?
Oh, like masturbating. With themselves. So,
Games?
like... Oh, like by yourself. Oh, I think
Yeah.
I have a deck of cards somewhere. Solitaire and Free Cell. Do they have Free Cell?
I'll look. Yeah, you can look.
Free Cell will be invented in 1978.
God damn.
When was Solitaire invented? Oh yeah, that's an old one. Solitaire was a bit too hard for Naughty, but I think that you could probably figure it out. But with your ability to read and reason like an adult human being. So I will go and dig up a deck of cards for you and you can learn how to play Solitaire. So no, yes, there's many things to do, and I'm sure you will not live inside of my warehouse forever. Just for like a couple of years or something while I figure out what I'm going to do with you long term. Because to him, that's not very long.
I think Laszlo gets a little existential dread at years.
Yeah, and Lord Conrad does not even flinch at all. He's just like, yeah, whatever. He says it like you would say like weeks, probably.
Right. I guess quick fire questions.
Sure.
What day was I born specifically?
Well, it is like Naughty, where's my calendar? You took it down. Did you put it up in your thing again? No, I gotta figure out when was Magni turned though? Did we say like the 14th?
Scrolling up to the calendar. Okay. So your
like that.
fight's on Sundays, so he had a fight on the 12th, didn't he? And that's when he killed a dude.
Yeah, so then he's gonna get turned on Monday the 13th.
Okay.
So I think basically everything is sort of looking to shake out, like everything's kind of going to happen on the night of the 14th. So I'll say you were born on the 9th, and it's the 10th right now. So anyway, yeah, you were born, your birthday is November 9th, 1967.
Alright, time to circle that on an image named birthday.
I'm gonna hop out, but
Sounds good.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm probably
I need
gonna
to
head off
yeah.
at like midnight.
Quickly.
Yeah, I was probably going to try and wrap it up like in the next 10 minutes, and then if we need to, we could have another session type of thing.
I can go on forever with this.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Alright,
Later.
Alright, see ya.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, we were saying he gave you his thing, and he says, anyway, I'm really needing to be going now because there's a lot of stuff to clean up in that warehouse. So, come get me if you need anything. Or did you have another question or something? No? Okay. Do you have a question?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, what's up?
No, I couldn't think of anything, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. You're not there, so.
Hey, you don't know that. That could be invisible.
True. Spoilers, what's his face is a Mechit.
No, I got that.
Yeah, good.
You know, when you said he was like looking at him, but he like didn't really stand out at all, I was like, oh, this guy's a Mechit.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got all the
Dropping
Mechit
hints.
powers. He's been, he was doing invisible shit.
Doing nerd shit more like it.
Yeah.
Okay, my other question was, how old are you, truly?
I had like basically ideas of how old I wanted him to be, but I didn't write anything down, so I have to decide. Basically though, I'm gonna say he says, I was born in 1763, and I was turned in 1793, which makes me 106 69 years old in kindred sort of timing in my vampire life, and something more close to 200 and change of my entire existence.
What was the second date?
1763, the year of my birth, and 1797 for when I was turned.
Okay.
I was
Noted
34. Yes, so no spring
All right.
chicken.
Oh, what did he say? Something chicken?
No spring chicken.
Okay. Solitaire.
Yes, so you set the cards out like this, and you create a stack of 4 up here, and he explains solitaire to you.
All right.
And then basically the night is yours to spend as you would choose to do so. And I'm kind of trying to basically pace out how I want the narrative to go. And I think I want to do a little bit of time skipping to get us to the dinner party,
Okay.
essentially. And then we'll sort of play that out. And then we'll pick that back up. And what it'll probably be is like you get a part of Wade's game next week, like how Dent got a little, well, he barely got anything on his
He got
day.
freaked the fuck out.
Yeah.
Hey, that was because of my role.
Well, and you
Okay.
guys had you had a conversation after that, and stuff like that. So,
Mhm.
Anyway.
Yeah, I could go Laszlo all day.
Yeah, well then, if you want, we can just have another Laszlo session as well. That might be for the best in another couple days here.
Right.
Because there is some stuff that I need to get through. I'm just really bad at anticipating, because it's also like we just make everything take fucking forever by like having fun with it and like whatever, playing out everything to its logical extreme. So anyway, that night passes without further incident. A lot of like lugging shit around in the warehouse is done by Conrad, and at times he'll like pull Nod away to help him clean stuff up. But mostly they kind of leave you to your devices in the kitchen. At a certain point, he feels bad and brings you the television into the kitchen to watch in there. But otherwise sort of shows you how to prepare some food.
Okay.
Makes you a bowl of cereal. The fridge seems fairly well stocked. Like he went out and bought some stuff recently in preparation for your existing. And so he's not totally unprepared. But what I will say is that he does just seem to be preoccupied a lot of the time. But we'll come back and kind of deal with you for a time. And then at one point, there's a clock in there, and so it's around 4:30 in the morning. He says, "Okay, so I think that you probably should be getting some sleep, because that way you can have like a more normal kind of rhythm. Although obviously you are going to want to see your dear old dad at night. But you didn't sleep very much last night, and you seem fine, so I don't know. How do you want to do
I
this?"
slept a lot.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I was asleep too, so it's like hard to tell.
I think, what is it? Half an hour to an hour of being awake before you came?
Oh, okay, so maybe you did sleep all day then. I mean, it was pretty
Yeah.
early in the morning when we were finished and put you up in your room. It was like 6 a.m. The sun was coming up.
Yeah, like, got up, read the book. I don't mention the arm. Watched TV, like, commercial. I don't know. Oh, commercial. Huh, that's what that.
But anyway,
And then
thanks
Dick
for
Van
the
Dyke
play-by-play.
stuff.
But I think what I'm saying is, do you want to go to bed now or in daytimes?
Oh. Let's do night times first.
Okay, so you want to go to bed
I mean-
now?
No. Yeah. I want to go to bed now, is what I'm saying.
Okay,
Stay
sounds
up
good.
at night for at first.
Tomorrow you can try coffee and see if you like it. I never had coffee while I was alive. Big tea drinker though. So, I don't know how it is. It smells like shit, but humans drink it by the gallon, so maybe you will like
That's a
it.
drug, isn't it? It changes how your body works.
Yes. Almost everything is a drug, Laszlo, if you look at it the right way.
Right.
Blood.
But more so than water and eggs.
Yes. Now, what I was going to say, maybe before bed, I could try drinking a little bit of your blood, because I want to see if it's, like, viable.
Maybe that unsettles Laszlo a little, but ultimately his curiosity wins out. Okay, we can try that.
Okay. And he sort of takes you to your bedroom and sets everything up for you just like last night and gets you cozy and says, okay, hold out your arm and I will drink it, I think.
Okay. I'll awkwardly hold out my arm.
He sort of reaches for it and pops out his fangs, which, you know, extends smoothly from his gum line and pierces your white flesh. And this is the first time that you've been injured.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting because you know that this is not how a human would experience this. Because you saw on the Dick Van Dyke show him drop a bowling ball on his shoe and go, ah, you know, and like scream his head off. And so you're like, okay, when things hurt, you yell. But here, he pierces your arm and you're aware that it hurt. Like, you're aware that you're being injured, but it's just like, I'm being hurt. It doesn't, like, affect you. You know what I mean? And so anyway, you know now that you sort of take damage as like a categoric thing rather than like an emotional thing. And out of the holes that he leaves in your arm wells up a pinkish, orangey, yellow, very viscous fluid, not unlike a color in the sunset spectrum that you looked at. And he sort of looks at it and says, "What is that? Your blood is all fucked up."
I'll sort of dab my other finger in some of the blood and look at it.
It stretches away from your arm, highly viscous. And yeah, we know collectively that it is funerary honey. It is a corrupted version of the medium that he used to separate kindred vitae into human blood honey, except that it's sort of a mixture of vitae, blood, and honey. Like, it's all of the components because as I alluded to your blood engine kind of broke in the process of waking you up, and now this is what you have instead of blood. And he cautiously sort of licks it and then pulls away and suddenly seems to be 14 feet tall with dramatic stage lighting sort of flashing on his face as he sort of leers down at you inhumanly, his massive fangs sort of bared against the light of your nightlight, and goes and then he sort of like retreats back down into a more normal sort of stature and stance. Obviously he didn't actually grow, he just like shot up and screamed and hissed. And he says, so that is not blood, and I will not be drinking it. No, what you have there is very strange, my son. Very strange indeed.
I'll lick it myself from the thinker. I already dabbed in it.
It tastes like honey with the sort of light taste of formaldehyde and lilacs, and there's an unmistakable buzz of electricity on your tongue, like you licked a 9-volt battery. But nothing to sort of hiss and hit the ceiling about.
For me, it's like honey and other weird scents and electricity.
Well, for me it was like being punched in the face. Anyway, good night. I'll see you in the morning, and we will get you a fitted suit for dinner. And it occurs to you that you're wearing the same stinky clothes you've been wearing for like 36 hours.
Oh, I think humans change clothes every day.
Oh, you're right. We will have to take care of your whole wardrobe tomorrow. Anyway, see you in the morning, or not. And he closes the door, and you can tell the sun is going to rise soon. The sky is bruising up to a more purpley blue, and so he's probably going to retire.
Sunrise too.
Sure, and that
both angles. Actually, no, I can't watch the sunrise because
you're right.
I'd be the other side of the building.
But you can watch the light sort of spread across the landscape.
The night retreating.
Yeah, exactly. Into the edges of the horizon until finally, as you sort of just stand on your bed, it is at last daytime, and your father, your master, your keeper has retired and put his broken body into his coffin, and you are still awake. And here's your song.
I will go to sleep.
All right. Here's your song.
We're miles apart, but safe in dreams. You're running from beyond the dark. We'll always be one of the road to leave. Shine your light over me. All of my fears are gone, they're gone, gone. And it don't bother me. It don't bother me, don't bother me. It's nothing to me. Too far to run.
Anyway.
All right.
Yeah.
And for closing thoughts.
Right.
Here, I'll stop the recording.
I think so.
Okay. Cool. That's what the recording starts with, is you saying, I don't think so. Now, we left off, essentially just with you sort of looking out over the sunset, looking out at the land, sort of, being darkened by the sunset, because you were able to see the sunrise, so you wouldn't be able to see the sunset.
No, I think it's backwards. I saw the sunset, and now I'm looking through the same window. And
at the sunrise, you're right, because you were going to sleep during the daytime. And then you went to sleep, and what I will say is that you're able to sleep for a couple of hours, and then you wake up, and it's daytime still, and based on an alarm clock that I'm going to say Lord Conrad brought in here at one point, you slept for like a grand total of like 5 hours, and now you're totally awake, feel completely rested, and it's like, I guess it would probably be something like 11 in the morning, based on when you went to sleep. So your body doesn't feel like, oh, I wish I could be asleep. You feel, I would say like good is a relative term for you, because you're still kind of
I'm a freak of nature.
Yeah, your body is still fundamentally like constantly under a certain level of strain and duress, just based on the way you are, but you feel well rested at the very least. And yeah, so now you're up again, and the sun won't set for another 7 hours probably at the most. And Nod seems to be snoozing in his sort of closet area. Anything that you initially get up to, or do you just hang around for a little bit?
I think pass or play solitaire and like do some laps around the big warehouse part.
Okay, so you want to go into where you were born?
Yeah.
Alright, so
I think like mulling over what a human should be doing, it's like, oh, someone who had my body parts was spry and athletic, and you do that by exercising. I should be doing that.
Okay. So yeah, you sort of find your way to the big room after you get bored of playing solitaire, which I would say, like, solitaire is sort of vaguely amusing for you, but at a certain point you feel like your hand should be doing something else other than playing this little game. Like, it kind of starts to feel like you're wasting your time. And so, yeah, you go out into the warehouse, where it's a big open floor. You're not sort of followed by anyone. You just pass by a couple of silent closed doors and into the big room, where the mess from your creation, you're sort of starting to lose track of how many hours ago, over 48 hours ago has mostly been kind of cleaned up. Certain things are still there, like the big gurney that you were born on remains, and some of the generators, but other than that, like, a lot of the debris, like your mirror and the glass shards and certain auxiliary cablings, have been sort of swept up and put in the corner, leaving you with a big room to sort of do some calisthenics in, if you so choose.
All right, let's get to exercising.
Okay. I'll say you definitely feel like whatever place your body parts were exhumed from, they were pretty fresh. These muscles feel very healthy, and you're able to easily sort of do a couple of weightless squats without thinking about it. And then it's like you realize like that there's a little bit of a disconnect between how your body's sort of somatic systems are communicating with your brain. Like, even if you were to get into a really low squat on one leg and sort of try and support your body weight for a really long time, when your muscles start to become exhausted, it's less like you're consciously feeling the buildup of lactic acid and going like, ow, my leg, and more like you're like, if I do this for another 20 seconds, this leg will probably give out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you're
It's all
sort of,
janky.
yeah, you're able to have a pretty close read on exactly how much time you've got before your system sort of collapse or whatever, more or less. And so you do that, you're kind of just experimenting with the limitations of your physique. And then when it comes down to... or do you want to keep doing, like, free weight stuff, or do you want to eventually, like... or not free weights, like, body weight, or do you want to see if you can bench something in here?
I wanted to, like, jog a couple laps around the warehouse.
Sure. I just jump scared myself by opening the redacted Promethean thingy, and at the bottom of it is just my eyeballs covering the next section. So yeah, you do some laps around the lab, and feel the air sort of filling up at least one of your lungs. Your interior, it's hard to tell exactly how much has been sort of carved away by to make room for the big heart thing that you have, but it's just feels a little funny breathing in for you,
right.
but not necessarily like prohibitively weird. You're still able to run very easily around the room, and again, you're sort of like, wow, I'm quite fit. I have a pretty good body here. And then I was gonna say, there's a thing that we can sort of use here.
Let's see the thing.
Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Never mind. This is still more or less. I'm just reading your like traits and seeing what you could maybe do here.
Right.
Because one thing I wanted to tell everyone was basically like, the more you read your relevant stuff, the more basically knowledge is power here.
Mm-hmm.
And the more you know about how to play your characters, the better off you're going to be, because I can't like sort of
Right.
play everyone's character for them.
Yeah, like Alchemy Apprentice, I don't want to do Alchemy unsupervised.
Right. Yeah, I was just trying to see if there was a way for you to oh no, here it is. I found it. You feel as though the sort of energy inside you that you now are more familiar with because you've been yourself for a couple of days, you feel that energy could potentially be expended to increase the speed at which you're able to run around the room, or potentially the length of time that you could, crouch and do squats and stuff. So if you wanted, you could try practicing expending your skills, or expending your energy inside to improve your attributes, I mean, as you're sort of doing your workout, clomping around.
I'm perhaps a little wary to do that because I don't know what it is.
Sure.
It's an unknown.
Yeah. So your body kind of proposes this course to you, and you're like, no, I don't know what that does, like, because you feel just this very volatile well of power inside of you that definitely seems untapped thus far, and sort of writhing within you and within your blood engine. And so then you just do that for a little while until you just kind of find yourself getting vaguely a little bit hungry, and
Right.
sort of slow down and kind of come to a stop in the empty warehouse. And I think you were probably just running around in bare feet because he hasn't gotten you any new
Yeah.
clothes yet or anything, so you just have your same kind of pajamas. And yeah, you are
T-shirt and
still alone.
sweatpants.
Yep.
Yeah, time to head to the kitchen.
All right. As you go there, you sort of catch sight of Baby Nod looking over the ramp railing towards your guys' room down at you, and just sort of just looking at you inquisitively, seeing where you're headed. Do you acknowledge him or just continue on your way?
I'll give him a nod.
I see.
Same.
He returns it and lets you continue on your way, but after you've been in the kitchen for a little bit, he does go ahead and come in there. And you see a little bundle on the table, and next to the bundle is a little envelope. It's just sort of like a thing wrapped in paper in an envelope.
Is there any writing on the envelope?
It says Laszlo.
Oh, okay. Well, let's crack it open.
All right. Out of it spills a sort of cream-colored stationery with some pretty beautiful cursive handwriting on it that luckily you're able to read. And it says something to the effect of, Laszlo, I rounded these up while you were sleeping, but before I, myself, had to retire. Try them on, I hope they fit. When I awaken, we will head out to the tailor's. And that's it.
Part of me thinks I should have tried this first before exercising, and part of me thinks the sweatpants were better to exercise in.
Plus, you don't know what's in the bundle.
Yeah, let's crack open the bundle.
And then I'll say that the note was signed Conrad.
Right.
And then you crack open the paper wrapping, and there is, I'm going to say, 2 pairs of underwear, a pair of socks, and a shoebox. Your brain sort of knows innately that it's a shoebox, which when that is opened up, you see a pair of white tennis shoes with like a blue stripe on them.
I think I'll transport these items to my room, and if there's any sort of bathroom, I'll put on the underwear.
All right. There is,
And
in
then I'll
fact...
try on the shoes and socks after that.
Cool. Yeah, you sort of redress yourself a little bit. And the shoes are new in the box, and they fit your feet pretty well. The socks are like a little bit thick for them. So they, are a little tight, but you're able to mostly sort of slip them on, and everything is pretty comfortable, and you feel a little bit better wearing a full suit of clothes, feel more protected, insulated.
Right.
I'm trying to find a good analog for the shoes. They're basically like this, except... Oh, that fucking picture's so grainy. They kind of look like this, except they're not Nikes. They don't seem to have a visible name initially to the eye. And then you're able to see that there's a little logo on the back of a guy on a horse, and instead of the Nike symbol, it's kind of just like a blue little V stripey thing. But they fit pretty good, and you feel like you've worn these before somehow, sort of deep in your physical memory. And you're like, okay, nice. New shoes, dope. And yeah, now you're all set up. And were you gonna make food?
Yes. I think I'll probably take off the shoes and socks and put it by my bed.
I see. And that is fine for you because intellectually you know that the bare concrete floors are very cold, but it also does not bother you because you have sort of a strange radiant warmth coming from all over your body, and also you don't really feel pain like that. So you
I
sort
do
of...
know that humans have a radiant warmth to them, but I assume mine is better.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit stronger. If you had to sort of guess, you would guess that you kind of have constantly a little bit of a high temperature, but it definitely isn't ruining your brain like it would for a person's. And because it seems to fluctuate across your body, like if you were to sort of investigate, your core is significantly hotter than up by your head, and your body is kind of modulating the temperature differently. But anyway, yeah, you're able to sort of comfortably go around barefoot in here and investigate the fridge for food. What are you thinking of trying to make?
We'll see what's in the fridge and cabinets.
Loaf of white bread, some eggs, some cheese, a little bit of milk in a carton, a bag of...
That probably falls under don't give the DM ideas, but I can't help it.
It's I appreciate it. Anyway, and then there's also a bag of sort of special formula dog food in the fridge, like bagged up and sort of rubber banded. That looks like
Or
it's
the
probably
things
for
for
Nod.
the dog food.
Milk, eggs, bread. There's some
Okay.
like saltine crackers in the cabinet. There's a can of tuna in a cabinet, jar of peanut butter, no jelly anywhere. It's very spare. Again, this is a place with a guy that doesn't eat that runs it, so
Right.
a lot of this stuff has been here for quite some time.
Let's do tuna sandwich and saltines.
Okay. How about you roll a d10 to see if there's mayonnaise in the thing, or if you or any condiments, or if you just get to have the worst tuna sandwich ever made.
I think I've had tuna sandwiches. They're fine.
All right, man.
Got a 6.
All right. There's mayonnaise, but no mustard. And you don't necessarily know how Laszlo would like either of those things anyway. So you're able to assemble the sandwich pretty easily. A lot of it is just like you are like, well, I'm not sure I know how to do this, and then you kind of just start, and it ends up working out, and you're like, oh, okay. You just get your finger under the tab of the tuna can there, and you pop it open, and then you're like, I think I have to do something with it, and you flip it over, and the juice starts running out onto the counter, and you're like, huh, okay. Drain it a little bit. Let me get that over the sink, actually, and then through trial and error, you're able to mix up a tuna fish and mayonnaise sandwich on white bread, and some saltines. And Nod has been watching you from the corner, and sort of holds out one of his grubby hands. You're not quite sure for what. And he just kind of looks up at you.
I'll say, do you want your dog food? Hmm.
And he just takes the crackers out of your hand and shoves like 4 of them in his mouth out of the sleeve and gives them back to you.
Okay.
And then he goes and sits on the table and or not actually, he goes to the fridge, pulls out the jug of milk, and then goes and sits up on the table, his robot chassis kind of scratching the wood a little bit, and he just sits there drinking milk and eating saltines with you while you eat your food if you're going to.
I'll eat my food and get some water.
All right. As we've established, you sort of chew, taste, and swallow those things as normal, but then you do feel them sort of destroyed in your stomach in a way that you know is abnormal. They don't really sit there. They kind of rapidly deconstitute and flow into your body, which the upside is that you can feel yourself sort of taking in energy and getting strong from eating it in a way that you probably wouldn't if you were a human, the sort of very delayed blood sugar response.
Video game food mechanics.
Yeah, you hear a loud swallowing noise and your health bar goes up. No, but yeah, it's a pleasant little meal, little variety from the last time. And other than that, how do you think you'd, in general, pass the next sort of 7 hours inside of this place? I'll say you don't find yourself really getting hungry again.
Okay.
It seems to be like you probably only have to eat once a day.
That's nice.
Yeah, it should be like a larger meal, but yeah, one substantial thing is like plenty for you.
Guess I'll watch TV.
All right. So after about 6 hours of television, which there isn't a lot of TV on, like at certain points, certain channels just kind of go dead. Like they don't have round the clock programming, and certain channels only like come on at like 6 o'clock and things like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because you have, let me see. So crazy. Fucking in 1947, there were only 8 TV stations in the United States, and 3 of those were only available in New York City.
Yeah, I'm just curious if Laszlo gets to see Star Trek.
It's possible, but I don't know if today.
Right. Yeah, I don't know how they rerun stuff way back then.
Yeah. It's really interesting. I'm just reading through different things because there's really only like a handful of channels. I'm kind of getting a variety of answers where it's like basically there was like 8, but also in certain places with the high frequency stuff you sort of get like 20. This guy says there were broadcast channels 2 through 83, so 82 channels. But of those, by 1965, there was a moratorium on channel 37, blah, 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 non-broadcast channels. Because it's like what a channel is like a fucking broadcast zone, you know what I mean? So there was like a fixed number that you could do, and that could be picked up as different like radio frequencies to your television. And anyway, I'll say what you sort of actually glean from watching TV is you can sort of feel some of that information jumping off of the television antenna and sparking into you. And you're able to sort of, as you like scan through some of the channels and are looking for ones on empty channels and just like trying to find anything to watch, you can kind of almost visualize the waves of energy crashing into everything, but especially being channeled into these antenna. But overall, there's some shopping stuff, the ABC, CBS, relatively boring, all things considered. There's an episode of The Dating Game that's on where young men and women sort of basically see if they would be compatible partners with each other, like which of these 3 guys does this woman want to go on a date with, and the one she picks gets like $300 to take her on a date type of thing. And it's like fairly entertaining. The panel shows, the comedy stuff, that stuff is kind of interesting to you because they're like real people rather than actors like pretending to do things. And you're sort of getting a sense for what like a human being sounds like when they speak, and kind of what they think and how they present themselves to other people. So I would say of everything you're seeing, like besides newscasts and stuff, that's probably the most informative, because unlike Dick Van Dyke, it is real.
And I have figured out that Conrad's definitely has an accent.
Yeah. And it's interesting because to us, a lot of the people on United States television would seem to have an accent to like a modern person because they had sort of a transatlantic thing going on.
Right.
Where it was kind of like this, and like, it's like hard to do, but it was like a lot more East Coasty and had like a little flavor of British sort of sprinkled in a way. But yeah, that old school kind of up here and a little bit more on the open vowel sounds. Anyway, at the end of the dating game episode, she chooses suitor number 2, and you know, he plans to take her down to Mexico and have some fun down there, and yada yada. The TV channel sort of runs out, and it's like, oh, we'll be back at 7:30 with our next program, and the sun is starting to go down. And you estimate probably 20 minutes before Conrad is up and about. Is there anything else you want to get into or investigate?
Are there any like art supplies around here, or is that pretty barren?
I would say that if you want, you could do a pretty thorough investigation, but nothing really presents itself. There is a lot of like scrap metal and stuff in the upper areas of the warehouse that from a certain perspective could be thought of as potentially something to make art. But there's not really like markers and stuff. You find a little notepad by a telephone with a pen that's like half out of ink, so you could probably do some pen and paper doodling, but nothing super extensive. It seems Nod doesn't really draw.
Alright. I should go to like the elevated area. You can look over the warehouse. I want to see what's up there now that I'm not in a mirror.
Yeah, that's where I was saying basically a lot of the scrap materials are. Like, there's some sheet covered furniture to protect it from the sunlight that comes into the warehouse during the day, which is now fading, and some broken there's a broken television. There's like a phone that looks like it needs to be assembled. There's a sheet covering something that almost looks like an easel, which kind of excites you. You're not sure what's under there. Some crates of crap, little boxes of screws and stuff, matches, a carton of cigarettes, a lot of miscellaneous junk.
Yeah, I guess I'll just go back to my room.
Okay. On your way back, do you think you do like a pretty thorough investigation of that place? Because that was just you going up and looking up there. Do you want to like sort of see everything up there, or just go back and not mess with Conrad's stuff?
I think just go back.
Okay. So you head on back to your room, and on your way you run into Conrad sort of coming out of the one door in the lower level that you haven't gone through yet, because there's like a restroom, your room, the kitchenette, and which the kitchen has another door that sort of seems to lead onward, and then there's another door in the initial hallway that Conrad comes out of. And I need to calibrate his voice real fast. Oh, hello, Laszlo.
Hello.
How are you doing? What have you been up to?
I did some solitaire, did some exercising, watched some TV, had a tuna sandwich. I woke up really early. I don't think I need to sleep as much as a human.
When you say that, he sort of like makes a really weird face for a second. And for a moment...
Bro does not look me, implying I'm not a human.
Yeah, for a moment you're afraid that he's gonna hit you or something. Like he takes on a very disgusted demeanor, but he doesn't, and he says, "Well, human beings need 8 hours of sleep per night, so you really should try and get a bit more sleep than possible, because it is very important for a growing boy like you to get his rest. But I understand it is one of your first days, so it is understandable to a degree that you would be excitable and unable to sleep for the proper amount of time. But this aside, how...
Oh, I did see your quote.
Yes, I was about to say, how were the tennis shoes? You like them?
Yes, they're very nice. Thank you.
Oh, no problem at all. I'm glad they fit. I suspected they might, but yes, one never can be sure. Now, I take it you read that we are going to the tailor's. This will be your first time out of the house.
Right.
So that is exciting. Yes, I need to get you a suit, so that tomorrow night we can meet one of my colleagues. Are you prepared for that?
If possible, I want to talk with Beatrice first. Just talk to someone who's maybe not as theoretically intimidating.
Oh, aside from... I see. Yes, well... I'll see what I can do. Maybe... This would be good. We could, after we go to the tailor's, because he... Mr. Clemens is not particularly intimidating, I would say. So you will speak to the tailor, I'll be there, and after that we can go to dinner with Beatrice, perhaps.
Okay.
Yes, so that will be nice. And then I just need to pull up something real quick as well. All right. So anyway, he sort of looks you up and down and says, I'll see. You can try on one of my jackets, and then I will have Mr. Clemens get you some extra pairs of pants so that you do not have to wear the sweatpants all the time. Yes, we'll do a whole set of clothes for daily wear and for evening wear. So that will be fine. And as usual, Conrad is dressed pretty smartly. He seems to like his sort of light-colored silk shirts and dark-colored coats, cloaks almost, dark pants, shiny shoes. But again, rather than making him like stand out as like a dude that's dressed super fancy, the cut of his clothing sort of is subtle in a way that makes him seem like he could blend in if he was in the right crowd, in a way that someone else dressed like him might sort of stick out as being a fancy guy. He says, obviously we will not be able to bring baby Nod. Has he, you two are getting along pretty well, it seems?
Reasonably well.
Yes,
I have
that's...
to give him some crackers.
That's good. Yes, he's a hungry little guy. But anyway, here, try this one on, and I will get another. And
Okay.
he sort of gives you the overcoat off his back. You just try it on.
Yeah.
It smells, I would say, of like antiseptic, pretty strongly, and something kind of a little bit salty layered in. and you shoulder it on, and it's worn in really well and is actually quite comfortable. It is probably a little bit shorter on you than him, like more like an overcoat than the kind of greatcoat that he wears it as, but it also seems to be a little bit too short for your arms, like your wrists are kind of exposed. But other than that, it fits pretty well. You just have long arms. And he sort of shores it up and like rolls down the cuffs a little bit more, like sort of unbuttons the cuffs so that they're all the way out, and says, well, that's not bad. I think that Mr. Clemens will have a fun time dressing you. He has always been a very reasonable man, and I see no reason why he would not enjoy dressing a sort of sharp silhouette like yours. Okay, well, no sense in delaying now that I'm up. Shall we?
Yep, I'll get my shoes off.
Okay. And you do that, sort of get yourself all ready, and looking at yourself in the bathroom mirror, which, again, for the third day in a row, you realize that you do not have to use the bathroom, even though you're aware that that's something that people have to do. I'll say you're sort of looking at yourself in the mirror, and you can see three things. There's like you can see your true face, which has bloodshot eyes, a strangulated, bruised neck with these sort of large purple yellow bruises that don't seem to ever fade, unusually pallid skin, sort of cracked lips, your whole deal that you are. And then you can see a sort of secondary illusion over it that smooths a lot of that out to just be less sort of disruptive to your overall appearance, and your sutures, instead of being sort of like raw and stretched thin, look more like normal stitches. And then there's sort of a tertiary layer over it where you more or less look like a normal guy. You're kind of like a little bit pale, a little bit peaky, skinny face, and you have like a pretty disturbingly thick scar around your neck and maybe a little bit of bruising, but overall you look like a pretty regular guy. Your eyes are also weirdly blue in your head, like they kind of flash a little bit aggressively, like they weren't supposed to be. They don't quite match your features, but other than that, you look like a normal human. And you sort of
another out character neck scar.
Yeah, you sort of feel instinctively that that's your true self. Then the second layer is how Conrad is able to see you, and then the third layer is probably everyone else at this point.
Right. Do I think that's a vampire thing or a Conrad thing?
What do you think?
I don't know what I don't know.
Sure. So you muse on the distinction that this could be because he's your maker or because he's a vampire, but it's impossible to tell at this juncture. And then I'll say, looking at yourself compounded with the fact that you haven't had to use the bathroom in like 46 hours, tells you with a sort of bolt of universal truth to the dome, the very simple, irrefutable truth that you are not a human being.
Mm-hmm.
And this sort of comes crashing down on you like, I would imagine, not that Laszlo would kind of understand this necessarily. You probably wouldn't either, because you didn't grow up religious, but there's a sort of point in my life where I became too smart to, like, essentially believe that exactly all of the tenets of the organized religion that I was raised in were materially true. And you can sort of, like, delude yourself and sort of ignore it and go, like, no, I'm pretty sure that it is materially, literally all true. And then there comes a point where you're just like, I've known for a long time and I can't, like, pretend anymore. You know what I mean? Where it's like, it's not even like a realization that you're not a person. It's a realization that you can't even pretend to yourself that you're a person anymore. It's just too glaringly obvious to yourself. And I would say that there's a little bit of freedom in that and a whole lot of terror, because there's no getting out of your body. You just are what you are, and you're fucked up. And yeah, you look at yourself in the mirror with your face sort of shifting and revealing its true and untrue natures to yourself as you continue to look at what you are, and you know that there's no getting out of this box you're in, and your heart sort of thrums gently in your chest.
Oh, the other question was, if I have the jacket, like, all the way closed, how does the engine stick out?
I'll say in both your real and secondary illusion forms. Actually, I'm gonna have to, like, set up the vernacular better. I think I'm gonna call primary illusion the Conrad layer, where you still look kind of fucked up, but not maximally. And true form is obviously your true form, and then secondary illusion is, like, the layer for people.
Okay.
And I'm gonna get a drink before I answer your question because my throat's dry. I'll be right back. It's so awesome that that camera was made for power line inspecting. Like, it's too perfect. Anyway, yeah, so in your true and primary illusions, you look with the coat fully sort of shut, like you're wearing, like, a bulky jacket under it, so you don't look that weird.
Okay.
If you were, like, trying to get into somewhere with very tight security, they would maybe be like, what's under there?
Yeah.
But other than that, like, it blends in pretty well. And so essentially with, like, one layer of clothing, it's pretty abundantly obvious that you have something poking out of your body. With 2 layers of clothing, it's a little bit more subtle, and, like, yeah, does he have, like, a camera around his neck that he, like, has his coat over or something? And then, like, with sort of, like, a shirt, a sweater, and a coat, it's very hard to distinguish that something's wrong because you just look like you have, like, a bulky physique. And in the secondary illusion, your current setup of shirt and big coat disguises it very well, because it's only an inch and a half at its thickest, so it's really only with, like, one thin layer of clothing that it's glaringly obvious you have something fucked up going on in all of your forms. And yeah, Laszlo the Inhuman looking at himself in the mirror, and color sort of starts to drain out of your face a little bit, even more than normal. There's, like, a weird buzzing in your stomach as well, and altogether you kind of just feel kind of nauseous all of a sudden. And then I'm gonna say, actually, go ahead and roll. How about just straight up resolve? What's your resolve right now? What is it?
2.
Alright, let me look at another thing real quick as well.
Yeah, I have to go like, oh, I need to roll multiple dice. So I rolled the other dice, and the first one was a 10, so I had to roll it again.
I see. Well, I think I was maybe going to add a second set. But you said you succeeded?
Yeah, I got 2 successes.
Okay, cool. So you kind of feel something welling up inside both your mind and your body, but you are able to sort of hold it in and push it down, and then it sort of passes and the buzzing subsides, and you sort of breathe through your nose and out through your mouth and are ready to return and face your creator.
Yeah, I think I originally came to the mirror for the question I asked, and then the sort of psychic field stuff came up first.
Oh, what was the initial question?
How does the blood engine look under the coat?
Well, I answered that eventually, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then, yeah, back out with your sort of clothing on. You look a little bit funny with your sort of fancy coat and sweatpants and tennis shoes, but it's not the most insane look anyone's ever seen. And plus, being with Conrad, he kind of projects a little bit of a muted aura around you two, so that
right.
you can tell that people probably aren't going to be looking at you as closely.
So I've got like multiple psychic fields around me.
Yeah, you're a fucked up dude. You got all kinds of weird energies going on. I really do need to find. All right. Anyway, Conrad takes you to the door that is going to lead out of the warehouse, which is the set of double doors that you initially, or that Beatrice came in through, and he sort of leads you up and presses down on the bar, and before he pushes it out says, are you ready?
I'll sort of breathe in, breathe out, and say, yeah, I'm ready.
All right. And then he says, welcome to the world, and pushes the door open, and there's a exchange of pressures, and a rush of cold night air floods into the facility, and you see for the first time, without an interfering medium, the true world, the world outside of the cave, as it were. And it simultaneously is strange and a little disconcerting, because you have seen it before and you're like, yep, it's a lot of concrete out here. This dude lives in a place with concrete and warehouses and trains and cranes. Not really. I mean, you can see a lot of forest and evergreen trees sort of up on the hills around this industrial area, but he's very much in the thick of industry here.
Do I see any stars or planets in the sky?
Yeah, you actually, it's a little bit hard to see some of the stars because there's a big like light right outside the warehouse shining on you, but if you knew about light pollution, you would be sort of surprised and pleased to see that there is actually a pretty easily visible smattering of stars across the sky, which is true even today in Seattle. It actually,
Right.
I see more stars here than I did in Davis, because Davis has light pollution from Sacramento and a lot of like atmospheric dust from agriculture. And so there's kind of like a lot of like agri-smog always up in the upper layers, and here I was like, wow, I can see a lot more stars than I expected to be able to. And back then it would have been even more true. So you get a pretty good view of the stars. And yeah, like I said, it's sort of an abiotic initial area, but the scent of rainfall and vegetation is still sort of on the breeze. I feel like we might be getting a J-Bat in here, since he's on his computer. But anyway, yeah, it's the real world, and as you take your first step out the door, what do you think is on your mind?
More of the vague apprehension, but
Sure.
also the resolve.
Gotcha. And yeah, you cross the threshold and are feeling your new tennis shoes on the tarmac, on the concrete, or it's asphalt. And then Conrad says, "All right, step lively, right this way. We have an appointment for the tailor at 8 o'clock. I have done business with Mr. Clemens many times, so he has no problem staying open late for me, since, well, he believes that I have an occupation which forces me to only be able to see him at night."
Okay, so he doesn't know about any weird stuff.
No, in the world of the kindred, it is always best to not let regular mortal human beings like yourself know that vampires exist. It is a strictly the biggest no-no to tell them. It is different
Right.
because you and Beatrice and everyone are my children and are related to me and things like that. But for normal people, there's no attachment. We like to maintain the lack of attachment to us. Also, it's very important to remember that we cannot live without them, because, like, who would do our shirts and stuff? So, you have to, you know, they are necessary, and you must deal with them accordingly. And I was human at one point, like yourself, so I know what it means, how they think, what matters to them, things like that. And it's often fairly easy to establish a good, positive relationship. Everything need not be murder and hurting people and things like that, so why not keep it light, get our shirts done, get some new shoes, etc. There's often, it's very easy. Humans don't want to, and he's sort of telling you all this as he's walking to a black sedan, walking
Right.
over to his car. Humans often don't want to know that things are going wrong around them, or that strange things exist in the world, because they want to be happy fundamentally on a certain level, and these things potentially threaten their happiness, so they are happy to ignore them if you don't give them a reason to focus and pay a lot of attention to you. And he says, I imagine that it will be much the same with your disability.
Mm-hmm.
And he opens the car door for you.
I'll get in.
All right. And
Put
then,
on my seatbelt, knowing what that is.
well, did they have them?
Oh.
It's like, they have this shit in 1967.
Yeah. They were invented before, like, cars really existed. Oh, that's very interesting. So basically, in the 50s, they started adding seatbelts to, like, most cars. And then in 1968, seatbelts will become mandatory in the front seats of all cars made in the United States. But they were sort of like a... That's so funny. Yeah, the first seatbelt law was a law about them being put in cars. You know what I mean?
Right. And then they became free.
Yeah, so I'll say that they are in this car because it's a fancy car. That's funny. When Volvo invented the 3-point seatbelt, which is how ours are, instead of just a lap belt, in 1959 they made the patent free for all competitors to use in order to save lives, because it was better as a life-saving tool than something to profit off of. But anyway, Conrad doesn't wear one because he's a vampire. But he sort of suggests, you may want to buckle up. There's a kind of thing and you can pull it there.
Okay.
Cool. So you put that on, and it kind of presses your clothes against your engine, which you can feel sort of humming faintly beneath your chest. And you begin driving, and you sort of get up onto the freeway, onto I-5, and are greeted with a sort of beautiful view of the city of Seattle, coming up over the hill, because you sort of leave the industrial district and head upwards. Yep. You're coming from the direction that thing ends up looking when the thing finishes the GIF.
Right.
But anyway, you see exactly the opposite of that view, and you know what's very fucking funny?
Okay, how's the Space Needle?
Yeah, the Space Needle was made in 1965 for the 1965 World's Fair.
So it's brand new, 2 years old.
Yep. Oh, excuse me, 62. It's 5 years old.
Okay.
I was gonna say I almost thought that it was an even numbered year. So I was second guessing myself, but yeah, 62. Anyway, and that's why it looks like that, is because it's space age. So anyway, you're in the car. You sort of see that big, crazy space age spire that, especially at the time, was quite a bit taller than most of the buildings around it. Although as you get further from it, there were still some skyscrapers and high rises and stuff. And it's a waterfront city, lots of lights glittering, reflecting off the water. And you're probably, I would imagine, struck by the sight of it. It's very different.
Yeah.
And he says, "This is the city of Seattle. I have lived in quite a few cities in my time, but I must say I am fond of Seattle. It is suited to the vampiric temperament in certain ways. The people are often closed off. They stick to themselves. They're easy to sort of, pit against each other, make them think they are crazy if necessary. If you accidentally show yourself to them, they are easy to keep isolated. It's a very good city to be a vampire in, actually. The kindred here. Well, politics aside, things are going pretty well for us.
Oh, yeah, vampire politics. I've
Yes.
never asked what kind of vampire you are.
Well, I am, they call us Mekhet. We are the vampires of darkness, if there must be some kind of crude categorism created, but we are noble, highly ancient and venerable, possessing of exceptional speed, capability to become unseen by the eye, and the ability to burrow into the minds of another and see what secrets lie within, and he kind of like boop boop pokes you on your head.
Morrowind ass response.
Yeah, that's him.
So same vampire is same kind as Cab and Dent, but probably different factions.
Yeah. They are the same clan. And it's funny because, like, I don't know, I didn't think about how many mechets we were going to be meeting, that, like, the first 3 vampires that really get, or, well, besides Magni, and that basically, at the moment, there's only 2 types of vampires on display.
Yeah.
Which is funny, and they both have celerity, so to everyone's knowledge right now, vampires are super fucking fast. Although Cab doesn't use celerity. Heyo.
Hello. We were just musing on how many mechat vampires there are right now.
Yeah, do you want any kind of... Have you listened to Laszlo's first session, or are you just gonna pick up where we are now?
I was just planning to pick up on whatever's going on now.
Cool.
Right, we're in a car on a highway going to Seattle. Laszlo is walking, talking, and very aware that he is not a human.
Yeah, he's been around for like 3 days, basically, and he's going to go get a suit tailored with Sir Conrad, his creator. And so yeah, you guys are traveling on the road. Conrad seems pretty confident behind the wheel, sort of bobbing and weaving through slower drivers, but not unsafely. And he says, luckily, he is not too far away, so I'm just going to go up a few more stops and then pop off the freeway here, and we will be right at Clemens Tailoring. I don't know what you don't know. It's you know some things that I don't expect. Is there anything that you need to ask me before we go into a store? You're not going to... we can't... Clemens is an understanding man, as I've described, but it is important that you don't freak him out. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, shit! What? I was saying... Oh, shit.
That was a joke.
Oh, I see. Well, I was going to say... The problem is that he is definitely going to have to take off your shirt and see your whole deformity type of thing.
Normal humans might not be able to see that.
I see. Well, this is important, actually. We should probably talk about the fact that you are not quite a normal human boy, as I had hoped, right? This is going to be hard for me to say, and probably harder for you to hear, but I had always intended for you to be a healthy, happy, bouncing baby, healthy human boy, but somewhere along the way it became apparent that certain concessions would have to be made for you to be of my blood, and so I created the machine that is in your chest to process my blood into your blood, as you know. But, yes, and his eyes sort of start welling up with dark red tears, and one slides down his face, and he says, you are not quite a normal human, my son. You're, in fact, a cripple. And he says, you have a pacemaker, a false artificial heart, and partial replacement lung. Oh, it's hard for me to tell you this. There's so much discrimination, so much misunderstanding in the human world of cripples and other sort of paralytic misfortunites. I just hope that you will think of yourself as a person more than some kind of medical freak.
I think Laszlo thinks to himself that he's more of a freak than even that implies.
Yeah, well, Conrad is still clearly, like, coping. He's like, you're a human. You just have a fucked up chest, man. And he says, so, anyway, and he kind of wipes his blood tears. If Clemens says anything about your disfigurement and, your iron lung, as it were, tell me, and I will set him straight. In fact, I will warn him that you are, I've got it. We will tell him that you are a polio victim. That is still a kind of cripple, of course, but it is one he will understand, versus, the more sort of slightly supernatural bent for why you have the machine. Yes, so polio victim it is.
I think I'll pull down the whatever sun shield thing and open up its mirror and like see if I can see the metal in my chest through that to gauge what a human would see of that.
Well, you would have to unbutton your coat and pull your shirt up. So it might be better to just do it at the tailor's where there's going to be a lot of mirrors.
Okay.
And so then, after a little bit more driving, you guys sort of descend into the city, and you end up kind of skipping out on, like, downtown and kind of the city proper, and ending up somewhere in the west side of the main lake, in an aptly named area known as West Lake. Come off the freeway and into a little bit of stop and go traffic, but it's not too long before he's able to sort of shift and get into a mobile lane and start taking you guys down the avenue where the tailor's is. And it is essentially on a street with mostly like 2-3-story buildings. Some of the buildings clearly have like stores on the first layer with like apartments above them. And he parks on the street next to a barber shop that has some apartments above it and a little candy store with one flat above it. And then across the street, there is a large sort of banner sign that says Clemens Fine Clothes Tailoring and Adjustment Services. And he parks and he sort of motions for you to get out of the car, and he gets out as well.
Okay. I'll get out of the car.
And then you do so, and the street is fairly quiet. You can sort of hear some distant cars honking, dogs barking, general city rumble. And I think the other thing you would notice is that there is a high voltage power line nearby with a power box sort of thing on the bottom of it for adjustments and turning it off and stuff, a transformer and stuff like that. And you feel a lot of like positive vibes coming from it. You're like almost sort of, the second you get out of the car, you like turn to look at the box because it's like calling your name. And you can feel, it's essentially like the sort of vague feeling of hunger that you felt when you looked at your kind of inappetitic tuna sandwich, except multiplied by like 50, where you're like, let me see. 128 persons. Yeah. So instead of not only will this kill you, it will hurt the whole time you're dying. You see a power box and transformer, and you think, well, that looks delicious. That sort of fills you with the urge to investigate it, but you're able to sort of suppress that if you would like and follow.
Yeah, I
Conrad.
think I'll ask him for some juice later.
Okay. So you mentally flag that you should definitely get yourself some electricity. I want to look at your character sheet real quick, so I gotta go pull that up. Was it in the pinned? No.
It is there somewhere.
Yeah. Just because you're gonna have to be looking at your
Right.
what do you call it eventually? Your fucking alembics and stuff.
Yeah, I have it.
Okay.
Wade should upload his character sheet though. That's the only one that didn't get uploaded.
Yeah. Well, if not now, then we'll definitely get it for the session tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it.
But anyway, you follow him into the shop, which is clearly would be closed, but the door is unlocked for him, and he sort of just pushes it open quietly. And there's a soft little bell that rings when it comes in, and he holds the door open for you, and you sort of shuffle in after him. And then after a quick one moment please, you wait a beat and see your first human being that is untampered with by vampiric influence, because you did see B, but she is fucked up, so this guy is normal. And yeah, so Mr. Clemens is a probably like 46, 47-year-old looking dude. He looks visually older than Conrad, but when comparing the two in your brain, you can't help but like know that Conrad is older because of the way that he carries himself generally. He just seems to sort of like emotionally, aesthetically, socially dwarf this guy, because he's just got so much history in him, and this guy is old for a person, but not old for an entity, a concept, an idea. And so this middle-aged man sort of looks up at you. He's wearing a sort of neat dress shirt and slacks and shoes, something that looks right off the rack at his store, because there's a lot of different clothing, hung up, a lot of men's wear. There's a few sort of like women's clothing items around, but it looks like he mostly... Hey, what's up?
Oh.
It looks like he mostly sells men's clothing while he might adjust anyone's clothing, you know what I mean?
Okay. That makes sense.
And he says, hello, this must be Laszlo, that you said would be coming, Mr. Conrad. Good to meet you, son. And he sort of holds out his hand to shake yours.
I'll shake his hand.
All right. And he looks you in the eyes, and something weird flickers across them. They like cloud for a second. But he shakes your hand and sort of drops his back down and says, well, should we get started? And Conrad says, yes, well, there's something I must talk to you about very quickly, into the other room, if you will allow me to follow you, Mr. Clemens. and he says, yeah, so we gotta give you a hearty handshake. The way they pulls that guy's hand off him is so crazy.
I want to shake your hand. Good.
And then Conrad sort of walks Clemens into the corner, and you can hear him saying something about like polio and iron lungs and experimental technology and crippled and don't say, don't ask, blah blah blah. And just generally sounding like he's pressuring him to not talk to you about your disfigurement and deformities.
That he may or may not be able to see.
Yeah, well, if he can't see them, then he'll just sort of assume that Conrad is a little bit crazy, like he knows him to be, but very rich, so who cares? And they sort of pop back around the corner, and Mr. Clemens says, well, I've heard a little bit about your medical history, and Conrad, like, glares at him immediately, like, I just fucking told you not to say anything about this. And he says, but I can assure you that I've worked around things like this before, and it won't be any problem at all. So we'll just have you right over here in the corner, and you can get down to your skivvies, and we'll start suiting you up, son. So come along.
Okay.
And Conrad's eyes kind of shine murderously behind Clemens, but he allows him to sort of guide you over to the trifold mirror. Do you undress?
Yeah, I sort of scout out whether the engine is visible at all after I undress.
Okay, you look in the mirror and you see your triplicate forms, your sort of illusory layers. And base layer, the engine is alien in the scope of your body. There are a lot of like stray tubes and wires running. It sort of pumps vigorously. You can see blood interchanging itself for funerary honey inside of it, spiraling under its very clear frosted glass. Primary layer of illusion, it looks like some kind of intense and strange medical device, like a life-saving but ultimately kind of antiquated barbaric machine that is everything is less visceral, less visible. You can see some wires and tubes are just fully absent from the sort of mess of stuff. So you look like fucked up, but not as kind of insanely weird as you do in your primary. And with the secondary illusion, it's much more self-contained. It's just straight up smaller. Like some of the exterior plating is like removed. There's like barely any like anterior tubes on your back or anything like that, or exterior wiring. A lot more self-contained, and the glass on the metal part of the door is smaller and opaque, so you can't see what's going on inside of it, and it also doesn't visibly tremble. So you still clearly have a very weird thing on your chest, but it's a lot more subtle. And you find yourself wishing that Conrad was a better engineer so it could look like this in your true form, because, like, what the fuck? Why couldn't you make it look like this, bro? So, it's out in the open. And Clemens sort of takes a long look at it, not looking you in the eyes, and generally sort of looks at your body, but doesn't say anything, and says, well, let's get going. How about black slacks? Just like, and he looks at Conrad, and it looks like he wants to say your dad, but he doesn't, because he's like, how the fuck does that make any sense? I don't know. What the fuck are you talking about?
Laszlo does not make sense.
No, and it's like, this dude was definitely told, like, I want you to make a suit for my son. And he's like, oh, I didn't know that Conrad had a son. And he's like picturing some little boy. And it's just like a full grown man in here with a thing in his chest. And he's like, wait, what? How the fuck?
I thought Conrad was supposed to be good at lying. What's this?
It's like, I don't know. He doesn't, to his brain, you being his son isn't something he should lie about necessarily, if that makes sense. Like, that's really important to him, and so he wouldn't lie about that.
Mm-hmm.
And just because it's
adoption
funny.
exists is
the
last step.
Sure. And like, wealthy weirdos have sort of a touch and go relationship with what is and isn't a son, like you could be his ward for all this guy knows. And so, or his like little boyfriend or something, that he's like calling his son for the sake of propriety, cause it is the 60s. But whatever the case, Clemens gets started on you, and he's sort of holding some clothes up, testing different color palettes against your very pale skin, and he takes a tape measure and sort of measures your legs and arms and your trunk and your hips and everything. And when he gets to your arms, he sort of measures them and goes, wow, quite a wingspan on you, kid. Do you ever play any basketball?
I don't know that I'd like basketball.
Oh, so, I see. No, you haven't then, I suppose. Well, you've really got the stature for it, and Clemens is like 5'9", so you tower over him by a good handful of inches, like half a foot. And yeah, he sort of takes your measurements down in a little notebook and like looks at them with kind of a little bit of a disturbed look on his face, like, dude, why the fuck is he built like this? Like, he has never seen someone with arms as long as yours, proportionally. And he says, all right. Yeah, literally. That's what he's like, you're built different, like incorrectly, I think. But anyway, he sort of gets out his stuff and is like, well, it'll take a little longer than I anticipated. I'll have to do a good amount of altering, I think, but we'll get you your evening wear. And how about, and he sort of goes through some racks and gets you like 3 pairs of like sort of canvas pants, nice sort of pair of normal shoes, and some basic like polo shirts and long sleeve collared shirts, and says, for daily wear, since I know you need that, and I'll just take out the sleeves a little bit on these as well.
All right.
And then we'll get started on just the suit as it is. And so Conrad sort of folds up your dailies, except for the shirts, and puts them like in a bag, and is continuing to watch as Clemens does your measurements and stuff, double checking the arms. It's like, yeah, okay. And the whole process of getting your measurements and like getting the palette, with Conrad sort of being like, no, next one. Yes, that'll do.
Conrad knows color coordination.
Yeah, and like fabrics and stuff. Eventually, you are sort of set up with new underclothes, just generally a lot of clothes coming your way. And he's in the back preparing a jacket for you. Get you a tie. Everything is sort of working out in general, and you've got some new dress shoes on. And he's kind of taking a long time back there. And he calls you back, and he says, just sort of into the other room, says, Laszlo, could I see you back here for a moment?
All right. I'll shoot a glance at Conrad and then go back there.
All right. He comes back, or you come back there, and he sort of looks you up and down, and says, just stand over here for a second. I'm going to have you try on some shirts.
Okay.
He's kind of like sewing something furiously on the jacket and says, well, let me ask you a little bit about yourself. Where'd you...
Visibly sweating.
Where'd you go to school, son? You look like a college boy.
Quickly summoning the memories of whoever had my brain.
That is something that definitely takes a roll.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that's intelligence. And I don't even know if that gets a skill necessarily, because it's like a body thing. I'll give you a +1 die from good brain.
Okay.
And then we just won't add a skill to it. And what's your dice pool?
It's up to 4 with that.
Okay. What I'm going to say is that I'm not going to give you any minuses, but I am going to need an exceptional success, which is 5 successes to get, which you could get with 10 agains, to get the actual name of a real college that you might have attended, and a regular success will sort of get you through the interaction in another way. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because it's actually really hard to call on memories like this.
That makes sense.
Especially,
and I don't have no encyclopedic knowledge of Seattle colleges to pull from either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all failures.
Oh, that's no successes. Okay.
Yeah. These fucking dice.
Yeah. So I'm going to say you can choose between answering in the negative and attempting to come up with something fake.
I wish I could have gone to college, but it just wasn't the right time for me.
Well, this is still a failure, so what I meant is you've chosen answer in the negative, and I have to say what you say because it was
okay. That's fair.
You failed the interaction. So you look at him and you just blurt out, "You're not supposed to ask me that." Because you don't know what else to say. And I think that this is a good time to sort of introduce the honesty torment that you have. So essentially, and remember, everyone should remember that you can always spend willpower to add 1 willpower to add 2 dice to a pool of dice that you're rolling. And then let me see about if you could push the actions with like re-rolling with willpower. Also I was supposed to ask if you wanted to make that an exceptional failure, a dramatic failure. For a beat. Okay, yeah. Sounds good.
I'm no Dent. I'm not my first interaction.
Yeah.
Exception failure.
Indeed. All right, let's see what you can do with willpower, because your Elpis and Torment are how you get willpower back. So it's important. Spending a point of willpower adds a +3 dice bonus to most dice pools, or +2 to a resistance trait. You can only spend 1 point of willpower per action. Okay, and then you can also do willpower for certain, like doing an action again a different way.
Okay.
Type of thing. And some, like, skills cost willpower to use or whatever. So, anyway, what's your Elpis creative?
It says inspiration.
Okay. So then I'll say this whole time you've kind of been watching this guy work with his hands, and you're, like, admiring the way that he sort of delicately handles the fabrics and seems to be, like, very skilled at what he's doing. And then when the time comes to lie to him, you find that in this moment, the best you can do is just telling the truth to him that he's talking to you wrong. And that you are aware that Conrad told him how to interact with you and that he's not listening and he shouldn't be saying this. And like, you're aware of what the situation is doing and why he called you into the room, and that you're not a fan of his subterfuge, because in this moment you're sort of realizing, like, why would he lie? What does he think? Does he think that he can beat the truth? Does he think he can sort of escape the reality of this situation by making stuff up and sort of skirt around the universal realities at play here? Does he really think he can do that? And you're sort of a little bit disturbed by the casual way in which this guy goes around what he's been told and tries to get you to give up information that you don't have, which results in you saying that. And that's not to say that you can't lie. It's just to say that at this moment, Laszlo doesn't really understand it. Yeah.
He's not slick and smooth.
Yeah. And so the guy kind of looks up at you and goes, I really didn't mean to offend. I hope you'll just keep this between you and me. I didn't mean to overstep a boundary.
Yeah.
And then he sort of continues sewing something on the cuff, and you can see he's made them long enough, but he's still sort of stitching weird little patterns into the cuffs. And you've now, like, he doesn't talk to you, and he just sort of looks at you occasionally, and you spend, like, 10 minutes in this back room just watching him, like, fuss with the cuffs and add buttons and take them off and add a little filigree and keep sewing things and cut again and re-sew. And Conrad sort of calls, what is going on back there? Is everything okay? What is your problem? How's it going, Laszlo?
It's going all right. If I can say that.
Yeah. No problem. At what point do you think you try and take the jacket from this guy?
Maybe, like, when he finishes an action and maybe goes to do it again.
Okay. So he, like, basically cuts a thread, and then you watch him replace that exact, like, he cuts the thread, pulls it out, and you watch him replace it again and go to cut it again. And you're sort of like, are you just like, give me that? Or, like, how do you go about it?
It looks good. I think you're done.
Okay. you step up and do that, and then what are your transmutations? Or I know your transmutation is lead, but what are the alembics?
It's disquietism. Oh, the alembics are internalize and prime the vessel.
Okay. What are the distillations of
So it says
of the disquietism one?
persistent nose disquiet stage.
Okay.
And I can help mitigate it.
All right. Well, I'm going to have you roll to give this guy disquiet, so we need to dig into that alembic and make sure that if you can mitigate this in any way, then you do so. Because this guy is you're gonna have to make a check against him. So let's go to the page where those are. So I'm gonna look up disquietism in the book. Temperate. All right. Internalize. Okay. It says temper is your one.
I have temper, soothe, and quell.
Okay. All right. I think essentially just based on your choices would be temper or quell, but I think here you would definitely want to do temper.
Right.
Do you have them up in the book? It's page 135.
I'll get open the book.
Okay, I'm going to use the restroom and you can just take a look at...
Yeah, it's weird
those.
because I don't want to open it too long because I don't know where the spoilers are.
Yeah, it's like kind of everywhere and nowhere, but it's like as long as we don't linger in it and you're not... Basically, I just didn't want you to read the entire book and like get a bunch of like sort of impressions on things that might not necessarily be true of you specifically. So for now, yeah, just go to 135 and it's on the right hand side. Temper, soothe, quell. I'll be right back.
I see it.
Okay.
All right. So it says presence plus empathy plus Azov.
Yep, and I want to check out one more thing.
Okay, so that's 5.
Azoth is 1.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right, time to roll.
wait a sec. I'm just trying to make sure that when you do this, you're not going to show your disfigurement.
Okay.
Because I need to look up charging alembics. All this bullshit I wouldn't have to do if you were just a vampire. It makes it so much more interesting, though.
Yeah, vampires just kill people if you fail.
True. I think I kind of get what we're doing here now.
Okay.
So, essentially, I'm trying to figure out if this would give you a condition, but we'll do that after, because what I'm going to say is it's like, I don't really think that it makes sense for a transmutation or for a distillation that you're attempting to use that is supposed to take away from disquiet to reveal your disfigurements.
Yeah.
Because that would defeat the purpose. So I'm going to say for this one specifically, this isn't going to reveal your disfigurements if you succeed. And it might still give you a condition to resolve, because that's another thing that they do, but it's not going to be as bad as if you were like charging Pyros to fucking, you know, transform yourself into something insane or shoot lightning or something. So like this is inherently like a subtle one that's meant to cool things off. So yeah, so how about You want to do temper then, probably?
Yes.
Okay.
Or I think, is it soothe?
No, the disquiet hasn't manifested, so you're trying to keep
Oh,
it from happening.
Okay, so it's composure plus empathy plus Azoth.
Yes, and so you,
Oh, so that's 6.
ooh, so you feel something change in your internal alchemy, in your stomach area, where the flame that consumes what you eat, that you understand is a flame, burns within you. A sort of chemical flame, a false energy, an electricity, if you will, and you can feel that sort of something drips out of something else, and catalyst meets components, and an interchange begins as you choose to do this. Because inherently you're just like, this dude is tripping, and it's because of me. And maybe
Right.
there's something I can do that can make that better.
Do I get my 9 against?
What, because of the blood engine?
Yeah, I don't know when that applies.
No, that's for if you're, like, fucking with the blood engine, you get 9
Okay.
again. Like, if you were, like, modifying your thing or using the blood engine as, like, a source of electricity to do something, or
Okay.
sticking it in a door. You know what I mean? Like, things that have to do with it as a physical object. Otherwise, you would just get it on everything ever, because it's, like, a really important part of who you are.
Okay, that makes sense.
So anyway, yeah, the energy vibrates upwards into your body, and you can sort of feel it in your hands as you reach out for this guy and roll composure plus empathy plus 1, because your Azoth is 1. And how much Pyros do you have?
5.
Okay, you spend 1.
Okay. 2 successes.
Sweet. So, you succeed. Anyone rolling to resist your disquiet gets 1 extra die. This effect lasts for a scene. So I think it's a contested roll, because he's still going to do it. In this roll, failure is advantageous for the Promethean. As such, she cannot voluntarily acquire a dramatic failure for a beat. Instead, she can voluntarily take an exceptional success. So it is your Azoth versus Resolve plus Composure. So essentially, you're going to roll 1d10, and this guy is going to roll a couple of dice. And whoever...
Plus 1.
Yes, yeah. So that's going to take it up from... I am going to say from 2 Resolve and 2 Composure to 2 Resolve, 2 Composure plus 1. So he gets 5 dice and you get 1. And so essentially what we're doing here is you want him to get successes and you to get failures, because this is your Azoth overwhelming him. So if I roll 1, or if I roll 0 and you roll 1, then he's disquieted. Or if you like get 10 again, then you could potentially still beat him. But, and also, yeah, you could take an exceptional success. Here we go.
I got a 7. Oh, wait, 7. That's good.
7 fails.
Failure.
Yeah. And this guy got 3 successes, 8, 9, 9. So you look at him and you inherently sort of find this word within yourself: disquiet, disturbed, disordered, disorganized, disrupted, destroyed. And you know that he is stage 0 disquiet. And he sort of looks at you as this energy goes out from your body, leaving you feeling a little bit weaker, a little bit more shaken up. but good because you know that you prevented him from freaking out right now. And he just sort of snaps out of it and his eyes unglaze and he says, terribly sorry. I didn't... How long have I, Never mind. Just, go ahead and take this. Put it on. It should fit like a glove now. Just absolutely perfect.
Okay.
Let's go out into the main room, shall we? And he's sort of still shaking himself off a little bit.
I think Laszlo will nonchalantly try on this new shirt.
Yeah. So in the end here, you get dressed, and the suit and shirt and everything looks very smart indeed. It's a little bit old-fashioned, Clemens would inform you, compared to the styles of today, but, you know, some things never go out of style, and you probably attribute that to Conrad liking older styles of clothing.
Of course.
But anyway, yeah, you can't disagree that when it's all said and done, you look good, and he has managed to cut the suit in a way where it complements the blood drive on your chest, meaning that you don't look hardly lumpy and irregular at all when the suit is on because of how it hangs over the thing on your chest. And Clemens sort of says, well, I hope everyone is satisfied. I did what I could. I think it looks pretty sharp, actually. And Conrad says, what do you think, Laszlo?
I like it.
I agree. It looks fantastic, Mr. Clemens. Here, please, take this. And he presses like a couple big-looking bills into his hand, and says, anyway, how about you finish up on the shirts, and I'll swing by tomorrow night and pick some up again, and we'll just take some of this stuff for the road, and the suit, of course. And he says, that'll be just fine. I'll be here. Yeah, no problem. Absolutely. And then after they sort of exchange a little bit more money, and Conrad signs a couple papers and receipts and proof of sale and stuff, you guys you're shuffled back into your normal clothes and given a bag or two to carry and taken back to the car. And
All right.
do you say anything to Clemens as you leave?
I'll thank him.
He says, yes, come. I hope you like them. And as you sort of turn your head to look at him when you leave, he sort of is holding your gaze through the dusty glass of the place, and once you guys are out into the street, he turns off the light inside the tailor shop. And there is the electric box still kind of calling to you, especially now that you can tell you expended a little bit of your lightning inside of you. And onward you go, though, back home, if nothing else is to be done.
All right. Now the question is, do I tell Mr. Conrad about this disquiet?
That is the question. On the way back, I'll say, if you don't say anything, he would eventually say, was he being weird to you? What did he say? Was he saying something about me or something?
It feels like something about me makes humans feel weird. I don't know. The word disquiet came into my mind. I don't know exactly what that means.
Well, it's probably just something Clemens has going on. You know, different things affect different people. Perhaps my blood in your body set him off in some way. I will have to look into this. We don't want you not being able to interact with your fellow human beings after all. This would be no good. So I'll make a note of it, but maybe next time, tomorrow, when I come and pick up the clothes, I will just do it myself.
Yes. Yeah.
He has your measurements now, so it should be no problem for me to sort of get you things as necessary without you having to interact with the impressionable Mr. Clemens. But other than that, I believe it went well. What do you think of our fair city?
It's very nice.
Yes,
The lights are beautiful.
Yes, there's something about that electric glow that, I don't know, I remember when they first came out with electricity, and it truly is something very different. There was a time, he says, as you kind of go off the freeway again and into the land of cranes and asphalt, where his warehouse is, there was a time when the night was very solitary and very... Well, people didn't go out much in the night because it was so dangerous and they had so little dominion over it, and it was our place, but it was a very, very lonely time to be a kindred who yet craves the contact of humanity. But once those lights turned on, it's all daytime all the time, even for us, you know.
Usurp the sun in a way.
Yes, that's very philosophical. They definitely usurped something, and he just sort of parks in his spot and gets out and sort of says, "Do you want me to call Naughty, or do you think that you have all of the suits yourself?"
I'll sort of try fumbling them myself and then make a judgment.
Well, you're quite strong, and so it's actually not super hard for you to just sort of grab everything up in your arms and carry it into the house, or the fucking warehouse. And he lets you in the double doors, and yeah, there's a few more hours left in the night, so he sort of spends a little bit of time looking over your clothes and picking pins out of them and making sure everything is ship-shape. And at a certain point, he takes your jacket and he says, "What are all these circles and things on the sleeves, on the cuffs? What was he doing?"
Oh. He was just doing that. I don't really understand why.
He's never done anything like this for me. Maybe it's some kind of new technique he's trying out. And there's weird concentric circles, some kind of arrow shapes, just weird spinning filigree, repeating itself over and over, little spirals. It's actually kind of beautiful in a strange way. But anyway, I think unless you have something else to do that night, we'll go ahead and skip ahead to the next day.
All right.
You do not feel the pull of sleep whatsoever tonight. You can lay in your bed for as long as you want, but Conrad retires and sort of folds up your clothes for you, and Nod is sort of hanging around, but there is no sleep to be had, unless you really, really, really want to try.
I might lay in bed for a bit, but then realize that there's no sleep to be had.
Sure. Okay, yeah, so generally, how do you think you fill the next probably 10 hours until the sun goes down again?
I wish I got some fucking books.
Yeah, I guess we did forget to get those for you. You still have your manual on Hungarian Catholicism.
Oh, is that in English?
Yeah.
I'll give it a read and decide if I get anything out of it.
Well, it's certainly teaching you a lot about the human sphere of religion in Eastern Europe. and the sort of like, you know, the schisms, Orthodoxy, Catholicism, even further Eastern religions of the people that have been in Hungary at different times.
Now I'm wishing for a book on vampire factionalism.
Yeah, you are sort of digging through this tome of fairly esoteric human knowledge and lore, and you're like, I don't know if I need to know this shit about the human world. I seem to be firmly entrenched in the vampire world at this moment. Yeah. Then how about, in the interest of time, we sort of skip to when Conrad gets up and is sort of busying himself in preparation for the dinner. And now you can ask him sort of factional questions if you want, or like, why don't you have any vampire history books and things like that, you know, now as you're sort of going to be getting prepared for dinner. Because it's just been a lot of claustrophobic time skipping in here.
I'll ask him those kinds of things.
What specifically?
Yeah, I'll just say I've been reading this book, and I was sort of wondering what was the history of the vampire factions. Surely there's as interesting a lab of schisms and formations.
Yes, well, I am part of the Ordo Dracul, and that is the sort of faction, as you've described it, that I am most familiar with. I mean, as long as I have been alive, the church and the state have sort of bobbed backwards and forwards for apples of control in the vampire world as much as they have in the human world, but the church is firmly on the backslide now in this area of North America, and not for a lack of trying, but essentially, I come from a line of scientists dating back to our father, Vlad Dracula, the great dragon himself, the third, actually, Vlad Dracula of his name, but that notwithstanding, he was a vampire who believed that you could overcome the limitations of our form through study and alchemy and the work of transmutating yourself into something greater. And all of these concepts are like ringing crazy bells in your head. And like resonating with your internals in a way that is very strange. You feel like you might be on your own sort of similar course. And he says, it's all a lot of interchanging of chemicals and response to stimuli and changing the way that your body sort of interacts with the world and the presence of different activators and such like, with different strains of magic and or science woven in. But we were first in the dark. This was before my time. Then we were persecuted by the church for anti-clerical ideas and sort of scientific methodologies that were rather ahead of the time. But then there was kind of a big boom. This is closer to when I was active. And the scientific revolution in the human world made a lot more kindred interested in the teachings of Dracula and just in general what science could do for them, and living more like a modern person instead of some hermit in a horrible wet cave or just someone in a castle where you just eat people and things. So we wanted to introduce ourselves to society, so we kind of came out of the shadows and became more of an out-and-out faction rather than a sort of secret sect as we had been when the church was running the show. But this was hundreds of years ago now, or, you know, 200 or so. But the point being, in World War I and II, there was a lot of divides and schisms created in among the dragons, that is what we call ourselves. And he's now saying all of this sort of as he's giving you another tuna sandwich and dressing you up and stuff, putting on your smart suit and everything. And he says, basically, I'm a terrible storyteller. I apologize, Laszlo. But the point is that the humans about 20-some years ago did some very fucked up things to each other and in the world in general. Things that even the most hideous vampire warlords of the medieval ages could truly only dream of. And it made a lot of people ask a lot of different questions, sort of all asking questions that the other people weren't able to answer. And anyway, our order had a big old breakup schism type of thing. And anyway, essentially, I am now part of a sort of loose league. They describe us as Bostonian. It essentially means that me and the people that think like me believe that the way the order should be run is basically one guy that attempts to imitate Vlad Dracula, our father, teaches one other guy who attempts to imitate his master, if that makes sense. And sort of a one-and-one thing, mentor-student, all the way down. Which means that we don't have like large lodges of co-conspirators as we might have at one time when it was more of a science cult. And now it's sort of just a one-on-one teaching thing. But this is just how we do it, the Bostonian style. There are other schools, one mentor, several students, more collegiate. But for us, it is just, I think, better to have one teacher and one heir. And things can echo downwards in the generations in that way. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. I am interested in this alchemy, as you say. You'll have to show me a thing or two.
Yes, well, you know, I had my initial studies in the suppression of temper and making myself less susceptible to the vials of frenzy and other banes of that nature, but along the way I became fascinated with the concept of birth and procreation and how I could overcome the vampiric limitation of sterility. So about 60 years ago or so, I began my first experiments in raising children and things like that. So you came about as, yes, an attempt to use alchemy to overcome my sterility and to create a spiritual successor to myself in the form of a human being with my blood. So, yes, alchemy, I imagine you would be interested in it, seeing as you are a human being who was born as the result of alchemy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he sort of finishes motor mouthing at you, having explained his take on the Ordo Dracul, and how he came to be a Bostonian. And then basically, before you know it, it is time for dinner. And I believe that, oh, dang it, we were supposed to have you have dinner with B.
Right.
So instead, I think what it'll be is that B will just come to this dinner with you. And you can talk to her on the way.
Okay.
So Beatrice comes in through the front door, which seems to be sort of on the kitchen side of the facility. And she comes in wearing sort of like trousers and some patent leather shoes and like a vest and shirt, sort of dressed in like a mannish way, with her hair out of a hat this time, sort of like a fairly big nest of curly hair. And besides the curly hair, she looks a lot like Conrad, actually, in the face. Like, their facial features are quite similar. She does look like his daughter. And she sort of comes in and, similarly to you, looks like she's ready for a dinner. And her demeanor is a little bit more relaxed from when you last saw her, when she was very exasperated and arguing with her father. And yeah, she enters the warehouse just as you guys are sort of finishing up, and Nod has been kind of running around and helping Conrad dress you. And she says, hi, Dad. Hi, Laszlo.
Hello.
How's it going?
Feeling a lot better than when we first met.
Oh,
to say the
wow.
least.
He's like talking full sentences, Dad. That's crazy. Wow.
I did that right after I woke up. Honestly impressive.
He pats himself on the back. What do you call it? She says, well, you weren't doing it in front of me, but yeah, no, good for you. And as she's saying this, she's sort of coming over closer to like inspect you. And you can see as she sort of smiles at Nod and pats him on his head, that she has, it looks like prosthetic fangs on, but they're like essentially, it looks like sort of silver caps affixed to her canines that make them quite a bit longer. But other than that, she looks mostly like a normal human. She has like little earrings on. And she says, when are they coming? And Conrad says, I told you, Beatrice, we are going there. And she says, oh, God. No, you didn't tell me, because I wouldn't have gone if I knew it was at Gordon's. I don't like going there. And he says, well, it's either that or you make Laszlo go alone with me, and he is very nervous. He wants you there with him. And she says, like sort of in a stage whisper, I don't know Laszlo. Why does he want me to go? And he says, you're his sister. It's important. And she looks at you, Laszlo, and says, Laszlo, do you want me to go?
I would be more comfortable. Yeah.
And she just sort of rolls her eyes at Conrad and says, fine, but I don't want you lying to me like that again. That's kind of ridiculous. And he just sort of waves her off and says, yes, well, we should be going any moment now. Any last... He almost says words, but says, things that you need, Laszlo?
I think I have everything.
All right. And so the three of you set off in your evening best to drive over to presumably another vampire's house.
I think I am glad that it's a vampire's house and not like a public dinner.
Oh, yeah.
That's my takeaway.
Right. So yeah, you load up, and do you try and sit in the front seat again, or do you...
I'll wait and see what Beatrice does.
B goes and sits in the front seat, just without hesitation.
Alright, backseat time.
Alright. And as you guys sort of take off and are driving, this time in the opposite direction, south, away from the city, she sort of is like looking back at you in the rearview mirror and like studying your face, and says, you look a lot different from when I first saw you.
Yeah. I'm weird, so I guess I'll be forward. And humans see me much better than I actually look. I'll put it that way.
Conrad sort of says, do you hear him? He is so ridiculous. Humans, as though he himself was not a human. No, Beatrice, he seems to the alchemy has healed his wounds, and so he is not as grotesque as he initially was. Yes, he indeed does look better, doesn't he? And he just sort of steamrolls over the way that you've described yourself and ignores your explanation entirely. Your entirely correct description of the psychic field. And B just sort of looks at you and goes like, yeah, well, either way, glad you're sort of feeling better. And she says, yeah, you're going to hate this guy that we're going to go see. And do you ask for any elaboration, or do you just drive on in silence?
Yeah, who is this Gordon, you said?
Well, like Dad, he calls himself Sir, so this is Sir Gordon. He has some kind of sicko subtitle that I can't be bothered to remember. And Conrad cuts in and says, Payne's philosopher. And she says, yep, something fucked up like that. But anyway, he, I don't know. He's just like, he's got a lot of gross bugs and shit. I hate his house. But, and Conrad sort of cuts in and is like, he's a perfectly kind and polite person. You are just sensitive. And she doesn't talk to Conrad anymore on the ride after that. And then it's probably like 10 minutes of like traffic, but it's pretty easy for you guys to get there. It's fairly close by, sort of on the same southern South Seattle landmass, kind of just within city limits. And you guys pull up after getting on sort of a side road on a like newly paved, formerly dirt road that goes like maybe a quarter mile up into the trees on the sort of cliffs above the city, until you drive up to a rather beautiful sort of antique looking mansion. It's not colossally huge, like it's not really a mansion, it's just a very nice old house. And for a moment, you're sort of like, I don't really know what B is on about. This place looks great.
I think out of character, it's funny because my house is a ton of preserved bugs.
Yeah.
I could like
this
walk
is
a few feet behind me, open up a drawer, and get like drawers and drawers of preserved specimens to ogle at.
Yeah, this guy is a bug guy too, so that is funny. I didn't think of that. And it's also funny because sort of out of character, because I've been referring to her this way. Beatrice is what Conrad calls her, but she goes by Bea.
Okay.
And so it's funny because the guy that you're about to meet is the B guy. But anyway, the car, you sort of pull off and park it by the edge of the driveway at the top of it, and Conrad gets out and lets the two of you out of your doors, unless you sort of scramble out before, but I think he'll probably let you out and Beatrice gets out by herself.
Right.
And
then time to see an actual house.
Yeah.
As opposed to a makeshift warehouse.
Yeah, indeed. Although notably, you've never seen Conrad's chambers, so they might be a little bit better.
Right.
But let me check on something really quick, actually.
It'd be funny if Conrad's chamber was just completely stark concrete floor, no accoutrement, and my room is actually nicer.
I'm sorry, I had to check a text.
It'd be funny if Conrad's room was not as nice as mine.
Oh yeah. Anyway, as you guys approach the front door, a very burly man sort of steps out of the shadows of the porch, seems to have been sitting outside waiting for you. And I have to decide, how about you roll intelligence plus occult for me?
Oh, first occult roll.
Yeah. What's that roll?
That's 6 dice.
Oh,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
Let's go.
Okay, only one success.
All right. That is basically going to mean that you have inherited, in most instances, the ability to tell when a vampire is a vampire.
Ooh, oh yeah.
And there's going to be, like, edge cases. Specifically, what I'm going to say is, if a vampire is burning blood for the blush of life, where they appear human
Right.
and restore their functionality, you won't inherently know that they're a vampire. But whenever a vampire is just in base form around you, you'll be able to visually pick up on it instantly and tell. So you can tell by this guy's shallow to non-existent breathing and the sort of way that he holds himself that he is indeed the same thing as Conrad and not the same thing as Beatrice. And this very burly man in a sort of smart evening suit like your guys's steps down off the porch and sort of says, "Welcome to our home, Conrad." And he says, "Hello, Andre. Is Gordon inside?" And he says, "Yes, just follow me this way." And this guy, Andre, who's like a big, quite big, like 6'4", taller than you, so first time that's happened. Burly white guy with a shaved head, who sort of looks out of place in his suit, actually. And generally, besides that, his features are kind of like... It's hard to describe, but he kind of has like a nastiness to his face, like a cruelty to his sort of eyes and the set of his mouth. He's kind of an off-putting person to look at. He's not gross, he's just like kind of ambiently a little bit freaky and scary.
Befitting a vampire.
Yeah, indeed. And this guy's certainly not hiding what he is. And he takes you inside. And it's a very nicely furnished house, and already you're starting to see the specimens. There are several pin boards with exotic varietals of wasps sort of pinned to different cork surfaces. And there's all kinds of little glass domes with like beetles in them and stuff, and pretty much every single insect that you can see. Actually, give me a quick wits plus science.
5 dice.
I appreciate you calling out the pool size beforehand. That's interesting. It's helpful.
2 9s. So 2 successes.
Every bug that you can see seems to have a stinger. And as you sort of continue through the foyer and into like an antechamber of a dining room, you're just struck by how, I mean, you don't really have any like basis for what's a new and old looking house, but this place looks old and like historic and kind of preserved.
Right.
And you think you catch sight of a few sort of strange organic looking structures in the eaves of the ceiling of this room, but you kind of look back and they're gone. And there is a long sort of polished mahogany table with candelabras with no candles on and an electric chandelier above, and places set for 4 people, or 5, I guess, people to dine at.
Yeah, never forget Andre. He'll beat you up.
Yeah, true. I guess technically that was me forgetting that B is here. Because she wasn't, like, technically originally invited.
Right.
And anyway, so Conrad, you and B go and take a seat at the table where there is already another vampire sitting opposite where you guys will be. And he, in stark contrast to Andre, is very thin and very slight, almost kind of wispy in a certain way, but there's also like a sharpness to his form. Like he's got like sharp shoulders in his suit, sharp elbows on the table, sharp kind of fingers tented up, pointing at his face as he like waits for you guys, and a sharp little smile that he flashes, but not unkind. And where Andre has a shaved head, this guy kind of has like a perfect little Mr. Burns, like old man bald egg head, with a little bit of hair around the edge, and notably shiny yellow eyes.
Right.
And yeah, overall just a skinny, pointy little dude. And he says, "Hello, my friends. Please sit down."
I'll take a seat.
And your companions follow suit, and this guy's fingers are sort of still tented up, and he says, well, of course, I know Conrad, and I know B, so you must be Laszlo.
Yes.
And he extends his sort of long, bony fingers with sharp, long fingernails towards you. Your comparatively very well-groomed hands. For
I'll
shake.
extend my weirdly long hand.
Yeah. He shakes your hand and says, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I've already heard so much about you from Conrad. He's very proud." And he has a strange little breathy voice like the one that I'm doing.
Right.
And he says, "Aren't you, Conrad?" And Conrad says, "I'm glad to be here, Gordon." Oh, that's not how Conrad talks. I can't keep track of all these fucking accents. "I'm glad to be here, Gordon." And anyway, he says, well, for the 2 of you that'll be eating, there should be some food coming out shortly.
Yes, thank you.
And then they sort of just begin to talk quietly. It's just B sitting there with you while the 2 vampires talk, because Andre has gone to go and rustle up the food from wherever.
I think Laszlo wants to ask about the insect specimens. He's curious.
Okay, how long do you let the 2 vampires sort of exchange pleasantries before you jump in? Do you maybe wait for the food or just go right away?
Maybe wait for the food. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. After a couple minutes, Andre returns with 3 wine glasses in one hand filled to the brim with dark, deep, quote-unquote wine, and sets them at the places where the vampires are sitting. And then he goes back in and back out and brings you a cup of water, B a cup of dark wine, and both of you a plate of mashed potatoes, shelled peas, and like a pork cutlet.
All right.
And everything looks pretty good. There's a little gravy boat on the table, and several large pinned bees in glass cups that are the centerpieces. And the vampires start drinking the glasses of wine, including bee. And it's all clearly, obviously, blood.
Right.
And you're just sitting there with your fork and knife while these weirdos do this. Then what do you say?
I see you have lots of insect specimens.
He sort of turns to you, and then looks at Conrad for a second and says, I hadn't gotten the update that you could speak. That's wonderful.
Yeah, after I went to sleep and woke up, I was speaking quite fluently.
Well, that's fantastic. Conrad held that tidbit back from me. Well, yes, I have lots of beautiful bugs. My insects are the primary focus of my research, and I care about them a great deal, so I'm glad to see someone with a connoisseur's eye. Yes, they're quite beautiful, aren't they? And he sort of strokes a glass on the table with his fingernails.
How do you preserve them?
Well,
I'm curious.
Typically a solution of chemicals to prevent decay and hollowing them out so they don't have any kind of wet rot. And I usually just pin them up. But a family secret is a little bit of vitae never hurt in terms of keeping something looking alive even when it's dead.
That is a secret to my creation as well.
He cocks an eyebrow and says, Conrad here swore that you were a live birth of some description. And Conrad, swiftly kicks you in the leg under the table.
The bro doesn't know my torment is honesty.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. And he says, so you didn't come into the world in the usual way? And now he's kind of playing around because he knew that you couldn't talk and you were an adult man, so something was up, you know what I mean? But he's kind of fucking with Conrad.
How much does Laszlo want to mess with Conrad here?
We could always roll for your torment.
I think that would be good, yeah.
Alright. So this isn't gonna actually cause a true torment. So what I'm gonna do is we'll actually build to this over the course of the dinner.
Okay, that's good.
So he asks if you came into the world in the usual way, and you can sort of just do away with that question if you want to continue, or you can answer it in whichever way, and this is up to you how honest you want to be.
I would say no.
Okay. So you say, no, I didn't come into the world in the usual way. And Conrad just sort of exhales a little bit from his nose. And rather than pushing it, Sir Gordon says, well, how's yours be? How's everything tasting? And she's just kind of been chugging her glass of blood, hasn't touched her human food. Have you eaten?
Yeah, I'll try some of the pork, because I don't have anything like that.
It's pretty good, fairly juicy, a little bit under-seasoned, almost as if the person who was cooking it couldn't taste it. But all in all, it's a well-cooked piece of meat, and you're not particularly picky, so it finds its way into your stomach and is deconstituted rapidly.
Yeah, I'll probably idly eat as the dinner goes on then.
B just says, it's fine, thanks. And sets down the half-drained glass and starts on her potatoes. Yeah, any more questions for this guy, or are you going to kind of let them talk? Andre hasn't said a damn thing. He's just sitting there.
What's your favorite specimen, then?
Oh, it's so hard to choose. It's like choosing between one's children. I'm sure Conrad would struggle with that question as well. But, oh, I have some modified killer bees that are really quite darling. Some of my favorites. Would you like to meet one?
I don't know if I'd feel up to meeting a live specimen, but I appreciate the offer.
Okay, I was making sure that the Africanized honeybee already existed, and it in fact did.
No, my mom was informing me that Invincible Season 3 starts February 6th.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to that.
I still haven't finished the last episode of Season 2. I need to get on that.
I haven't watched any of that show.
It's really worth it, especially if you like Arcane.
Well, and it's a big inspiration for the superhero campaign you spent a couple years in.
Yeah.
I'm gonna piss. I'll be right back. The dinner is now quiet for a little while and awkward as everyone just drinks and eats.
As everyone gets up to piss.
Oh, except Laszlo, he doesn't piss.
It's awkward because you're sitting there silently while everyone else goes to piss. Oh yeah, Wade, I was saying you have played War Thunder.
Oh yeah, I've tried it.
What did you think of it?
I thought it was alright, just not really my thing.
Yeah. Videos popped up on my YouTube and I was watching them and it looked kind of fun and I was like, oh, maybe I should try that out. And then I looked at the reviews and you and Zach both recommended against getting it. I was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't get it. But I did anyways, and I've actually really been enjoying it.
That's funny.
What game?
Or show the whole picture.
War Thunder.
Oh, I've played quite a bit of War Thunder.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. I like it.
That is very funny
Yeah,
that Zach recommends against War Thunder.
Zach
I think
Austin.
his is more of a joke because his review says it is what it is, and he recommended against it. And this is when he had 1,300 hours in the game, and he's played another 300 hours since that review.
That's basically my review of Civ.
Yeah.
Civ 6. Don't play this. I have 2,000 hours in it.
Yeah, what I like about War Thunder is like it feels like you're in a tank shooting other tanks, and
Yeah, that's kind of what I like about it too.
the sound design is very good. It not being health bars, but instead like simulated components is awesome.
Yeah.
So the dinner sort of drags on for a while. Do you ask any more questions, or do you just wait until you're spoken to again?
I think I'm done asking questions for now.
Okay. Gordon says, well, tell me about the process of your creation then. I am curious, seeing as, well, this is kind of a fraternal dinner for Order members. I'm also of the Dragon, as is Conrad, so this really is about showing you off, so I'm sure he wants to talk about you. And Conrad's just looking like he does not want to talk about you anymore. He has thoroughly sort of failed to consider exactly what this dinner would turn into for him. And so Gordon is just kind of looking at you over the rim of his wine glass, and says, well, so were you maybe brought to life somehow? Our dear Beatrice here, was born in the normal way to a human woman, but the woman was a ghoul, if I remember correctly. Isn't that right, dear? And she just doesn't say anything to him. Which makes Beatrice a Dampier, which is a rather dangerous sort of critter for vampires, which is why she has a taste for our blood, as you've seen. But you don't seem to be like any Dampier I've ever seen. In fact, you have a sort of strange taste of Mechit resonance going on anyway. I initially thought you might have been a vampire when you first came in the room.
No. I saw my body on an operating table. I was in a mirror at first, and then my mind was transferred to the body. And I woke up.
That's fascinating. How did you... Well, I'm sure you won't reveal your secrets to me, Conrad, but that's quite advanced. I had never heard of anything like that really before, but the body, it was just a human body?
Yes.
I see. Is that you lying or telling the truth?
It is a human body.
So, telling a half-truth.
Yeah.
And
I think Laszlo does not like this field of misdirection and half-truths.
yeah, and so as you start doing that, you feel your humors sort of bubbling up in your body. And you get the strangest urge to ask him about his bugs again, even though you already did that and had that conversation. But other than that, you're just feeling a strange pressure in your stomach like you did last time when you were in front of the mirror.
Yeah, I guess I won't act until more things happen that I don't like.
Okay. He says, well, was the body a relative? Perhaps one of Ms. Rosler's other unfortunate children? And B just sort of looks at him like, what the fuck are you saying right now?
Looks at Gordon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. She just got insulted.
And Conrad just sort of is watching Gordon like he knows what he's doing, but kind of can't really say anything about it. And he says, although it does seem like he was a fully grown adult man, and, well, I suppose that would line up with the late Ms. Rosler's birthing timeline. She has been without us for quite a period now. Or us without her, I suppose. But, no, so he was a dead human person that you put some kind of spiritual creature into. Is that what I'm to understand about our friend Laszlo here? Do you pipe up or do you just wait for Conrad?
I'll wait for Conrad because that's more or less the truth.
He says, he is my son. This is the whole of the concept. This is the whole of the experience. It needs no further explanation. And Gordon says, This was about you showing off your experiment. You're selling yourself so very short. I've bothered you many times about my experiments. Why are you holding back? Laszlo, is he have you done something to upset Conrad? Is he ashamed of you somehow? I don't understand what's going on. There's so much tension at my table.
I don't think so.
And then something builds up inside of you. You remember him dismissively telling you not to ask about the arm. You remember the cripple speech, the real human boy comments over and over and over for the last, 72 hours. Consistent refusal to see you for what you are, instead of what he designed you to be. And absolutely without a shadow of a doubt that he is disappointed in what you are.
I'll let out.
All right.
I think that's
let's
the
have you
most
roll torment.
Yeah, that's the least I can do, I think.
Mm-hmm. So the way we're gonna do this is roll resolve plus composure -1 for your Azoth. What's the pool?
4.
Okay. And I'm gonna take 1 off because you've been actively antagonized. So it's like, he's putting you into it.
Okay, so 3 dice.
Yeah.
Eight, 9, 10.
Woo!
Ooh! 10 again?
Hell yeah.
Okay. So 4 successes.
Alright. No
And
exceptional
5 dice.
success. That's good. So you gain back a point of willpower.
Ooh.
And
Did I use a point of willpower?
I don't think so. So, I guess you can't gain one. We'll just have you take a beat instead for risking torment as well.
Okay.
So take a beat instead of the willpower. A regular beat, not a vitriol beat, because those are specific, and we're going to eventually have to get... There's still a lot more background we need to do for you, like your milestones, but that's all kind of just going to get saved up.
Yeah.
Anyway, you let out a sigh, and you feel something horrible building inside you, and it comes out as like a small burp, and then you are returned to order, and your mind is clear, and you feel in control of yourself, and like you could say anything you mean and mean anything you say, whether it was a truth, a lie, something to comfort yourself, comfort Conrad, shut down Gordon. You are able to say what you need to say, and you're not forced by your humor into any action.
Alright, that's good.
So he asks if he's disappointed in you, and you just sort of sigh and burp at him, and then do you say anything?
No, I think he's quite proud of what he's created.
You say that?
Yeah. I think in some sense he is, in some sense he isn't.
Sure, so like that's not a huge lie. Well, whatever the case is, you saying that seems to quiet Gordon down and make Conrad breathe a little bit easier. And then like the rest of the dinner sort of just passes in kind of stilted, awkward way. There's like a little bit of discussion of some kind of zoning dispute that Conrad was dealing with his building. Oh, how is your garden getting on, Gordon? Blah, blah, blah. Did you ever get a new gardener after? Well, you know, like just sort of some general discussion. And at the end, things are clearly sort of winding down. And Gordon sort of looks at you again and says, well, you know, I am still rather curious. So if you ever find out where he got that body from, do let me know, because it is lovely. I'd love to have one of my own. And Conrad just says, that is quite enough. Thank you for your hospitality. We will be going now. And gathers you two up and sort of heads for the door. And Andre just sort of opens it for you and lets you guys go, and Gordon doesn't get up.
I think I'll take passing glances at the bugs as I go.
Everything is pretty much just as you experienced it the first time walking in, and as you sort of take one last lingering look before being kind of half shoved out the door by Andre, you see one of the bees with a pin through it buzz its wings once, and then you're in the night air. And now there's nothing to do but go home. And Conrad is very quiet on the way back, and doesn't say anything pretty much the whole time unless you speak up. B might at some point, though, so...
I envisioned myself offering up honey at this dinner when you first explained there would be a dinner, so I think it went well.
Well, yeah, you succeeded your role, so that would have been the honey barf. But yeah, you definitely managed to keep a lid on it. So you're honestly not quite sure why Conrad is so pissed off, because whatever the case, he doesn't seem to view it as overall a success.
Yeah, I think deep down I might think that all the prying and all the him not being able to answer, he doesn't want to accept what he's created.
Yeah. And at a certain point, B says sort of in general, well, it's not the nicest he's ever been, but it's honestly not the nastiest either. And then Conrad just kind of crashes out and starts like smashing his fist against the wheel and horn of his car and punching the ceiling, and leaves like a couple dents in it. And this is all done with like kind of a horrifying speed. Like the punches are like blurry in front of your eyes. You like can't quite see him moving, and it's over in like 2 seconds. And he kind of like straightens the car out and says, quite. And one sec. Okay. And yeah, he sort of rights himself and just yes. And other than that, just keeps driving. Seems to have vented a little bit of his frustration. Yeah, and if nothing else is said, then you guys go home. And B sort of gets out and is going to head to her car. And she says, bye, Dad. Good night, Laszlo.
Good night. Thanks for being there.
Yeah. And then Conrad says, Beatrice, I think I may have need of you tomorrow. Please come back tomorrow night. And she says, I'm not going to a dinner. And he says, no, nothing like that, but please, if you could, be here. And she says, all right. And then heads off, and you guys go back inside into the warehouse.
First flash of, is this guy gonna try and kill me?
You think that?
Maybe briefly.
I see. You go in, and Nod is very happy to see you guys. He actually runs up and tries to give you a hug. Do you let him?
I'll let him.
All right.
Maybe perhaps awkwardly, but
yeah, a little bit of an awkward, stilted interaction, but you know, there's you're a freak, he's a freak. Why not? And so he kind of wraps his strange body around your waist, gives you a quick hug, and releases you. And sort of barks happily and goes and voot, 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 wanders off to where he came from. And Conrad says, I apologize. I thought that I was prepared for what that could become, but clearly I was not. Gordon is a friend, but he is also a jackass and a bastard. So I was not careful enough. I should have waited longer. I should have tried again. I don't know. All I can say is I'm sorry.
it wasn't too bad for me.
Well, I'm sure you must be very tired. You should get some rest. Everything, I think, will be looking much better in the morning. And you find that for the first time in 48 hours, you feel like you actually could get some sleep. You're finally feeling tired.
All right.
And he says, you said that you had a difficult time falling asleep, did you not? I prepared a sedative for you if you would like it. I think perhaps it could help.
I'm feeling quite tired right now.
All right. Then no sedative. Sounds good. I'll see you tomorrow, and we can discuss what happens next, I suppose.
All right.
I'm gonna go confer with Sarah to see what my out time is for what I'm going to do after this, because I still have like a couple scenes I want to get through.
Yeah.
And then we'll wrap it up, hopefully, in the next little bit here, so I'll be right back. She's actually not even here. I thought she was. Anyway. So you fall asleep in your bed and you dream of an operating table. First you dream that your head is sawed off, and then you dream that your arms are cut off at the forearm at the elbow, and each time there's sort of a discrete separation. You dream that your head is removed and your brain opened up and replaced. You dream that your legs are cut off at the waist, that your organs are all replaced one by one inside of your body. You dream a bunch of very horrible, visceral things like this for what feels like quite some time. and then you wake up on an operating table. And importantly, you are not bolt upright, and your first physical sensation, besides cold metal beneath you, is an IV in your arm.
Hmm.
And everything is a little bit distant. And you sort of hear some whirring sounds at a remove. What do you do?
Yeah, I think I don't like being operated on. I'm gonna take out the IV.
Okay, so you sort of fumble for it, and then you hear, "Oh fuck!" As you rip your IV out, and a little splatter of your humor leaks out of you, and then your brain sort of defogs a little bit faster, and you can see that you are strapped down when you look down at yourself on an operating table, and that Conrad is sort of standing over you, backed up a foot now that you started moving, and has like a scalpel and a little whirring saw in his hand.
What are you doing?
Fuck. I had counted on you sleeping through this. And he like turns the saw off, and you can see that your leg has a pretty deep incision in it and is bleeding honey. Do you do anything else, or do you just wait for him to answer your question?
I'll wait for him to answer since he's not moving much.
He sort of kneels down and picks up the IV, which is attached to a drip behind you on a little rack, and says, "Shh, just let me put this back in here. Just one more
No.
time. No, please,
No.
Laszlo. I could fix you. I could start over.
You can't.
Why?
You can't.
I want to do this. I fucked up the first time. This was a failure. I can fix you, though. I can make you better. I can make you how you
You're
were supposed to
delusional.
be. No, I'm not. I am your maker, Laszlo. And
I've been made. And I'm done.
He, like, takes a long, dry-sounding swallow, and his, like, lip starts to quiver, and he says, sort of shakily, "There is something about you that yet begs iteration despite this, Laszlo. Do you understand what I am saying?"
I just think you're wrong.
Well, be that as it may,
I'm gonna start unstrapping myself.
your arms are hooked in, so if you want to break one out, this is going to be strength plus athletics.
Okay. I think after I do that action, I'm gonna be like slow and deliberate.
Yeah, this is just getting one arm free.
Yeah, I don't want to like make him think I'm gonna beat him up.
Yeah.
is what- So strength and athletics. Okay. 3 successes.
All right. And you feel your muscles swell with the like bottled lightning in your stomach, and supercharge, and you rip the bolts out of their mountings on the gurney, and break the leather. You like rip one bolt out, and the strap sort of flops free, and he sort of hisses "fuck," again after he sees you do that, and like bares his teeth, and his eyes kind of flash an iridescent red for a second, and he's crossed the room in an eye blink using his celerity, and he grabs your arm and tries to shove the IV in, so you need to make a strength contest against him.
All right, let's go. So just the strength?
No, it's going to be strength and athletics again for both of you.
Okay.
What you got?
Oh, I think 0 successes.
All right, make sure.
Yeah.
He got 1 success. Oh no, he got a 9 and a 9. I thought it was a 9 and a 6. On 4 dice. And he slips the IV in, but you don't like immediately go back to sleep. You can kind of feel it like dulling your senses a little bit, but whatever mechanism digests your sandwiches instantly for you also seems to be pretty good at not letting this poison, this sedative get to your tissues. So you're like a little bit more sluggish, and he now just is trying to maintain his grip on your arm, and he starts up the saw blade in his other hand again as you're sort of wrestling with the IV.
Breaking my other arm out now.
All right, do your roll again. Actually, no, we know that you can break the strap, so you just do.
Right.
So, boom, your other arm comes up, and he swears in Hungarian aggressively, and reaches for that arm, but he sort of has the saw blade in that hand, so it doesn't, like, he has to drop it, and then you're just kind of grappling with the IV in, and you're, like, shaking the table, trying to get up on him, and he's trying to hold you down, and then at that moment, the double doors of the laboratory open, and Beatrice Rosler enters the foyer, or enters the sort of warehouse proper, I suppose, to see you two wrestling, saw blade sort of throwing up sparks on the concrete floor until it burns itself out, from him not pressing the button. Anyway, and yeah, you two are in the middle of grappling. You have an IV in. Your leg is like dripping a copious amount of blood on the ground. And you both just kind of stop and look at her for a second. And she says, "Dad, what the fuck?"
He's in denial.
And he says, "He is in denial, and he is flawed."
I'm me.
And he releases your arms, and like before you can sort of blink or do anything, he rips the IV out of your arm and smashes the like stand that the IV is on against the ground, just like bending the bar. And then he goes and like just starts fucking up the rest of his tools, basically, like kicks his operating or his little table with tools over. They all clatter to the ground. Fucking rips the operating light out of its mount and throws it against the warehouse wall. And then sort of like super speed paces around the room like twice in like 5 seconds before sort of coming to and running his hands through his hair. And finally, he walks over to you slowly and undoes the clasps and helps you to your feet.
I think I would have been starting to do that as he was doing that. So
Yeah.
I might have gotten one undone.
Yeah. He finishes, and then he sort of like steps away from you, like he's actually going to let you get yourself up because he doesn't want you to think he's trying to hurt you again.
Right. I'll get up and say, "Do you want the whole truth about what I know about myself?"
And he says, "I suppose it could not make things worse."
There's like a fire inside me. I told you when I ate, it didn't digest. It got instantly annihilated. And the nutrients absorbed. I think that's a core part of me. I told you about the psychic field. I told you about the disquiet with the suitor.
Well,
I don't sleep as much. I only need to eat once a day.
the mounting evidence sort of is weighing on him, and he has the same moment. You can see it in his face that you had in the mirror, where you realized you could no longer lie to yourself about what you were. You couldn't even pretend to lie to yourself. The truth just is what it is, and it comes down on him as it comes out of your mouth. And he just sort of stands there for a second, and then he says, I have been a fool. I have been blinded by my preoccupations. I am sorry. I still consider you my son, whatever you may be, whatever kind of furnace man. But
Thank you.
I have failed in my objective, and this is not your fault, and I don't know that it is mine, but yes, I suppose when I went digging through alchemical texts and tried to make you out of dead people, I should have known that you were not going to be a normal human person. That was stupid of me. But I think that there may be some way that I can still help you. Now, I know that there's nothing wrong with you, as you have said, but I have seen in you a pain similar to the pain that I have borne throughout my existence. Do you understand what I am saying?
Yes. The longing that you could be human, but are not.
I have that in a different configuration, but yes, there is a gulf. There is a kind of great divide between yourself and other people. And I think that there is a place I could go where I could find things to help you, to be the best you can be, and to be happy. It is abundantly clear that you do not need me as a father and caretaker in the way that I suspected and even hoped you might need me. I have raised 2 human children from infants to adolescents, and this is not like that. So I apologize for the ways in which I have been inadequate. Also, would you like a bandage for your leg?
Yes, please.
He goes and gets you some gauze and continues speaking while he applies it. He says, while it is true that I agree that you are not broken in a way that demands to be reassembled, I cannot stay here with you. Do you know what I mean?
Sort of.
What I'll say is that while I have not figured myself out yet, this situation would only repeat itself in different ways. There is a touch of the recursive about you, my son. Something about you does demand reiteration. Whether or not you understand it, it is something that speaks from you to me, and for that reason I must flee you, because I fear hurting you again.
That makes me sad, but I understand.
But I will tell you where I am going, and I will tell you that I intend to be back, and I will reunite with you when I find out what I have learned, and the ways in which I can maybe apply them to you. And he now sort of has like an excitement in his eyes, like a get up and go spirit of like, okay, now like the inventor is back, you know what I mean? The guy who likes to solve problems and make things and wanted to change the world when he made you. and he says, I must go back to the motherland. I must go to Transylvania. And
Before you leave,
Yes.
you have the shirts.
Oh, yes, well, those were delivered. He actually drops them off in somewhere nearby.
Okay.
I have them for you, yes.
Yeah.
You guys have a
I'm
brief
very-
talk over your dry cleaning.
Well, not dry cleaning, but new clothes.
Yeah. He says, yes, you will be left with clothing and funds, and I am going to have Beatrice take care of you for the time being. I discovered something as well that I think may be helpful. This engine of yours in your chest, it has a certain quality that can make you appear to be a vampire to vampiric onlookers. I have a suspicion that if you were to put a bit more blood into it and burn it up with your internal systems, that you could alter your aura. And I think that if you were to burn the blood of a Nosferatu vampire, it would be almost impossible to distinguish you with your warped form from a true Nosferatu. And this would work with my blood, as it has given you a fleeting mechit resonance, but I think that repeated applications of fresher blood will work perfectly. So I'm going to leave you with some vials of blood.
Ooh.
And he sort of, implies that he's going to go and get those in a little bit. And says, now he's sort of like running around, like packing, like gathering up his instruments that he'll need, because he's made this resolution, like he needs to get out of here before he fucks up his relationship with you irrevocably.
Nod is going with you then?
I have not decided, but Noddy is quite capable of taking care of himself. I think it is possible I will take Nod part of the way back, but I may send him home on his own at a certain juncture, depending on how long my stay lasts, because Noddy does not travel well. He likes the indoors, don't you, Noddy? And he, like, rubs his little baby head. And he says, but yes, no, I must depart at once. This is a good point. Now, is that thing on your leg going to heal, or have I irrevocably fucked you up?
I'll look at my arm at where he bit me and see what it did.
There's actually still, like, 2 little perforations, but they're so small and you don't feel pain in the right way, and they haven't been bleeding, so you didn't notice that they were still there until now.
My previous injury looks like it's still there, but it's not bleeding and I don't feel it.
I have
so I don't know.
Another theory. Hold still. I swear that I think this will be helpful. And he goes and, like, pulls something off a wall, and it's like a little rod. Almost looks like a policeman's baton. And he presses a button on it, and it goes at the end, and it's like cattle prod. And he says,
I'll, like, motion him to give it to me now.
He hands it over.
Yeah, I'll cattle prod myself.
You are able to heal the 1 lethal damage that you have accumulated from the cut on your leg, and it also heals the superficial wound on your hand. And as you zap yourself, it just completely regrows that tissue and closes it.
Yeah. When we went to the suitor, I felt like a hunger for the power box. Like, food is good, but electricity, that's good stuff.
Yes, your body seems to have a very interesting relationship to pretty much everything on the planet. So, as established, I am going to go abroad and figure out a way to make you the best you can be. That's the goal at present, but I will refine it as things go on.
J-Bat and Laszlo both hunger for power.
Yeah, just different power. I like that.
I have to take a 6:30 bus to go to a hockey game, so I gotta wrap this up, unfortunately. But I think the sort of last thing is Conrad's just sort of packing up his stuff, and B is just like looking at both of you bemusedly. And he sort of says, unfortunately, I will not be able to allow you to remain in the warehouse. I'm sure you wish that you could just stay here forever, but I'm going to insist that you go out into the world so that I can lock this place up and keep interlopers and other vampiric evil doers from piercing my inner sanctum, as it were. So you will have to go with B, so quickly gather up your things along with me, and we will depart.
I think get the pack of playing cards. I don't think I need the Hungarian history book, but get all my clothes.
Sure.
Get the shoes, the socks, and so on.
Are you going to try and take the TV, or are you going to count on there being a TV where you're going?
I'll ask Beatrice if we should take the TV.
No. She seems to be a little bit mad that she has to take you on, but she's hasn't been one to go against her dad's wishes so far.
Yeah, I think I intended to ask her about that, but I'm in a rush to get all the things.
Yeah. So very quickly,
I'll take like the food that would keep well or be easy to carry.
Yeah, you sort of steal all of his crackers and stuff. And then before too long, you are basically fully packed up and there's nothing left to do but head out the door. And Conrad sort of looks like he's going to maybe stay behind, but he's also gathered a couple of trunks that he's going to take with him. And now your bandage is removed because you're sort of healed up and you're dressed in clothes for, for the road. You're wherever you might be going, dressed in your new stuff. And yeah, what do you have for old Conrad here?
I'll miss you, but I know this is necessary.
He says, yes, I just don't want to hurt you any more than I already have. And you just have to promise me that you won't let other people get to you the way that I tried to get you.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll do my best to prevent that.
Because I love you and some other people, they don't. They won't. And it will be important for you to protect yourself. But I know that you are capable because you're you.
Thank you.
And then he says, anyway, get out of here before I start fucking crying again. And he says, Beatrice, take good care of him. I command it. And she says, yep, it's not going to be a problem, Dad. He'll be just fine. And you step out the double doors and into the cold night, which seems to be just trying to break into dawn. And soon you'll be on your way.
All right. Are you up for this, Beatrice?
Well, I live here, so the question is, are you up for this?
Well, it'll be hard, but I'll manage. I'll let you know. I don't need to pee. I only need to eat once a day, and I don't need to sleep much, so I'll do all your chores.
Well, sounds like you're going to be a better roommate than Nod was. And that's where we'll leave it. And I think this is your song here today.
He told me I seen it right, but it always falls. I seen him come, I seen him go. He said all things pass into the night. And I said, oh no, sir, I must say wrong. I must disagree. Oh no, sir, I must say wrong. Won't you listen to me? He told me I seen it all before. I've been there. I see my hopes and dreams are lying on the ground. I see the sky just begin to fall. He said, all things pass into the night. And I said, oh no, sir, I must stay
Just waiting for the
wrong.
chorus and then I'll end the recording.
I must disagree. Oh no, sir, I must say wrong. Won't you listen to me? Goodbye, horses. I'm flying over you. Goodbye, horses. I'm flying over you. Goodbye, horses.
Anyway, recordings. You say one more thing so I can get your levels.
Yeah, testing. Actually, I'll do my little disclaimer for a test.
Sure, your levels are looking good, by the way, so.
Okay. So, before I start playing as Jean-Baptiste, I feel that a disclaimer of sorts is necessary. He's not a morally... Oh, what's up?
Yo. Go ahead.
Just in time for the disclaimer. Jean-Baptiste is not a morally good person, not even a good vampire. He's in no way representative of my views, etc. I made it longer than I should have. Essentially, he's going to be potentially racist, chauvinistic, colonialistic, anti-Semitic, pro-totalitarianism, anti-liberty, and a sociopath who would sell his own mother for a shinier crown, and worst of all, he's French.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well said. And that dovetails fairly nicely into my quote. It's to start off, it's a Niccolo Machiavelli quote, unsurprisingly, but I think I picked I think you'll be... It's an interesting spin on his normal thing, in that it's not like a quote about being a dictator. It is The more sand that has escaped from the hourglass of our life, the clearer we should see through it. Niccolo Machiavelli. And essentially, it all starts like this. The table. You remember the table. Sign it, he said. What other choice was there? What else existed under the stars of the firmament than his will, than his word? The document was signed. There was no scratching of a pen. Now, the well is deep and dark. The light is not yet above you. It is filling with a dark, filthy tide of water, the blood of some horrible chthonic god rising around your ankles, sloshing at your shins. And you're in a well, and it's dark, but you can see that the light is sort of eventually going to breach the top of the well.
Not a fan of that.
Yeah. So also I'll say, like, vis-a-vis your cognition, this doesn't feel like the realest place in the universe, and you can't really remember how you got here, which is like a tip-off that, you know, this probably is some kind of dream that you're having, but you don't remember how you got in the dream either, you know?
Yeah. Not particularly concerned with how I got here, but concerned with how I get out of here.
Yeah.
So I'm just hemmed in on all sides.
There's essentially, it's a cylindrical well. You're like probably 50 feet deep. I need to be using meters. You're, you know, however many meters deep, fucking 17 meters deep, and there's like grates made of iron on both sides at the bottom of the well, where there's like some lateral movement of a low sort of amount of water, but it does seem to be rising. So you've got like wrought iron gates on both sides of your legs. He's coming through good on my end and on the recording, but yeah, maybe just try and project, since I also have you ratcheted up all the way.
Okay. I think I'll just sort of kick at them and see if they seem particularly flimsy.
Okay. What's your strength?
Good question.
I'll pull up your sheet, because I might as well.
Strength 1.
Alright, and then we'll go ahead and do strength plus athletics, which you do have a dot in, fortunately. So you don't get the unskilled. So you're gonna roll 2 dice, and if they're showing, if they are showing 8, 9, or 10, that's a success, and you only need 1 to pass.
Okay, let's see if I can find my D10s. How many do I need now?
Oh, what to roll?
Yeah.
You add together the dots that you have in the attribute and skill, and that forms your dice pool, along with any other modifiers that I deem sort of necessary.
Okay, so
2.
just 2 then?
Yeah.
Alright. Ooh, I got a 10.
Okay, and so 10s have the 10 again property on all rolls, which means you get to roll that again for a potential bonus success, and it doesn't take it away if you don't get another success, it's just another free roll.
Is it just that die or both dice?
No, just that one, yeah, the 10.
Okay. 3. The other one was an 8, though.
That's also a success. So you got 2 successes, which is good. So,
Good start.
And the other thing to note is that, like, the reason that a 10 again would theoretically matter, because it's like, well, I already succeeded, didn't I? I only need 1, is that if you get 5 successes, it's an exceptional success and, like, good things happen. So, It can potentially push that up on a thing where you don't have 5 dice. But you kick at the iron gate grate thing, and whoever decided to put iron in a place where there would just be water constantly flowing was a little bit dumb. Because it does indeed, you find a point where there's some rust, and you kick pretty hard, your foot kind of pistoning out from your leg. I need to stop using modern references. I don't think they had pistons. It's like I had to...
Kicking it like a mule.
Yeah, I had to, like, walk back my modernity to the 70s, and now I need to walk it back to, like, the 1870s, or 1770s.
Gonna be tricky for me, too.
Yeah.
1700s character.
But, you know, the rule of funny always presides. But, so yeah, you kick it real hard, and you manage to sort of clip it in a spot where there's some rust, and one of the bars breaks off sort of at the edge and bends down a little bit, and you've got a place where you can work. And as you do that, like, the water is sort of starting to lap at the edge of the broken bar that you freed. And then we're going to cut away from that. In your hands is the parchment of the letter, and the letter reads, "My beloved..." I should probably do a voice. "My beloved Jean-Baptiste, by the time you read this letter, our caravan will most likely be crossing into Alamant, and I trust that you will soon be following in our footsteps. I cannot thank you enough for your willingness to properly close our estate, treating the old house with the dignity it deserves, even in these times of crisis. Thank you again, my heart," and then so you're just sort of reading the letter, and then your eyes become obscured, and it's difficult to continue reading. Is there anything that you need me to repeat from that? Because you're entitled to all of that information, but with the accent, it's hard.
Yeah, the location name.
Allemagne, which you would know is French for Germany. So yeah, this speaker is speaking well of you and your decision to stay behind and close the house as they're traveling ahead of you to Germany. You're in the well again. This time, you know, now your socks and shoes are thoroughly soaked. As this water continues to rise, do you want to start prying away at the spot where you kicked it?
Gonna kind of try to, like, jiggle and rip it off, and in the process kind of check out the water and see how smelly it is.
Okay. You get down there, sort of soiling the doilies on the edge of your cuffs, and with your previous good strength roll, you're able to, after a little bit of hemming and hawing, tense your dead muscles and rip the bar off enough that you can you've created a little gap, because it's only like a 2 bars crossing 2 bars grate, if that makes sense, you know what I mean?
Yeah, just sort of enough to stop a person.
Yeah, or, you know, some large debris moving through it or something. And so there's a pretty sizable hole now that you could probably wriggle through. And as you get down into the water, it's a kind of interesting mixture of human waste smells and blood, but how about we get also Laszlo needs to take a beat for finishing his second session. So that would have been 2 earned over that session entirely. I think you have distinguished palate. Do you want to taste the blood and learn more about it, or do you want to do a general kind of little roll?
I think he's gonna kind of get some on his hand and
Sure.
go like he's gonna taste it, and then decide it's a little too gross.
Yeah,
Just
so...
like French. Yeah.
Yeah, then what you get is that it smells like waste and blood, but a sort of like old, desaturated blood, although it is a lot of it.
And am I going upstream?
Yeah, that's the direction that you've kicked the thing in.
Okay.
Although I guess you can change it to be going downstream because there is 2 grates if you would prefer that to have been what you did.
No, I wanted to go upstream.
Okay, cool.
Alright, guess I'll just start crawling along. I'm thinking just gotta accept that the clothes are trashed, but I'm gonna see if I can't salvage the wig.
Alright, did you want to hang it up in the main chamber or just sort of try and keep it out of the muck?
I'm just kind of thinking like crouching down so it doesn't scrape on anything and kind of protecting it from getting dripped on if I can.
Gotcha. So sort of protecting your coiffed wig with ponytail, you get down on your hands and knees and wriggle your way into the next sort of part of the well in the tube, and it's like slightly more narrow in the tube than the well is wide, which you weren't able to like stick your arms out all the way inside the main chamber of the well. It was like slightly too narrow for you to like put your full wingspan out, and this is even more narrow, and you rip your little cuff on the bars as you come in, but you're on your hands and knees now, and the darkness stretches out ahead of you, and you can sort of see the like rough sort of clay walls of this interior with your vision, because it's less compromised in the dark than it would be, and you begin sort of putting one manicured hand in front of the other as you pad down this filthy tide. Pad up, I suppose. And now I realize that these 3 scenes all start with a table, but now you're sitting at a different table with a woman, and this scene, this like room.
I'm just curious, fancier or less fancy table?
So the first one, with where you watched someone signing a document, was like in a very grand old room, but like very antique, sort of not what you would have considered modern. And then the newer table was fancy and kind of modern, and this one is very strange. It's like there's a metal sort of stem that goes on the ground, and it has a glass top, which I don't know if you would have ever seen like a full glass table before.
I think either way it would be interesting to him.
Yeah, because you probably would have seen like crystal glass insets on like wood tables, but this is like a whole sheet of glass, so yeah, different looking. And the room you're in effectively has the appearance of a plain white room, in a fashion that you've never seen, where you're like, okay, this is kind of like a non-place. It's like kind of marble floors and then white wallpapered walls with no like crenellations or any kind of baseboards or anything. It's just pure white on white, but you can see the dimensions of the room. It's not a featureless void, you know what I mean? And out of the corner of your eyes, you can see things sort of moving around on the sheer white surface, just out of your eye shot. And you're sitting at this glass table.
I'll try to see if I can't focus on any of the things I see.
When do you kind of like turn your head a little bit to look at them?
I think I'm gonna try to like make it look like I'm not interested in
Sure.
him and kind of peek up and then look over real quick.
Essentially, if you like stare straight ahead and focus on using your peripheral vision, or I'll do it the other way. When you turn to pursue them, they push back to the edge of your vision again and remain indistinct. If you sort of move your head, they're always at the edges of your vision. But if you like focus on using your peripheral vision and not turning your head, you can see that they are taking the form of little black grasping hands sort of clawing at the edges of anything you're not looking directly at. And it's just sort of a wave of just pure black hands and fingers like darting out from a sort of central black mass all around your field of vision wherever you're not looking. And as you turn back from your sort of peak investigation at everything around you, there's a woman sitting at the table, and she's wearing a dark pair of trousers, well, honestly, she's kind of dressed like you might dress, except if you cut 70% of the bullshit off of any given outfit that you would be wearing. So it's like trousers, dress shoes, a sort of vest, and like long sleeved dress shirt, all in like a strange sort of style and cut you've never really seen, and with much less like decorative flourishes than you would like. No lace, no sort of filigree, embroidery. She's essentially wearing the least fancy set of men's underclothes and pants you've ever seen. And sort of has like a simple, loose hairdo, not really styled at all. Long, dark, shiny hair, and the unmistakable sort of bearing and what's it called? Just aesthetic vibe of a vampire. And I'll just finish the description so I don't have to keep going back to her, but she has like kind of olive skin, fairly dark skinned actually, and kind of almond shaped eyes. And yeah, it's just looking at you.
And actually as much context as I do about this, right?
What was that? Oh yeah, you don't know what's going on. Yeah, as J-Bat. You've never seen this woman in your life. That's if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I think the first thought is, why is she wearing that? And then sort of just realizes that doesn't matter. Where are we? Where are we?
Where are we? She says, that's an interesting first question, but I guess I can't blame you. Your mind.
I thought I would have put up a drape or painting or something, but never mind that. Who are you?
A good second question. And she sort of like tries to, she says, I am, and kind of like licks her lips and looks like she tries to form a shape and then gives up and just says, and this is all, you're hearing this all in French, Mary in Black. And that's what she says her name is.
Okay.
And she says, you're Count something.
For in my mind, I feel like you should at least know who I am, but...
Well, the door was open. It didn't have a sign on it, per se. But, you know, at least I'm asking.
It's the I'm Jean-Baptiste, Comte d'Orléans. I'm gonna try to just remember the last time I was sure that I was in material reality.
Then we will cut to it. The letter has been discarded. The old house is hollowed out around you. The carpets are rolled up, the drapes are sort of pulled down but prepared to be removed. Your paintings are off the wall and covered in, linen wraps. In general, your surroundings basically say, like, I'm moving out of here, and not in an insignificant hurry either. And essentially, this is one of your... You feel now that this is closer to a material reality, even though obviously you're bobbing and weaving through... We're playing fast and loose with time and space here, but you think this is real as you're living it. This is a place you recognize. It's your estate. And there is a knock at the door downstairs, and it is not a particularly friendly sounding knock. It's a strong, like, couple of those.
I'll look around for anyone I can have answer the door for me.
Michelle is in the other room. You're aware of that fact innately. Do you want to go get Michelle?
Yeah. Sounds like a good doorman.
You sort of head out of this kind of study into a more drawing room type affair that's a little bit less packed up. This stuff seems to be less essential to you, kind of a little bit less fabulous furniture in here. The chairs are a little bit more threadbare. And you see Michelle Moreau, your faithful servant, dressed as you dressed him, typically in clothes that are less good than yours by far, but good enough that you can still be like, look how nice my servant dresses, Yeah. And he's sort of rubbing his hands together a little bit and like trying to figure out how he's gonna get this big painting down off the wall and frame it, and remove it from its frame and wrap it up, when he hears you come in and says, Monsieur.
I'm gonna kind of, to get his attention, I'm gonna kind of clap at him, and then, like, when he reacts, I'm gonna go, oh, so you haven't gone deaf. Then I'm just gonna kind of motion towards the door.
Yeah, so you sort of gesture downstairs, and he says, my apologies. Do you not fear the worst, that they have come for us at last?
That's why I'm sending you.
Of course. And he sort of scampers past you, headed downstairs, sort of bobbing his head, and
some sort of like balcony to watch from.
Like you can like an
kind of
interior balcony, yeah.
Yeah.
So you sort of follow him out of the initial study that you were in, and it leads to an upstairs landing, and you sort of position yourself. Well, do you want to be seen, or do you want to just see?
No, I'm gonna kind of like crouch down, so I'm like just looking through the bars, and you can only see my head from the entrance.
Okay, you sort of creep down by the upstairs banister thing, and are looking down through it, so it would be difficult to see you if you were not looking for you upstairs. Like, if you were looking at the door, you wouldn't be in their line of sight. And you watch as Michel sort of lopes down the stairs, and before he answers the sort of grand oak door at the front of your mansion, he reaches down and pulls a little shiny knife out of his boot, and sort of grips it ice pick wise behind his back and answers the door with the other hand. And then he just cracks it open a little bit, and he says, "May I help you?" And then the door is kicked into his chest, which is an effort because it's a big, heavy oak door, and he sort of stumbles backwards a little bit, and you're in a well crawling forward against a tide of dark water that's consistently rising a little bit by a little bit up your arms now, towards your elbows as you're on your hands and knees.
I think in both of those, he just sort of goes, merde.
Yeah. Yeah.
Guess I'll keep crawling.
Alright.
Taking care to keep the wig nice.
Yeah. As
If
you're
nothing
sort of
else.
keeping your head above water, you suddenly become aware of two things. One is that you're approaching the place where the water is coming from sort of rapidly, and two, that something is chasing you from behind. And yeah, you continue at pace. Let's do a little speed thing to sort of see how far you get, if you can get to the source of the water before something happens. We'll do dexterity plus athletics. So that's looking like 4 dice.
Like my odds there.
Yeah, not bad.
I got a 10 and no other successes. Well, the 10 re-rolled to a 9, but that's all.
Alright, 2 successes. So you can feel something making waves in the water behind you. It's more of like a dreamlike sort of platonic feeling than any real physical stimulus knocking into you and splashing. But you continue ahead with your 9 speed. Sort of at a certain point, you can really feel an overwhelming presence behind you as this thing sort of snakes up the stream quite a bit quicker than you were, although you've already made it down the majority of the passage when you feel this thing show up. And so you're sort of clawing like one hand in front of the other on the clay, which is now kind of turning bit by bit into bricks. And hand over hand, you keep crawling, sometimes passing skulls sticking out of the bricks, femurs, kind of a very catacombic thing that you've dug into. Do you ever look back behind you?
I think if I get to any sort of like junction or anything like that, I'll take a glance back.
All right.
Sort of as around a corner.
Then you you reach the end of the line, where basically it's like a hole in the ceiling of the tunnel where water is sort of constantly flowing in through, and this has been the stream that's feeding everything, and it's a pretty like turbulent rush of water at this point, and it's getting fairly high in the area where you are, although it's still like raising slowly because it has to fill the entire length of the tunnel to go up, you know what I mean? But now it's sort of just like almost filling the whole recessed area where you are because you've reached the mouth of it. And you can sort of see like plaster and brick flaking away from the hole where the water is coming through as it widens, and you gotta like dodge a brick or two that's shooting out because water is just flooding this tunnel. And so this is a dead end except for the water, and you turn around, as you've said, and you see it's very hard to make out, but I think the way that you would probably describe it would be a great flat serpent with the eyes of an owl and the arms of your father, and it's sort of just crawling up the thing really quickly trying to get at you, but its shape seems to be changing and shifting as much as you look at it, and that description becomes kind of inadequate really rapidly. Do you want to go up into the tube or take your chances with the thing?
As long as the tube doesn't look like sunlight, I'm going that way.
Yeah, the water is still quite dark where you are. So do you want to go up into the flow of water?
Yeah. Doing my
Alright.
best to shelter the wig with my body.
You kind of try and reverse into this pounding gush of water. And yeah, you sort of put your back up to it and try and feel above the lip of the hole with your hands so that you can kind of push yourself up into it, if that makes sense. And so you're going to have to kind of make an effort here to get past the initial pressure of this suction, and then you'll kind of be in open water of some kind, probably in a new place. So give me strength and athletics again for 2. Oh, and also you can spend willpower you can spend 1 willpower to give yourself +3 dice to any pool except resistance traits or +2.
Okay. I'll take my chances with 2 dice.
Alright, sounds good.
Ooh, got a 9.
Nice. J-Bat rolling good. So at this point, you know the wig is sold, but the presence beneath you is enough that you're able to sort of just stifle your pride and say, well, we'll have to clean the wig later, won't we? And push yourself up into the filthy tide of water, shutting your eyes as you sort of break into the new place where you are, and you're able to give it enough go that you get into the next area and away from the suction before you're able to open your eyes, and you successfully sort of change the area that you're in, and then you're back in the White Room.
So, I'll ask the lady. So, Miss Mary in Black, what exactly are you?
Well, at one time, I was kindred, and now, I'm not, I guess. She sort of has a strange way of speaking, because she's speaking French, but it's kind of like, it's hitting your ear in a weird way. It feels like she's saying stuff that doesn't quite make sense, and her accent's a little weird. And she says, or maybe I am, but that's not really important. What matters is what you are.
I think kind of look at myself and like make sure that I'm who I think I am.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, you appear to be J-Bat, and you're in the same clothes that you were in the well part of the dream, but they're not wet. They're like regular.
Well, I'm a nobleman. I, run my estate. I'm gonna look around the room again and go, I would really like to know how I got here.
Well, I will say that it's hard for me. I don't really have a body anymore, which might explain my reluctance to describe myself still as kindred, since you know as well as I do that we are almost nothing if we are not the body. But I find myself lacking one all the same. And this is all to say that the openness of your door and my being here suggests to me that you are in some way, shape, or form asleep. Probably have been for a while, if I had to hazard a guess. Again, the door was open. All I had to do was walk right in.
So this is a bad dream, or?
One of the worst, I would imagine. Our kind aren't prone to pleasant dreams. It's one of the many funny little punishments for being what we are.
I'll see if I can't just jolt myself awake.
Okay. I'm gonna say that basically you sort of sit there and strain yourself, and do you just kind of go like, ugh, like, wake up, you know what I mean?
I'm thinking like a few quick sort of like shaking his head around type of things.
You go like, and like grit your teeth and sort of clench your fists and try and like open your eyes, shake your head, open your eyes. And Marion Black says, well, I don't think that's gonna work. It's torpor, you can't just, and then you do it one more time, and you are watching Michelle Moreau get kicked in the chest with a door, and falling backwards on your carpet. And then several sort of silhouettes against the lamps outside fill the dark void of your front door, and an arm reaches out, and there's a brilliant flash of light and loud bang, and Michelle Moreau takes a musket shot to the stomach.
I think that's my cue to go further upstairs.
Goodbye. That's a flintlock, by the way, also, I meant. Alright. So you're gonna go back and away.
Yeah, I think I'll take one more glance at the group, but mostly concerned about them not seeing me.
At sort of your cursory inspection, it appears to be at least 3 men, none of them with a vampire's stance, because it's very easy for vampires to identify each other in most circumstances.
Can I tell what time it is outside, approximately?
It looks to be closer to morning than you would like. A sort of... The day isn't breaking or anything, but you're sort of looking at, like, half an hour of full darkness at most, you would guess. You realize that your plan was basically to finish reading that letter and turn in for the night. Maybe make Michel do a couple more things and sort of set him up for the rest of the evening. Or the morning, I guess.
Okay. I'm gonna look for some sort of, like, maybe not necessarily an attic, but some sort of room like that where there's not a whole lot of importance and it's kind of dark and dusty and has clutter everywhere.
Yeah, I think that you absolutely have a sort of upstairs space like that. Is there like a historical reason why you think it wouldn't be an attic, or is it just because...
No, I think I'm just not specifically looking for an attic.
Sure.
It's sort of a dingy room.
Alright, well then we'll say, that on the sort of second story, there's a back room, sort of, if you take a turn before you get to your study, you can go down a little hallway, and there's a, like, lavatory powder room, and on the right side, or on the other side opposite that, there is a storage, not closet, but storage room. It's sort of a small room with, as you've described, a bunch of boxes of receipts for purchase and bits and bobs, just general large-scale clutter, typically, sort of things for hanging clothes on, upside-down chairs, last year's fashions that you've discarded. This is where, when you tell Michel, get rid of this, instead of saying burn this, he takes it to this room.
Okay, I'm looking for somewhere where I'm out of view, but not really hidden, sort of setting up for an ambush of anyone who walks in here.
Alright, and another important thing to note is, you know where your coffin is in this house as well. So if need be, you could always bug out to that. And you sort of get behind a large sort of chair stacked on another chair with some sheets draped over them, but you're, like, able to see over the top of it and easily see the door. Do you want to leave it cracked or closed?
I'll leave it however it was when I found it. Just keep it natural.
Alright, it was closed. You just knew what was in this room, so you were able to come to it. And you sort of wait there until something happens.
Yeah, I think I'll just kind of twiddle my thumbs and listen.
As you're listening, you're able to make out a couple of barked orders, sort of, and then people tromping upstairs. There is a disconcerting number of sort of staccato footfalls, like a pretty good crowd. And a synapse sort of fires in your undead brain, reminding you, like, oh yeah, that's why I was moving, was that this was going to happen soon. And yeah, you hear, I'm gonna get my French or English to French translator up, just for fun.
Étalé, il est toujours là.
Étalé, il est toujours là! Which is, spread out, he's still here. And yeah, you think maybe you hear a sort of moan from Michel downstairs, and it's not long before you hear heavy booted footfalls outside the door, and someone trying the handle. Do you wait till they open it?
Yeah. I'm hoping it's just one, and if it's just one guy that comes in, I'm gonna go for him. If it's more, I'm gonna wait.
Okay. It is two dudes. They sort of have the first guy has a revolutionary's uniform on, Thermidor style, so a more sort of like late in the period revolutionary, because that's when you are. The revolution has kind of come, gone, soured, come again. You're in the very final throes of the process of the revolution. And this guy looks to be some kind of low-ranking officer, and he has kind of a peon foot soldier behind him as well, who's in less of a uniform.
Alright, I'll stay hidden and
Étalé.
wait
Il est
for
toujours là.
any sort of opportunity.
Okay. I would say that you probably have just a couple beats before he sees you, but then he kind of like steps into the room and looks the wrong way. And so the officer is in the room and for a split second is facing like the wall opposite you, and the other guy is like hovering in the doorway nervously.
To attack or not to attack?
If you want.
Can I hear anyone else besides these two, like in the immediate area?
There might be someone down the hallway, but I think it would be difficult to sort of discern because there's a lot of like commotion. So it doesn't sound like 10 people are about to clown car into this room, but you can't be sure that there's not at least another dude down at the end of the hallway, like looking at them, waiting to see what happens.
And in terms of bladed weapons, on them, me, or in the room, what am I looking at?
The one dude in front has a flintlock pistol and doesn't seem to have a blade, and the dude behind him has a knife and a pointy little wooden stake.
Alright, I'm gonna go for the guy that's outside the door, sort of lower rank fella. Basically I'm trying to...
Oh, sorry, you also have a, well, do you want a saber? I think that's fine. If you, like, maybe grabbed it on your way here. We sort of forgot to mention that.
I'm thinking like I think they're called small swords. They're basically like a fencing epee almost. Just sort of a thin, fancy-looking blade.
Immediate predecessor of a French dueling sword. I see. Something like this. Just get a visual reference.
Yeah. Yeah, like that when it was brand new.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, you got that. It's pretty long, actually. That's a circa 1760 blade, so it's like really almost perfect. It'll be a little bit newer than that. Or like a little bit of a newer style. But yeah, so you've got that and you wanted to go for the guy outside the door.
Yeah, I think the plan is block him from staking me. I'm okay with him waving the knife around.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going for a stab to the eye and immediately sort of throwing him into the other guy and bringing him into the room.
Alright, so this dude is getting surprise attacked, which means that he is not gonna apply his defense to this, and you automatically go first. So you can go ahead and do... let me make sure which stat you're allowed to use. If you could maybe use Dex, but I think you might have to use Strength still, but I'm going to check. But you definitely get your blade dueling bonus. Funny that J-Bat is doing like the most fighting in his intro session out of everyone, because that's not how it's going to be, probably.
Yeah. If J-Bat's fighting, his plans have already gone horribly wrong somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, I just need to pull it up. I need to put the combat rolls in reference materials eventually really badly. Yeah,
Just realized these D10s were my damage dice for Ragnar.
It's awesome.
They're well trained.
One second. Okay. Oh, okay, so you said you wanted to do an eye?
Yeah, I think that's where I'm aiming for.
Because there's, like, basically, you can do specific aim, and it takes away, it ignores armor and will fuck him up really bad if it hits. But it essentially, you need 5 successes to hit an eye, because it basically applies -5 to your successes. And then so if you manage to damage him with that -5, you hit his eye. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, effectively, if you think that you could easily hit him, that's a good thing to do. But if not, then that would be troublesome, probably. So, this is going to be strength. So, this is going to... You have 3 dice. So, you might not be confident in your ability to hit him in the eye.
Okay, I'll go just generally for the face region then.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So am I just rolling 3 dice?
Yeah, it's the 1 strength plus 1 weaponry plus your blade duel specialty additional dice.
Okay. A 7, 2, and 3.
Okay.
No good.
That's not fantastic. Do you want to either... traditionally, we'll do this beforehand, but do you want to either spend a willpower to push that and roll some more dice, or alternately take a dramatic failure to gain a beat, which will be carried over into your real life, or just take the L normal?
I think I'll do a dramatic failure. Sounds fun.
Okay, so you go ahead and take a beat, and then effectively that dramatic failure is fun because I get to sort of just make it like a crazy fumble, because it's basically like you fucked up and the situation's getting worse. You pop out of cover, and then you sort of lunge for the dude with your sword, but your pointy-toed shoe catches on a sort of snarl of cloth, and you stumble forward. and just sort of the sword whooshes past this guy's nose by a couple of inches, and he lets out a fucking shriek because you just sort of tripped past him. And then the other dude wheels around and is going to get a chance to shoot you with his flintlock in your back, which isn't as bad as it sounds because you're a vampire. So now you are flopped on the ground and you're going to get shot at. There's actually like crazy rules for being prone. Okay, so ranged attacks against you suffer a -2 die penalty when you're prone, but standing attackers get +2 dies. So this guy actually is gonna maybe miss because you're on the ground and there's like bullshit between him that he was like picking his way through, and he's using a smoothbore flintlock. What? Oh yeah, and his other guy.
Comrades in the way.
Yeah. So it's actually kind of good that you're on the ground, but it is gonna like fuck up your turn next turn getting off the ground. So, it is time for him to roll. And he would have 6 dice to shoot this thing. He loses 2. And you have 4 defense. So effectively you're taking 4 away from his successes. And his flintlock is a +1 lethal, which is going to get downgraded, but that's all stuff that I need to know, but I'm just talking myself through it. Oh, I dropped 1 on the ground. Okay, 2 10s for reroll. A 9 and a 7. Okay, so basically he got 3 successes, you have 4 defense, so you cut down his total damage to 0. Which I'm going to render as a miss, and your defense goes down by 1 until the start of your next turn. So, like, you get less lucky and less, like, able to sort of defend against stuff as things go on.
That makes sense. It's harder to avoid a machine gun or 18 of these guys than 1.
Yeah, and, like, it sort of represents, like, them getting more savvy, you getting more tired and blah blah blah, but then you can kind of like get your bearing back on your turn and reset. So boom, he pops off a shot, it's loud as fuck. It just sort of smashes into a chair leg, goes astray. You're on the ground, and then the guy behind you is, you know, yelling out, let's see,
Il est là.
Il est là! Il est là! He's here! He's here! And then they're sort of gonna try and probably grab you in a second, but as they bend down to get towards you, you are pushing your way up a stream of dank blood and water into a larger sort of repository of dank blood and water, and you're in a sort of large murky black pool of water, and it's hard for you to see like the where it is going to let up into. Like the top of the surface is obscured from you by the depth.
Guess I'll just kind of fumble around.
All right. You
See
are
what there is to feel.
swimming around, and there's sort of like a rocky, sandy, mucky mire down around the bottom where you know the hole is that leads you into the catacombs, and everything is super dark around you because you're just deep underwater. But luckily, the good news is you don't have to breathe. So you have all the time in the world to sort of fumble around on the ground, except for you can hear something forcing itself up the same hole that you did not a few moments ago.
I think I'll kick off my shoes, sort of at it, and try to get up in a way.
Sure. You lose a little bit of extra weight. Your wig starts slipping on your head, but you reaffix it, and the shoes quickly sort of disappear from even your advanced eyesight into the darkness, and you see something kind of bat at them from out of the hole, although this thing's not out yet. And did you want to swim up?
Yeah.
Okay. You start swimming up. Are you just trying to go as fast as you can, just like breaststroking upwards through the murk?
Yeah, whatever sort of flimsy swimming techniques J-Bat has.
Sure.
I imagine he's not much of a swimmer.
No, but, you can float, so, and you're quite deep. So how about you do the classic strength and athletics again, 2 dice. It's really good that you took 1 point in athletics, or you would be fucking hosed.
Yeah. 2 and a 6.
Okay, double fail.
Start rolling the good dice.
True. I think I'm gonna not have a dram fail available on this because it's like a dream sequence and it's not really like relevant. It's a little bit relevant whether you win or lose these rolls, but it's not pivotal enough that a failure is deserving of a beat. But so you're sort of just fighting against the tide of the water, or not the tide, but like you're dead, so you don't float as good as a live guy because like your body kind of doesn't have gas in it mostly. Like all the little sort of pockets of fucking gas in people's stomach and stuff, like it's all sort of either blood or not much in you. And so you're kind of having to fight for every inch you're getting, but you're able to like kick off a little bit more of your jewelry, maybe like unstrapping your belt might help you. And you're sort of just shedding garbage as you swim up through this murk, but you don't feel fast. You feel quite sluggish, actually, and this stuff is hard to swim through. And I'm going to be right back and use the restroom. Yellow.
You.
Okay. So you get a few sort of meters up in the water, and then you can feel that the thing has fully forced itself out of the hole. I bet this guy's going to say something about Borealis or something. Oh.
Quick note, my Lego crossbow is fun to mess with during this.
I thought you were going to say it's fundamentally something, and I was like, oh, fundamentally what?
Fundamentally plastic with some rubber.
Yeah. So you make it up a little bit further, but then this thing pushes itself through the water, or through the hole, and is swimming towards you now. But as you sort of continue getting a little bit further up in the water, I don't know why it's so hard for me to describe direction underwater. The more you swim towards the surface, the more that you can see light above you shining into the water, starting to sort of pierce the depths and reveal the kind of murky green, brown, deep black color of the fluid around you. And then this thing underneath you sort of makes itself seen in the more visible sort of spectrum of light that is now piercing the water. And what do you think it looks like now?
I'm imagining sort of like an alligator type of deal.
Yeah, I think essentially
With like more of arms to it.
Yeah, an alligator is a good base. If J-Bat had been around for dinosaurs, which were kind of coming out right as he was getting toasted, you would probably assign it some kind of like aquatic dinosaur type appearance. And yeah, it's got some sort of whippy, wriggly bits on the back end of it that are kind of incongruous. And overall, it's like very dark colored in general, very strange, like almost inorganic looking sheen to its skin. And it's kind of swimming up towards you as you're now discarding more and more of your valuables to help you float. And then the more you swim up, the warmer the water gets, and at a certain point it becomes unmistakable that you are in fact swimming up towards sunlight.
Well, guess it's time to swim laterally.
Okay,
Time to swim laterally.
laterally. You then go to do that, and you are back in the house, laying on the ground while this dude's just discharged a shot above you.
Alright. Thinking I'm gonna try to stab same target, but this time I'm going for the groin.
Okay. That sounds good. And yeah, I'll put you here in the initiative order because that was like a surprise roll that you got, and then it was gun guy, you, and then it'll be the guy that you're trying to stab. So yeah, sounds good. We'll just do this as a general roll. So go ahead and do that same 3 dice roll. Yeah, that'll be it.
Ooh, I got an 8.
Okay. You've got the 1, and that is 1 success. So you poke this guy in the thigh for 2 points of lethal damage. You miss the groin, but you sort of stab it into his leg pretty good and twist it, and a thick flow of blood starts sort of oozing out from the wound and down the flat of your blade towards you. So you manage to spear him from prone. And
then if I can, I want to just scramble up.
You can do that here, but it'll forego like reactions from you on their turns.
Okay, I think I'll wait then.
All right. And then you'll get up at the start of the next turn then. So yeah, you're sort of just still laying there, and then that dude gets his turn, and he's gonna try and straight up stake you in the back, which is let me look at it, because it's really hard. So I think to try and stake, he makes his roll aiming for the heart, which is -3, and if he does 5 points of damage, it pierces your heart. So he basically needs like 8 successes. And he is rolling 7 dice because he gets a +2 for you being on the ground. So he has quite a road to hoe here, but it's technically possible for him to stake you.
Yeah. Pretty low odds.
Yeah. And it does 0 bonus damage, so you know, he won't be getting a lot of help out on that deal 5 damage thing. 1, 2, 3 successes and a 10. Okay, failed that. So that is 3 successes. And you can apply your full defense to that if you would like.
Oh, sure.
Alright. And then essentially it is a superficial sort of... He backs up and extricates the blade from his thigh, and then he sort of lunges down at you, and you like roll out of the way and are superficially kind of scratched by this thing on your side, but don't take any damage because you brought it to 0 because he didn't have any bonuses. And then yeah, you are on the ground, and it's the next guy's turn still with the pistol, which he just chucks because it doesn't he can't reload that shit right now, or he's not gonna try. And then he is gonna try and stab you while you're on the ground, just with his similar sort of small sword.
These guys have no manners.
No, they're being dickheads. They're absolutely trying to just own your ass. So he similarly is gonna go from 4 to 6 dice with his you're laying on the ground still thing. And if he like giga fails this, I'll have him poke his buddy. We'll see. No, he is doing pretty cool this time. Alright, that is 4, and your defense is now 2. So 4 successes, succeeds, and he gets a +1 for the rapier's damage type. So you take 2 off of his damage, meaning he deals 3 damage to you. But luckily, since you're a vampire, all lethal damage, which this would be, is downgraded automatically to bashing. So go ahead and on a piece of paper or something, or however you want to consistently track your damage, mark 3 bashing damage, and you remember the style of that.
I remember they like progress into each other.
Yeah, so basically your damage, your health track would look like 9 boxes because you have a fucking staggering 9 health, which is very high. And then it would be like a slash to indicate bashing, an X to indicate lethal, and a full asterisk to indicate aggravated. And so this is like 3 slashes from left to right in those boxes.
Okay. I'll just set myself up a little counter.
Yeah, and this is like only important for this scene, kind of. But yeah, this scene sort of is carrying on. So you get, basically, you dodge out of the way, and then this guy kind of stabs you. It's a pretty good hit, so I'm going to say, like, through your side, you know what I mean? Like, under your rib cage, and you feel the blade sort of pass through into your intestines and stick into the wood of the ground a little bit. And it doesn't hurt, but it happened, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then for the purposes of this scene, you have 6 vitae as well. So now it's your turn again. What do you do? You got a sword through you.
I think I'm actually gonna try to get myself off the ground and the sword no longer stuck in the ground, but leave it protruding from me.
Sure.
And even try to, like, keep it there so the guy can't use it anymore.
Yeah, sounds good. So basically, I think the whole action would basically just be getting up from prone, and because you're keeping the sword in you, I'll say it's pretty easy for you to kind of get his hand off of it, you know, just generally kind of like punch his hand on the sword, and he lets go because you're still moving, and he's like freaking the fuck out. And then you're able to just kind of wiggle a little bit and stand up, and it's laterally through you. And you can have a little bit of movement, but that's your action. You've stolen this guy's sword. It's in your stomach, sort of directly through your body sideways.
Is this room does the room I'm in only have one entrance and exit?
Yeah, there's like a window in the back corner, but that would kind of be a pain in the ass to get to, but then the door is right next to you, and the dude that you stabbed in the thigh is standing in front of it.
I think I'll head out that door and further away from the front entrance down the hall.
Okay. So you sort of push that guy out of the way. It's pretty easy because his leg is hurt, and you can just sort of sneak sideways through the door, and you make it like a couple paces down that hallway. And what I'll say is the way I had envisioned it being set up is that you are as far down this direction as you can go. So you have to go towards the stairs to then move away from them, if that makes sense. Like, you're in a little short hallway, and then it kind of like turns. Like this storage closet was in a little bit of a dead end area. If that wasn't exactly sort of how, if you would have hid somewhere that wasn't a dead end, we can sort of like massage that a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just looking for essentially a second point like that one where they haven't got to yet, and I can kind of just hunker down and wait to ambush someone again.
Yeah, you think that it would probably be fairly easy to get to your bedroom, and that there is potential for a good ambush there, since it's all kind of set up to protect you, and you even have a little trap or two in there to set up.
Yeah, I guess now is a fine time for the final safe room.
All right. Especially because I'll say that if you want, you could maybe use let me see if they had those. They didn't have a dumbwaiter yet. Anyway, so sort of down the hallway, here's the compromises. Since I accidentally put you in a corner, there's no one in the hallway blocking you off yet, because that guy's voice didn't carry enough, and there's just a lot of general shouting of orders. And so you're able to sort of get to the landing and take a left towards the great bedroom if you need to. And there's like two dudes that are sort of on their way to the great bedroom, but people mostly seem to have they're like fucking around in your study right now and downstairs primarily.
Okay. Yeah, I'll head in there.
All right. So there's two dudes that are trying a door ahead of your bedroom. Do you want to like sneak and wait for them to go in there?
Thinking I'm essentially gonna try to get by them, just like not quite hiding in plain sight, but just like hoping they assume the person passing behind them isn't the person they're looking for, because why would they be so bold?
I see. So you're sort of just gonna like calmly walk towards them.
Less calmly and more like I'm rushing around looking for me.
All right. Then how about
Kind of the hope is that they hear me and go, oh yeah, that sounds right, and don't bother to look.
how about use your presence plus yeah, presence plus stealth is very weird, but it's essentially, I think, you're acting nonchalant, and so the presence comes into play because there's like a physical acting thing going on. Plus, it's the same as your dexterity materially, number-wise, so that's fine. And then stealth here will be sort of rendered as physical subtlety, you know what I mean?
Yeah, not looking like a vampire with a sword sticking out of his stomach.
Yeah, so this is 4 dice to sort of try and socially program this interaction.
Okay. Ooh. 2 successes.
Nice. Do you pull the sword out at all, or is that still in there?
I'll leave it there for now. It's a fine enough spot to store it.
These dudes are kind of fumbling with the door, and you're just sort of tromping down the hallway, not making any sort of particular noise that would give you away as any kind of freak or weirdo, just trying to be normal like them, and they just see you out of the corner of their eye and just sort of think, oh yeah, that's kind of a uniformy looking overcoat there, or whatever, you know, house clothes. And then before they can really focus on you, they get that door open because it was just a little stuck, and sort of push in and start slicing the pie in that room, because they're like, basically they're so concerned with opening that door and getting in there because you might be in there that they were not thinking you were behind them at all. Because it's also like the only place you could have come from, they already sent 2 dudes and they didn't sort of hear from that. And then even as you sort of proceed down the hallway, you're like, you hear like, he's back here, he got out, he should be here, from those 2 dudes. And so then you proceed into your bedroom just sort of at a saunter.
Best place to hide is where they aren't looking.
Yep. You say to yourself, what did you say? Says Marion Black.
Kind of rub my head. There was was at the estate and was packing, and my manservant was there, and then the Revolution showed up. And you know how that goes.
She says, yes, well, I do happen to remember it. Although on this side of the pond, we weren't really having one of those, so...
Don't tell me I'm in England.
No, the big pond. The Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, thanks. And then does some cartography in his head. What, the colonies? That's still English enough.
Well, yes, they weren't for long, but where I was from remained English for a bit longer. Do you remember Canada?
Yes, I never went there.
Yeah, well, it hardly matters now. I'm not in Canada. I'm nowhere except in your brain, someone else's brain usually. And then she sort of makes a funny face and turns and projectile vomits blood over her shoulder away from the table, and you can see it sort of stain the white room in your mind crimson.
I think I'll politely ignore that.
Yeah, that's you would be accustomed to dealing with things like that, I think, in vampire society. So you're like, oh, no, she puked.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. She says, well, you'll at least be glad to know, I think, that your revolution came and went, and well, I mean, it's not like the gentry really made it through, but France did. They didn't end the country or anything, but that's all kind of behind us now.
Well, sure felt like they were trying to end the country, but what do I know?
Well, they were doing a pretty good job of it, but you know, kind mortals, they get themselves all worked up, but they have such little staying power. It's often hard for things to continue past the first iteration of their leadership. This is only slightly off topic from what I really want to be talking to you about. Sorry to ramble. I don't often get to speak to many people besides my my roommate, which is kind of like a hard word for you to translate in French. Like, you're sort of like, her what? But you kind of get the idea.
Fucker you live with?
Yeah. And yeah, she sort of is looking at you, and you're again just in this fucked up room, and like you have a sort of fleeting knowledge that you've been changing scenery, you know.
So, can you tell me exactly why or what you want to talk about while here, apparently in my mind?
Yes, I'll get to the point. The thing beneath you is reaching out a tendril and sort of snapping its crocodile jaws at you, and you're swimming laterally now. And so you do not want to swim up to the sun. Is that correct?
Yeah, swimming towards the sun sounds like a bad idea.
Alright, so you're still at sort of a comfortable depth. This thing is illuminated behind you. There's a lot of drag. Do you want to lose a shirt?
Yeah, I'm willing to part with anything but the wig.
Alright, you sort of undo a clasp, and you've already lost some buttons in the tunnel and coming through the thing and stuff, and like the water making the fabric soft, so it's kind of easy to just rip the overshirt off and let it float down, and you see the monster bat away at it as you're now sort of swimming laterally. But no matter how many socks and shoes and pants you kick off, you're just swimming sideways is just a losing game against this thing. It's way too fast, way too hungry for you. And at a certain point, there comes a time when there's just no beating it. And whatever it is, eventually just simply manages to nip at your heel and break your skin, and as soon as it does that, you're somewhere else. But before you're that somewhere else, you enter your bedroom. And you sort of push through the door and shut it behind you. Sword still kind of making it hard to enter doors directly. You gotta kind of shimmy sideways. And now that you're in there, it's your very familiar, like, 4-poster bed. A lot of your personal effects have already been stripped. It's usually quite a grand, ornate bedroom. And then inset in the bed, as always, sort of in a cutout of the normal sort of straw, or actually probably duck feather mattress, there is your coffin, so it's like in the center of the bed, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Recessed. And then over the door, still sort of untaken down, is your mounted fucking Skyrim swinging axe blade trap. Except actually it's more like a Home Alone hatchet to the face gag, where basically if you set it, the first person that opens the door will have will trip a sort of wire that has a hatchet mechanically swing down at their head level. And you could potentially bar the door. Your armoire has been, like, your clothes are out of it already and it's sort of hanging open. Bedside tables, all your, like, candelabras have sort of been taken out. Like, anything that's not bolted to the ground, as it were, has sort of generally been cleared, but there's still large furniture in the house.
Yeah, I think I'll set up the trap, and then can I get in, like, some sort of closet or something?
Yeah, you have a big, like, armoire wardrobe, like I said, that you can fit in if you want to.
Yeah, I think I'll hop on in there, and actually first I'll take the sword out.
Okay, you pop out the bloody blade, and I guess you still had yours, so now you have two if you need it, and prop it up inside the wardrobe with you. Do you want to, like, unlatch your coffin before you get in, like, make sure that it's a viable option, or no?
Could I, like, open it and throw a sheet over it?
Yeah, sure. So there's like a little pad of silver that sticks out of the sort of leftmost edge of the coffin lid. It's like made of what wood would you like it to be made of? It's a beautiful sort of dark wood, or with dark finish, I imagine.
Something from Africa.
I like that.
Let's see.
African blackwood, one of the densest and hardest woods in the world.
Yeah, that's the first thing that came up when I searched fancy African wood types, so that should work well.
Sweet. This colonial artifact is on your bed, and it has, like a little silver spot that needs your blood to unseal the coffin, which you have plenty of.
Yeah, I'll kind of just jam a finger into where the sword was.
Yeah, and then when you smear it on the silver, a little symbol burns in the silver. This was very expensive, this trinket. But the resonance of your blood is able to sort of just flip a little clasp. This thing would be quite difficult to open without it. And then inside, it swings open to reveal a very plush interior with a sort of system of gear locks inside, like clockwork, that seal it from the interior with a turn of a little crank. And so you sort of unlatch it, close it a little bit. Or did you want it open? Because it's like hinged.
I'm thinking I want it like open, but just
then
a
a
sheet
sheet.
over it so you can't really tell that it's been opened.
Sure. So you do that, and then you get into your armoire. Do you sort of just crack it, leave it open a little bit?
Yeah, and in my left hand I'm gonna get like some sort of thick coat or something and kind of half wrap it around my hand.
Sure. You go ahead and pick up sort of one of the last furs that was still up in here. It's just some big fur pelt thing, probably from I guess maybe it's like deer skin or something from a colonial trinket again from
Beaver fur.
yeah, probably. You have like a beaver fur hat that you're sort of clutching and covering your fist with. I didn't know how American I wanted to do, but I think that makes a lot of sense.
I want something more substantive.
What's the objective?
Something larger. I'll send a picture.
I thought it was to protect your hand.
It's to do as these guys are doing. Essentially to like throw it in front of someone trying to stab me, and then they stab that instead.
Okay, then I guess since I'm sort of backed into a corner on saying that your whole like room is cleared out, you might have to take off your coat and do that with it.
Acceptable losses.
Alright. You pull your coat off, and it has sort of two bloody holes in it. Although your wounds don't, like, gush blood, actually. And what little blood they do lose doesn't constitute a loss of vitae. Because there's a good metaphor that the book uses where, like, vitae, or blood, is like paint, or like the water and oil in paint, and vitae is like the pigment, you know what I mean? And so it's kind of everywhere and nowhere, and like it doesn't really losing like a little bit of the medium fluid doesn't necessarily impact the color of the paint. And so anyway, you pull off your sort of fucked up coat and hold it in that way so that you can pop out and use it defensively, I see now. And pretty quickly you do hear people stomping down the hallway. It sounds like a good collection of people have been roused by the dudes that you injured and are on their way to your door. Is there any last preparation you make before they swing the door open?
I don't think so.
All right. You open, or they open the door, and you're standing completely still. They sort of slam it open, and it opens away from you, so you're like on the opposite side as to where it swings, so it's not providing extra cover in that way. But it does give you a very good view of a sort of petty officer guy stepping forward and getting a hatchet blade buried like 3 inches deep in the front of his nose and skull right between the eyes. cleaving him very cleanly and just spraying blood down the handle of the blade. And he would stick there if it wasn't for the tremendous mechanical force of your little machine. Which, do you think you had that, like, made up for you?
Yeah.
Probably a weapon of your own design, fabricated by someone else.
Saw it in some medieval manuscript and went, oh, I want one of those.
I want a blade that swings down and hits him in the head. And so the only thing that keeps him from being stuck there is basically that it hits him with such force that he kind of flies back off of it after a second and slides down. And there's a scramble as people are like, oh, what the fuck? He's throwing knives, hatchets, what the fuck? And then a sort of deep baritone. No, it's actually quite nasal and not very resonant. My sense for drama is like, no, the leader would have a deep voice, but this specific guy is pretty reedy. And he says,
Déplacez-le, hors de mon chemin.
Déplacez, hors de mon chemin. Which is, move him, get him out of my way. And he steps in, and through the crack in the wardrobe, going bravely second, you see the pockmarked sort of half-sized, squat face and body of Maximilian Robespierre, who has been dead for a couple of years at this point. And you know he's fucking, like, you remember the Thermidorian reaction. You were reading that about that shit in letters and reports and stuff. Maximilian Robespierre was de-fucking capitated like 2 years ago. And he's not a vampire, you know, intrinsically looking at him.
Well, whatever he is, I certainly don't like him. I'm gonna wait until he's at all distracted by something else, and then plan for an ambush.
Okay, so it looks like there's like 3 dudes behind him besides the dude that got his fucking face sprayed over the room. And Robespierre steps over that body and sort of motions another guy to come in and is sort of saying loudly, in a kind of stagey voice, in his sort of famous orator's bark, the enemies of the revolution are not far now. We have only to catch them in their little hiding places. It doesn't like work as well in not French. And drive them into the light. We have nothing to fear from him. He is pathetic. He is vermin. He is nobility. And
J-Bat goes from, I'll show you a pathetic vermin, to, well, yeah, I am nobility, but don't see how that's related.
Those are, yeah, in Robespierre's mind, those are all sort of the same stream of insults, but for you, you're like, well, at least he knows I'm noble.
1 out of 3.
Do you want to take that moment to assault someone?
Yeah, preferably Robespierre.
Sure. Do you want to just burst out and try and stab him? Has something in his right hand, but his body is blocking it. He's kind of pudgy. It's hard to see it.
I think what I'm gonna do is jump out and kind of shout and wave the cape around and try to just buy a second of the other guys going, oh my god, another trap, and then try to stab Robespierre in the sort of torso.
Yeah, you burst out of the wardrobe, and everyone except for Robespierre, like, jumps a foot in the air, and he does turn towards you. He just, like, looks at you, and then one guy stumbles backwards over the body out of the room, and the guy that, like, walked in with him sort of jumps back, and the other guy tries to kind of get in response, but he, like, takes a second, and so, yeah, you have an opening. And would you like to just roll to attack?
Yeah, let's see what I'm rolling. Is it strength for this?
It's the strength and the weaponry blade duels, because I'm going to say in one hand, I'm going to let you get your blade dueling with stakes, because that just seems fair, and they're using them as, you know, like a stabbing tool.
Okay.
So he has kind of an ornate-looking stake in his hand. In his left hand.
Time to get stabbed, you fool. Ooh. 2? Yep, 2 success.
Alright, so essentially, that is gonna, get past his, his fucking defense just only by 1, because you have a +1 weapon bonus, and so you sort of slash him across the face from, like, the ear to like almost his mouth, but like his upper lip, and he does not bleed, but you clearly cut him and deal a lethal damage to him across his sort of warty little face, and he turns and smiles at you, and you can see something weird underneath his skin. You've seen it somewhere before recently, kind of moving. It's shiny, and it kind of moves a little bit when you look at it. And his eyes sort of flash at you as he goes to try and grab you. He actually drops the stake, and you can see he has like a pistol in his other hand. And he's going to try and grab you with his open hand. I'm trying to have him start a strength contest with you. Sorry. I'm getting faster at maneuvering through the book, I will say that.
Learning a new system is always weird.
Yeah, it's like...
And then you can kind of learn what you need to know offhand.
Yeah, it's very, like, crunchy. It's not that crunchy of a system, but I saw someone say basically the difference between, like, Masquerade and Requiem, like the new versions of Masquerade and Requiem, is that, like, people are like, oh, Requiem's so crunchy, Masquerade is a lot easier. But the thing is that Masquerade is way more crunchy. The book just expects you to ignore the majority of the rules. And that Requiem is actually a lot more simple. They just expect you to use all of their systems, which makes it feel overwhelming compared to Mask, where it's like, yeah, you could do all this shit, but you're not gonna, huh?
Kind of like D&D versus mutants.
Yeah, for sure. Where it's like really modular versus sort of like a little rule for everything. Alright. This guy is going to roll strength plus brawl minus defense. So your defense is 4. So he loses 4 dice from his pool, and if he gets a success, he grabs you. Oh. Oh! Is that how defense works? Oh, that makes so much sense. Okay. I was taking defense automatically away from successes, which successes equal damage. And I was like, that's like fucking so broken. Like, you are just gonna like defend against every attack unless you're getting like totally gangbanged. But you take it away from the dice pool before you roll. And then any successes you get on your reduced pool are damage. So
That makes sense.
yeah, okay. That's fine, and you still did what you did to Robespierre, and everything's fine. But now, he gets 4 dice to try and grab you. Oh, his first grab misses. Your turn.
Okay.
You two get another face-off before, the other guys start attacking. He just sort of whiffs, trying to grab for your cape, but you pull it away, or your coat.
Kinda want to get the coat around his eyes and stab him again.
Alright, yeah, you want to throw it at his head.
Less throwing it at his head and almost like punching it at his head and just kind of getting it in his face for a second.
Sure. How about... Dexterity plus brawl without the chance to deal damage. So 4 dice, and this is to blind him rather than to hurt him. And then... Yeah, he
2
doesn't...
successes.
Okay, cool, 2. Because I was going to say he doesn't get to apply defense because you're not, like, hurting him. So you, like, yeah, sort of whip this thing at his head, basically. Like, I imagine, rather than sort of trying to punch him in the face, you're, like, trying to, like, smack him in the side of the head with this thing and, like, drape it over him. And you successfully get it in his eyes, and it sort of hangs off his head for a second. And you can still see that he is smiling quite large, because his mouth is kind of still visible. And then another dude steps into the room and just tries to fish in a barrel shoot you in the chest with his flintlock. And so you are going to get your... you get to take 3 dice away from this guy's pool with your defense, because now we know how it works, so he only gets 2 dice. Okay, he fucking misses. Maybe you just fucking swing your rapier at him as soon as he enters the room, and he his shot goes astray and misses you by a couple inches. And now it's back to Robespierre, I think, because it was you, that guy, him. And he's gonna take his action to take the coat off his head and remove his debuff instead of attacking blind, and it's your turn again.
Okay. While he's busy with that, I'm gonna try to stab the guy that shot at me.
Alright, so you're sort of, double dueling, and you can go ahead and make your... because that guy drew a little knife, so you can go ahead and make your 3 roll, but this guy has 2 defense, so you're making a roll with 1 dice to try and hit him here.
Alright. Which one do I use? I trust this one. Oh, fail.
Alright. So yeah, I mean, I imagine this is a pretty dynamic close quarters little fight, so I'll sort of keep it that way by just being like, you take another wild follow-up swing on your first deterrent strike, and this guy manages to sort of just get his knife up and click the end of the point of your sword against it and just sort of not even really parry, you just kind of get in the way and back up again. And you've pushed him out of the room by just sort of basically, I imagine, swinging at the door frame every time he sort of gets close to it. Like, get the fuck back! Get the fuck back! And then it is Robespierre again, and he's going to also try and grab you again, which he's still... Your defense resets, so he's losing 4 dice off of his chance to do this. Alright, he got 1-9, so success. You are grappling. He lunges past your reach as you sort of amateurishly swing your sword at a guy that's not him, and grabs you by the collar, and now you are grappling, which means that these are your options. It basically, on both of your turns, or no, you now share a turn, so we'll do it on your turns, and you can choose to try and do something on this list. Yeah, so these guys aren't gonna attack you while Robespierre has you, so it's just you two right now, even though the guy that was in the room with you two is now ready to fight.
I think I'll just try to headbutt him and do damage.
Okay, do damage. So that means that you are both making a strength plus brawl contested thing, so you're trying to earn more successes than him, and you're rolling on 2 dice. 'Cause it's a contest. Because, right, your strength plus brawl is 2 when you don't have...
Yeah.
Okay.
I did not succeed.
Alright. He got 3 successes, so he gets to pick. And he is going to pick Break Free, but I'm going to style that as he basically grabs you, pivots you, and chucks you with... Well, I'll get to this, but he throws you at your bed. And he throws you like no man has ever put hands on you before. Your feet come off the ground, and his fist fires like a gun as he sort of just chucks you over his shoulder, and you slam into the back wall of your bed and sort of stumble and try and manage to kind of roll to your feet, standing on your mattress. But yeah, he has moved you across the room with just a flick of his arm. And it says, succeeding at this move is a reflexive action. You can take another action immediately afterwards. And so what he's going to do is heft the gun that is at his hip, and it looks like no gun you've ever seen in your life. You're standing on your bed over your coffin, and you're looking down the barrel of what looks like a pure sort of pure silver, pure... Did they have steel? You would know.
Yeah, I think around then. That's like when they were just getting it, I think.
Yeah. So it looks like it's made of all steel. There's like maybe a little wood on the handle, but it's hard to tell, and it's certainly nothing like the 60% wood flintlocks that these guys are carrying. And he takes it, he picks it up, and he shoots you with it, and the bullet goes directly into your chest, and then he fires it again, and another bullet hits you, and you're like, this is when you're like, hey, That's cheating. You can't shoot a gun twice. Everybody knows guns only shoot once. Poof, again. Poof, poof, poof. And 6 shots pop off on you as he sort of uses this weapon that should not exist, has not been invented, and fills you with 6 holes, but you feel the bullets stop inside your body, and then you feel them start to itch and burn and slow your blood. And then before you can even reach your arms out, and sorry for obviously turning this into a cutscene, but it's just how it is now, it's a dream. You're tipping forward, and you land, basically you fall through the sheet, concealing your open coffin. It wraps around you. You land upside down, head at feet, in your coffin, and the lid slams shut on top of you.
I think I'll yell something about how they should have burned him after cutting off his head, and hideous creature, this and that.
And as you sort of move your jaw to spit out a last couple of insults, you feel whatever he shot you with suffusing your body with an incredible sluggishness, and you are lost to slumber. And now you were in a well, and then you were in a lake, but now you are in a cave in the center of an earth somewhere. And there is a presence on the other side of the cave from you, beneath a burial shroud. And it's sort of tucked away behind a little rock outcropping. This cave is completely lightless, but you can see perfectly in it. And whatever bit you sort of sent you here, but that danger has kind of passed, even though there is still an overwhelming pressure coming from the corner of the cave.
Alright, I'll check out the cave.
Okay, so yeah, around that corner there is a sort of dehydrated little thing underneath a big shroud, and that is literally all that's in here. It's just like a fucking bubble in the earth. There's no entrance, no exit.
What kind of thing are we talking here?
Do you want to disturb its shroud, or do you want to try and see through it?
I think I'll lift up just a corner of it.
You expose basically a desiccated human corpse. It's just like dry, like drier than dry. It's been dehydrated in a desert for, over almost 2,000 years or something. It's a skeletal frame with just a little bit of beef jerky on it and some sort of hair still clinging to the scalp. And its jaw is slack open and it's not looking at you.
I think I'll cover it back up.
As you lift your hand to sort of replace the shroud and just resign yourself to an eternity in this rock, it looks at you and it moves its sort of dry, creaking muscles with as much acuity as a living person, and looks in your face and hisses out 3 words, and they are probably words you've never heard before, so I'll write them down after I say it, but it says, Gehenna, Golconda, Golgotha. And those are the words. And then Mary in black says, "All right, I feel like I'm losing you. I think well, I think you might be waking up any second here, so we gotta focus, okay? No more getting lost.
Didn't think I was lost.
Right. Well, I'll just finish what I was saying then. I'll let you finish what you're typing in case it's important.
Oh, that wasn't actually typing.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know it does that.
Yeah. Basically, she looks at you and she sort of says, anyway, like I was saying, I came to find you, to find your mind when it started waking up, because I think you might be able to be a problem for me. And the way that she says it would probably make more sense to you in French, where she's effectively saying, I think you might be able to be a problem on my behalf. What do you say to that?
Why should I be doing anything on your behalf?
Well, mostly it's less that I'm asking because you should, and more that I'm asking because I have nothing else to do in this world. But ask sleepers for questions, prod them, poke them, suggest things. And more to the point that I think that you being a problem on my behalf might, let's just say it's more of an innate quality that you possess. This is a latent possibility that you honestly need not choose. Do you understand?
More or less.
You are going to be disruptive. It will happen. The mind I'm in has a penchant for all kinds of second sights, third sights, etc. I know that you can cause some trouble, Jean-Baptiste, if you want to. And I also know that you might have trouble not wanting to. So all I'm saying is that I'm gonna give you directions to the prince, and that's all you're gonna need. That's all I'm gonna need to give you, and everything else will take its course.
Like the book or Prince of where?
Well, you know how the kindred talk. The prince of his domain. The prince of Seattle. You don't know where that is. Don't bother thinking about it.
Yeah, putting his hands up, trying to.
Yeah.
Africa?
Yeah, no. It's in America. Like the British colonies. Look, this is what I'm saying. There's no easy way to say this, but you've been asleep for a long time. And that's why I think you're going to be such a problem. And that's exactly what I want.
Well, doesn't sound like I have much of a choice.
Well, you do have one choice. And then she vomits blood and then says, fuck. And then and then she vomits blood until she turns inside out and disappears. And then in a room that is now like 80% covered in dark red, a voice sort of booms as the room collapses to black and finishes her choice that she was offering you, although it's probably not what she was going to say. And your choices are: remember or survive.
Well, everything I've remembered so far has been unpleasant. I quite like surviving. I think I'm gonna go with survive.
The first sound you hear is, I'm going to simulate like this. Six little clicks of material on wood. And then you feel an indescribable stiffness to your body, but also an absolutely unmistakable feeling that you live again. You are alive. This is your body, not the body of your mind that you've been experiencing things with so far. Jean-Baptiste is awake.
I'm gonna start thrashing around violently and yelling French swear words.
Sounds good. You yeah, let's see. I'm gonna get some French swear words up.
Ta mère.
Yeah.
Casse-toi.
Exactly. Casse-toi, Robespierre! Merde! Fucking burn in hell! Etc. Robespierre. And in your thrashing, you realize another two things. You are upside down, and you probably have been for a very long time. And you are in your coffin still.
I think I'm just gonna keep thrashing around and screaming.
Alright. You sort of continue just punching the interior, bashing your head against it, fucking absolutely writhing in an intense sort of crash out as the century hangover settles over you. And then at a certain point, your knee collides with a little brass lever and sets off a series of increasingly large gears until your coffin's gears grind and shudder and open your coffin door for the first time in a long time, causing you to sort of pitch ungracefully in a back flop onto the ground, where you are now sort of laying on some hard little objects that are underneath you and looking up into the sort of standing upright top of your coffin, if that all makes sense positionally. And
Yeah,
I'm actually
I think
going to
so.
use the restroom really fast.
Okay. I'm back.
Yellow.
You.
Yeah, you're laying on your back. You got stuff under you, looking up at your coffin.
What's the sky looking like?
You appear to be in a room. I'm gonna have you do wits plus investigation plus 1 for What's up?
I was lagging.
Oh,
I think I got it all.
okay, yeah. Wits plus investigation plus 1 for the sponge state that you are currently in. Because you picked survive. So essentially 5 dice.
Okay, 2 success.
All right.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm not at home, but I can talk for a little bit.
What do you think so far? Curious.
This is going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like if I'm getting attacked, I've already failed.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are busting down my door. Stuff's been going bad for a while.
Yeah. I think the sort of like, without sort of getting too much into it and interrupting the flow, I would just say that it's like you thought you had one more day and they knew you thought that. And that's like how the house of cards tumbles for someone like you. But anyway, you are on the ground in a room. The room seems to be made of sort of a shabby wood. It almost looks like you're in some kind of fisherman's shack or something. And you can see above you through the wood, there seems to be no stars in the sky, but it's very much obviously nighttime because you're sort of in like a loosely constructed little house of boards, one room shack. There's like a chair in the corner and a little table with something on it, but otherwise it's essentially unfurnished. And then all around you, you can hear like crickets. They had crickets in France, right?
One would assume so.
Crickets and occasionally a sort of evening bird making a song. So luckily you seem to have awoken at night, as your kind tends to.
His biological clock didn't get off in his 200 years and time zone changed.
Nah, he's got it all figured out.
I think I'll check out the table.
You stand up, and on the chair there is nothing, and on the table there is a candlestick, a half-burned candle, and a human skull in a glass box.
I think I'll pick up the skull and check it out.
The box appears to be affixed to some kind of little plinth on the table. You can try and like lift the glass off or break it, but something definitely catches your eye about the skull.
I'll check out the whole contraption suspiciously, and if it doesn't look like it's trapped or anything, I'll break the glass.
Okay. I'll say in your investigation, it seems that you could probably lift the glass off of the thing. It's just that the thing doesn't come off the table, really, to your investigation. It's just a little, like, mount for the skull, kind of. But you can also break it, that's fine.
Yeah, I want this dang skull.
Alright, so you're breaking it.
Yeah.
You sort of just take your fist and shove it through the glass, and with your resilience and, you know, vampiric nature, you're not getting any cuts that matter, and you just sort of punch through it. And
He's still angry.
yeah, literally fucking mad. And you grab it, And how about wits plus empathy plus 2?
Most dice I've rolled so far.
I think you'll see why in a second.
Ooh, I don't. Oh, yeah, I got 1 success.
Oh, wow. This skull used to belong to someone that belonged to you. You can feel it when you pick it up. The resonance sort of laps against you. Do you have any guesses?
Could it possibly be my manservant?
This is the skull of Michel Moreau.
Alright.
Across time, it has been delivered to you, and it is, as it was in life, yours.
I think I'll kind of just tuck that under my arm and then check out my hair and clothing situation.
I was gonna say, as you go to sort of put this in your inventory, you notice that your clothes are basically rotted off your body. They are almost completely sort of consumed with dry rot. There's a little bit of like a lichen on some of your fucking shoes eating the leather. They are falling off of you. Like, you didn't notice it because you're kind of impervious to cold, but you're like almost de-threaded to nudeness. And your hair, being organic, is gone. You are a bald-ass motherfucker.
Oh, this is hardly acceptable.
Exactly.
I think I'm gonna take the chair and just kind of smack it into the door.
Ross Pierre goes crazy.
That was my half memory of what the first thing was.
Yeah, it's also... I fucked it up. It's Michelle with no E at the end. I'm sorry, one more time, Wade?
Oh, I was just gonna pick up the chair and kind of beat it into any windows there are, and if there aren't windows, then the door.
Okay, so essentially you throw the chair through the flat pane glass of the rear window, and you're sort of expecting a splash because you've been listening and you can hear like sort of water moving underneath you, and it almost sounds like you're in like a fisherman's cabin on above like a lake or something. But you throw it through, and instead you hear the wood clatter against like a hard, almost stone-sounding surface after it breaks the glass. Now what?
I think I'll just sort of lean out and look around.
It's hard to tell because the room is dark, but there's light inside the cabin, and you're not sure coming from where because all the candles were extinguished. But now as you lean out, you can see that this cabin, this one-room shack, is inside of another room. And it is disturbingly similar in the very low light to the interior of your mind, apparently. It is a blank white room. Although, with the lights out, it's a little bit hard to tell that it's white. But this room is in another bigger room. and the bird song and the burbling creek and the crickets are still going inside in the background, even though there's no water anywhere.
Guess I'll go out into the larger room and start checking it out.
Okay, just one sec. Alright, I am gonna eat dinner at 5:45, so I was just establishing a timeline. So you step out through the door of the shack, and it sort of opens smoothly, even though it looks like it should creak violently. And then as you sort of step out, you see that there's like a little plaque on a stand next to the door, and it has words on it in English.
I'll try to parse out the English.
All right. Got a dot of language. I'm gonna do intelligence plus investigation plus the dot of language plus 2 for picking survive. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dice to read this. And this is going to establish a baseline for your ability to, like, when given time, for the time being, read English.
Alright. Big money. Got 2 successes.
I really like how the success system works. It's very intuitive, huh?
Yeah, it makes it fairly easy.
And I don't have to ever set DCs. Like, I set the DC by, like, determining what you're doing. You know what I mean? So it's like the action is hard because of who you are and what you're doing, not like an arbitrary number I'm making up.
Yeah, I like the mutants when it's contested rolls, but
Yeah,
it's
those
not
are
all the
cool.
time.
Okay, so you managed to sort of read through it, and so I'm just going to give you kind of like a summary of what it says. Basically, this seems to be kind of informational. It reads almost like a page from a book, and it says, actually, I'm very curious about how this works. English to French. Yeah, that's a French loan word. So anyway, it basically says, this cabin has been carefully removed and reconstructed from its original location by the Historical Society in order to give a real-life glimpse into one of the prevailing mysteries of the Bayou. And you know that last word, Bayou, swamp. You know it intimately. So it's effectively, you read this plinth and it's saying somebody pulled this house out of the ground where it was and put it here, and that there's some kind of mystery. And then you read on, and it says, the contents of the coffin are still unknown, as are what may have led the lone watchman to lose his life, in pursuit of guarding his treasure, is sort of what you make of it. And then again, a persistent sort of whine of the crickets into a bird song that you have now heard several dozen times.
You swamp thing. I think I'm gonna go back inside the cabin and look for something that would light the candle.
Okay. As you sort of fumble around, you also see like the stuff that dropped out of your coffin, which is like a moth-eaten sheet that's almost completely gone, that you were wrapped in, and 6 little bits of metal on the ground. But there doesn't seem to be like anything to light the candle necessarily. There is a room in the exterior room.
I think I'm gonna try to tip my coffin over. Or at least just wreck the place slightly more.
Alright, you push it off of its sort of easel, where you can see it's basically being supported by a little wooden stand behind it, and you just knock it over and it clatters to the ground. And then that loud bang, after about 10 seconds of you sort of fishing around for some... What did they have? Matches? How are they lighting that shit?
Like oil and flint and steel and crap.
Right, like having another fire that you light it from. Well, as you're fiddling around for something, the door in the larger room opens and light comes flooding in, and for a second you're like, fuck, sunlight! But it isn't, because it like splashes across you through the slats in the cabin, and you can see the silhouette of a man standing in the doorway. And then the next thing you think is, whoa, I'm fucking hungry.
I'm just gonna walk right over to the dude like I own the place.
Alright, you step out of your shitty cabin that you've been trashing, although it is your property, of course. Open the door and look this guy in the face, and he says, this is how I'm gonna do this, actually. I'm gonna translate cursory instances of English into Esperanto. He says, Kia Diable! And is shining some kind of bright light at you from his hand. And he sort of, looks at you in just pure horror as you're looking at him with your fucking shabby clothes, and you know this is a mortal. He's wearing some kind of little uniform, but it's a very strange cut. His arms are almost entirely exposed up to the elbow, or beyond the elbow. It almost looks like something like a little boy would wear, except this is a full-grown man with like a little beard.
I think I'm gonna keep walking towards him, and sort of as I get blinded, put one arm over my eyes and keep like jabbing my finger pointing at him with the other, and just start shouting orders. Get that light away from my face. Tell me what the meaning of all this is, and just sort of motion at the room I'm in. Get the light out of my face.
He sort of like pulls it away from your face a little bit, but is still very much pointing it at you, and sort of backs out into the hallway, and almost looks like he's gonna close it on you unless you sort of keep walking towards him.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep walking towards him, and get a slightly nicer tone and be like, listen, you don't need to run.
He says, De Kiev veni minu comprenas vin? Which your brain is sort of processing as you would understand what I just said.
You, I'm gonna point at him, and then kind of motion to his light and say, give me that thing first.
Are you trying to say that in French or English?
I think English up until thing, and then I'm just gonna say like French for doohickey.
You give me that thingy. He says in suddenly more understandable English, no, not till you tell me where from you.
I'll kind of point back at the cabin structure and say, from right there.
He says, this is a museum. And
you're what, guard here? Some owner's son, perhaps? Sort of. I'm gonna kind of try to keep getting closer to him.
Yeah, you like say, you know, let's see. Tu es un garde? Which you're a guard. And he sort of like knows what that means instinctively because it's a pretty easy cognate. And you're sort of inching towards him again, and seeing that you didn't like the light puts the light in your eyes again. And I'm going to have you roll to resist frenzy, because this is just getting to be too much.
Okay, how do I do that?
I'm looking for it real quick. So it would be resolve plus composure, which is 4. And then what I'm going to do is include basically some of this chart of suggested modifiers. And even if I just do the starving modifier to reflect that you have 1 vitae, that's -4, which you had 4 dice, so there's other shit that I could do, which is surprised by provocation, dead friend, stuff like that.
Well, there is a dead friend.
Exactly,
If
that's what I'm
he
saying.
has any friends, that is.
Can I just say what I was gonna tell him before anyways?
Yeah, sure.
Get that thing, get the light out of my face or I'm going to explode.
And he sort of yells, "Get back!" And then that is going to send you into a... you can resist the frenzy, but you have been reduced to a chance die. Because essentially when negatives take your dice pool below 1 dice... So 1 regular dice, like if you have 1 dot in something, or like negatives take you down to 1, is still a regular die, but now you're looking at a chance die. And so a chance die only succeeds on 10, and a 1 is a dramatic failure, and everything else is a regular failure. So You get to roll
Alright.
1 dice.
Yeah, Nick got a dramatic failure on one of these dudes.
Yeah.
It's quite funny.
A6.
All right. Let's see. All right. What does the beast want?
To gouge this dude's eyes out.
All right. You are going to do that. So you fall to frenzy. And then basically it'll end when you get this guy's blood. So how do you go about this? You're still in charge. You just basically like the idea is a frenzy represents a loss of control, but I'm going to let you play out that loss of control unless there's some real major problem with the way someone role plays frenzy where they're like, anyway, I calmly walk over and you know what I mean? So as long as you're doing your objective, you're in control still and you frenzy.
Alright, first things first, I'm just trying to grab the light device, which
Alright.
I'm guessing is a flashlight, but
It is, yes.
J-Bat, it might as well be a nuclear fission bomb.
Yeah. So he's got a bad stick and he's pointing it at your eyeballs. It seems to have pure sort of neutered daylight streaming out of it. And I will have you do Dex plus Brawl to snatch. So 4 dice. And I'm going to say he is just going to take 1 dice from you, and we'll just make this a latent resistance thing, so 3.
I got 2 successes.
Awesome. So you snatch that out of his hand, and I'm going to assume smash it on the floor.
No, I'm smashing it over his head.
Oh, fuck yeah. Alright, yeah. Go ahead and do strength plus athletics.
Minus nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, another success.
Alright, you hit him in the head and are going to deal 1 lethal damage, because bashing damage is pretty much only fists. And then this guy goes, oh, fuck! And also you're at full health again, roughly. So that was like just for the scene. And then effectively... this guy's gonna get like a chance to sort of run from you if he chooses to do that, and then other than that, he's been disarmed pretty much, so you can just kind of beat him to death pretty easily. But he is going to roll resolve plus athletics, I think, to reflect him. Oh no, we'll do stamina plus athletics. That would make more sense. See if he can get himself away from you. Okay, 656. Dude has fucking failed. So he had a chance to sort of nut up and not let you go for a second hit, like dodge, get out of there. But he basically blows it. He fucking stumbles backwards and grabs at the sort of windowsill behind him, because there's these kind of great giant frosted glass windows set in the white walls of the high ceilinged hallway that you've stepped into, with some like soft glow from gas lamps covered by glass running down the thing. You can't see that they're gas lamps. You just are assuming that that's what makes things glow. And you can go ahead and hit this guy again.
I think I'm gonna go for another whack or two with the flashlight and then just start smacking him.
Yeah, basically, if you hit this next shot on him with your 2 dice, then you're just gonna bludgeon him effectively to death, because we've sort of done enough of this combat.
Ooh. Critical success.
Ooh, just both dice. Or,
A 9 and a 10.
Okay.
Rerolled to a 2.
All right, nice. So you deal 2 more lethal to this guy, just cracking him in the face with the flashlight, and he sort of slumps towards the floor. Bam, bam, and then eventually you just drop the flashlight and are smashing him in the face with your hands, feeling your joints sort of pop until this dude's face is just a fucking pulp, and blood is dripping down your hands. Gorgeous fucking life-affirming blood, and a sort of thought pierces through the beast, or maybe is from the beast into your mind, and it is, I don't know when we are, monsieur, but I know they still bleed. And that's all.
That's a relief.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
I think I'm gonna try to see if this guy's alive before going to feed on him.
He's bleeding out.
Better get to work quick then.
So do you go ahead and drain him to death?
Yeah, I think I'll just pop into him like a juice pouch.
Yeah. So the classic, you feel your fangs rocket out of your head, since they're usually pretty short, but you can extend them, and into this guy's carotid artery, and you begin to drink as much blood as you can out of him until he is totally fucking dead. And several mechanical things are going to happen. You're going to get, which you can mark this on your sheet, 6 vitae. This dude was a fucking anemic little bastard. I don't know why they had him guarding. Bringing your total up to 7. And then you are going to have to definitely make a breaking point roll for humanity. Alright. Impassioned killing is a sin against humanity 3, which you are above, and you get to roll 2 dice. So, go ahead and roll 2 dice, because that is what it's based on the level of the breaking point rather than any of like your sort of factors. And then you're looking for successes as usual.
Got 110.
All right. You want to roll it again just for fun?
It was a 4.
You do not lose humanity. You look at this guy, and you basically look at him and go, fuck. Unlucky. You know?
Yeah, bad day to be him.
Yeah. And you sort of, like, know that that's a callous thing to think, but it's sort of not especially callous for you, and so you don't, like, lose any of who you are from this action. It's, like, expected for you, kind of, which is definitely, like, weird thing about your humanity level being 7. But yeah, I'll just say that this impassioned killing is justifiable enough to you based on your nature and your hunger level that you're sort of like, you're just thinking of yourself as like a calamity here. You're like, yeah, that could have happened to anyone. I'm not going to beat myself up over it, you know?
Yeah.
There was nothing especially heinous about that feeding at the end of the day. Although,
Bros, force of nature.
The flock.
yeah, there is a lot of blood everywhere, including on yourself. This guy has clothes, though.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna sit there for a minute and just kind of hang out and check out the flashlight a little bit, see if it still works.
All right. You also take a beat for risking detachment, so you should be at 2.
Okay.
And then I'm going to do a luck roll to see if you broke the flashlight. Ooh. Hanging dong. I got a 10 on the luck roll, so you managed to, when you dropped the flashlight, I'm going to say you just dropped it on his foot and it cushioned the blow, and did not break. It's still functional.
Okay. I'm gonna spend a minute just sort of like turning it on and off and like looking at my hand under the light and stuff.
This is a mechanical marvel, and it suggests to you that you are nowhere near where you were in time.
Sounds about right. I think I'm gonna check him for any other cool stuff.
He's got keys.
Toss him away.
He's got, you sort of smell it, and he's got little papers with tobacco in them.
I think I'll hold on to those.
He's got a little... oh, you're in control again, by the way. The beast has receded. He's got a little silver square, little rectangle that seems to have a hinge on it.
I think I'll kind of mess with the hinge and kind of flip it back and forth.
It opens kind of stiffly and then hangs there, and it's got a little wheel in it and a little sort of silver thing sticking up.
Nonsense. I'll toss that.
And other than that, he has like a little ID card in his pocket that says Mark Winslow.
I'll also toss that
And
start
seems...
taking his clothes.
All right. You run through his pockets and, yeah, disrobe him. All of the garments more or less fit you if you're trying to just put them on.
Yeah, I think I'll leave whatever's left of my undergarments on.
All right. Honestly, I'm going to roll luck. There's not much. If you want, you can keep something. I'll say there's still some jewelry on your hands. You've got like 2 rings and a necklace that are good, but everything else is like rubbish, like absolutely falling apart.
Guess I'll just go commando then.
All right, you're not taking his underwear.
I'm too good for that.
All right, fair enough. So you just zip up his pants over your everything and put on his undershirt and little thing, which doesn't actually have any ID badges on it or anything. It's just kind of a beige little button-up short sleeve shirt He had a white shirt under it that is splattered with blood now, pretty significantly, along with there's a little bit of blood on the top of the shirt, but mostly after you were punching him in the face, you got it all in your mouth at a certain point.
I'll use the shirt to kind of wipe off.
And then, yeah, you clean yourself up. Do you take his shoes?
I'll inspect them critically. See if they're
Workers'
my
boots.
Yeah, I'll put them on.
All right. So now you are dressed in this guy's clothes, and your clothes are no more than basically a couple of fucking rags on the floor at this point. This dude is almost completely denuded. His head is at a fucked up angle. And the wound on his neck is closed from saliva, but his head is basically bashed in. And you're standing over him. And there's sort of the remains of your mess, your coffin, its debris in the room behind you. And I'm running out of time here, so we will quickly sort of continue with what we've got.
I think my main goal now is to set fire to this place and leave.
Oh, okay. Do you want to take anything besides the skull?
Skull, flashlight, cigarettes.
All right, nothing from your coffin.
What did I have in there? Not much, really.
6 bullets from your body.
Yeah, screw those.
All right. And do you want to drag him in there and try and light the place on fire inside?
Yeah, I think I will toss him into the cabin, then try to start the fire from there.
All right. You move Mark's body, and then you find yourself thinking, well, he has cigarettes, but how was he lighting them? And thinking about the contents of his pockets.
I'll go shine the flashlight around until I find the strange device I tossed earlier.
All right. You find it. Do you mess around with it more?
I think I'll take a real close look at it and sort of move it around and shake it and stuff, and then guess the mechanism wouldn't be too hard, so probably just takes a minute before I start trying relatively what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, I think it would sort of be like okay, well, opening it doesn't do anything. There's a little wheel here. If I pull on this little string, it doesn't do anything. All right, spin the wheel. And then if you weren't so sated on blood, the sight of fire sort of erupting in your hand would be pretty fucking horrifying to you, and so you like hold it away from your body as far as you can because you do not like fire. And then all that remains as this thing burns really steadily like a miniature oil flame in your hand is to light the dry tinder of the reconstructed cabin and get out of there.
You know, I think I'm gonna actually set the lighter down and then go find my exact escape route and where I'm gonna leave from, and then and then start the fire.
Okay. You see a door at the end of the hallway. In big red letters clearly says exit. And that is close enough to exeunt, and it's a door that you're able to figure it out. So it also has some other shit that you can't really read some smaller words under it, but exit is big. It's clearly an exit.
All right. Yeah, I think I will use my old clothes to start the fire.
Before long, there is a roaring blaze, and you're able to sort of toss the remains of the chair and tip the table into it. Do you push your coffin on the pyre as it's growing quickly?
No, I'm out of there.
Yeah, I was gonna say pretty much as soon as you fucking push it into throw the chair on, the fire is getting so big that the beast inside of you is saying, Monsieur, we must retreat. We must run. And you dart out the exit, and as soon as you push through the door, a sound like a woman screaming begins, and it goes, and behind you, you sort of look back and you can see through the frosted glass windows flames quickly beginning to lick and spread and burn. And you know that very soon this building will be little more than a bonfire, and it's quite a big building, big white facade. And as you turn around, you look into the night and you see a sight that kind of strikes you dumb and deaf and mute as the lights of a city spread out beneath you or beyond you. A city that rivals Paris in its scope and destroys it in its verticality alone. A city of 1,000 glittering candles all across your sort of field of vision. Buildings taller than any structure you've ever seen in your life, spread out almost to the horizon of your vision, and people moving around in the street, and strange machines, all manner of humans chattering, nattering, moving around, although the street near you is quiet. But these are more things that you're feeling, less than you're seeing, as the sort of scope of this place hits you. And for a second, all you can do is just stop and stare at this unthinkable metropolis spread out beneath you. And you are awake. And then essentially I'm going to close with one thing and then your song. As you're sort of about to run off into the darkness, you see, like a thunderbolt in your mind, you hear Mary in Black's voice and see her eyes in front of you, and she says, "This way." And then seared into your brain, as sure as you know your own name, you know the route that you need to take to reach the local Invictus prince and where he lives. And you know from there, as a card-carrying former member of the Invictus, you will be set straight, and there will be answers for you about this strange place.
I think I'm gonna kind of wave at the illusion like I'm trying to get rid of it, but immediately follow it.
All right. And really, it's just like a flash of her eyes, and then it goes away, but you're sort of able to, like, you know the road you need to take to get there, like it's...
Yeah, like an impression sort of thing.
Yeah, and it's like the knowledge is imprinted on you, so it's like you've walked it 1,000 times. It's like trying to get from your study to your lavatory in your house. It's just a matter of taking the right turns. And as J-Bat sort of begins stutteringly stepping through the city, spreads out around him, and we hear this.
Avache. I just need to practice my French swear words.